Hello there, everybody. Welcome in. How's it going? Good to see you. Happy Saturday. I hope everybody is well. Let's have a quick look and see who we've got. We've got Mo in first and Slipsist in second. Welcome in, dudes. GG's. And yeah, Mo, I hope you have a good journey. So relieved to be done with the exam. Yeah, well, you were obviously quite worried about exams and stuff. It's a difficult one because ultimately, realistically, not to talk it down just after you struggle with it, I don't want to be rude, but like I think that the way the education system relies on exams to govern people's knowledge and ability to do something, I think it's a little bit short-sighted. I don't think exams are the right way to do it. I think we need to let go of these old-fashioned kind of, this is what we did in the fucking 1920s, so this is what we still do. I think what we need, I agree, yeah, after you've just done a bunch of exams. Yeah, actually, I agree. But yeah, we need to move towards a sort of a transitional kind of education system where you have like people that go into a certain kind of work, they want to go into a certain kind of sector, and then the school has programs with places that actually do that kind of work so that after doing the educational stuff, they could get people, they could go into places where they actually do the job. And at that point, they'll be sort of furthering their education, but it'll be done via the school and the company or whatever, because companies are always sort of cutting it short on training people and like not really doing a good job of training people because they want to hire people that have all the experience, but they want to pay graduate money because they're greedy cunts. But I think if the government forced them to organise with schools like educational programs where kids learn to do a job, then they have a job at the end of it. I think you might end up with this, we might end up, narrowing this delta between people in education and people in work. Because at the moment, you've got so many people that have qualifications that mean basically nothing because the fields that they trained in don't exist anymore or are so heavily saturated by everyone that's been hired because their markets don't exist anymore. And their sectors don't exist anymore. You've got this horrible situation where these qualifications mean nothing. Well, they don't mean nothing, but they mean so little in the grand scheme of things of having a job. While you've got companies that aren't mandated to have a certain amount of human labor and, hire a certain amount of people, yet they're allowed to earn a certain amount of profit and then dodge a certain amount of tax. It's just a bit of money. I mean, money is a piece of string, right? Doesn't matter what you're doing with it, money is a piece of string. If you put it on one end, it'll get shorter at t'other, right? So if you automate the fuck out of everything and then you dodge a bunch of tax, not only are you not employing people and paying them for them to pay the tax that they're supposed to pay, you're not paying your fair share of tax as the company, and you're also not providing jobs for people. It's you can't fucking chop it at both ends like that. You can't do that. Right. Oh, we've got the thing for this, haven't we? I have a feeling. Unclean, most foul. Don't know those grubby hands. What? Wait, that's why. That's the. Are you the new master? Are you Master Quambus? So pleased to hear that name, Master Quambus. Please be gentle with this fine door. Right, let's go inside. Won't be staying, unfortunately. I'm going to get everything in, check passport, insurance, etc. because I'm forgetful. Yeah, of course. Please take care of your stuff, dude. Take care of your bits and pieces. Look at this. Bath with a frame balanced on the... and they've got a framed picture of this dude. Oh, hang on. You have any interest in the amusement of nobility? I do indeed. In that case, would you care to hear the explanation of the game? Please tilt that left hand down right to move the panels and try to arrange the picture. Place the final panel on the top right space to complete the painting. Okay. Misty, how's it going? Good to see you. Long time no see. It's good to see you. How was your trip? Was it Prague that you went to? It's very snowy and very gothic, so I always think Prague. But it looked lovely. I hope you had a nice time. GG's on third. Well, please bear in mind that this game is for amusement only. If you are successful, I can offer you as a reward as money. Do remember that. Do you understand the game? Yes, I do. Vienna. Oh yeah, Vienna. So so a girl lived here briefly, and she might be one of the most beautiful women I've ever been in a relationship with in my life. And she showed me a picture of her and her friends back in Vienna when she was at college. And I was like, oh my God, why is everyone in Vienna so fucking beautiful? And then I looked at pictures of Vienna and I was like, oh my God, the place is fucking beautiful as well. So it is on my list. Always. This is such a weird way of doing this puzzle.
Croissant.
Croissant. Welcome in there, Velda. How's it going, dude? Vienna is so beautiful. Yes, it is. It is. We decided we're going to go. We're going to have to go back in a different season, see it again, and go to the places, museums further out. Yes. Now I saw like a mountainous kind of terrain, and then like a little village with cobbled streets and everything, and a little cafe and a photograph, and I was like, oh my goodness, that place is fucking beautiful. And obviously, you know, the idea is, oh, maybe I could go and visit her. Maybe you should go visit her. She seems like the one. So, the story goes, she had an agreement with somebody she was at school with, like a childhood sweetheart, that she was going to go traveling for a bit, so they wouldn't get into a relationship, but they would get into a relationship when she came back. So after she left here, she went back, got into a relationship, and then she came back to where I live to show her partner, and she wanted somewhere to stay. So she asked me to stay here with her partner, and I was like, fucking Europeans. Okay, sure, yeah, whatever. And then she was like, you seemed quite upset. And I was like, yeah, I was. Fucking hell. So yeah. Oh, you helped empty out my nan's house this morning. Oh, I hope you got a nice, clean, tidy house out of it. It's always nice. I mean, the thing is, I've been meaning to clean out my garage for fucking years, but I just, at the moment, with long COVID, after work and after streaming, I'm so fucking worn out. I just haven't got the fucking oomph to do anything. Wanted free accommodation. Yeah, she wanted free accommodation, and I didn't even get laid. And I was like, fuck, okay, fair enough. You know, I'll be the bigger person and agree to this. But yeah, like, I don't think she realized that, you know. And the thing is, I was injured at the time, so I was sort of, you know, I hadn't ridden my BMX in fucking months because of a knee injury. And then she was like, hey, can I come stay at your house for free with my boyfriend? It's like, yeah, I suppose so. I guess that's fine. Moved into a flat last week. Congratulations. Congratulations. Oh, this is such a strange. It's like, the thing is, I know how to do these puzzles because you rotate the space to shuffle everything around, but because like it gives me the option to move that one or that one or that one. Yeah, it's really, really weird, and it is throwing me off quite a bit. So because I have to think about every move. But yeah, just the control system in this one is really, really fucking weird. Like they've like every single kind of control that you have to take over something is always the most awkward, weird way of doing it. So yeah, please excuse me. Smoothie check. Smoothie check will be bolt from the blue, but it's in the fridge at the moment because I've got a coffee. So at the moment, I have a roasted bean smoothie, which is coffee. Yeah, it's not too bad. A little bit of bitterness. Need to adjust. There's a little bit of bitterness in there that I don't like. Oh my god, my brain! It's such a fucking stupid way of controlling this kind of game. I need to be able to click and move something. And yeah, they've tried to do like the sort of edgelord, like this is a much cooler way of doing it, but it's just awkward. Like it don't make no fucking sense. Like I'm saying which direction do I want something to move out of 3 or 4 different options, and yeah, it's melting my head. Sorry, chat. Because yeah, I keep getting to a point where I think I know what I need to do, but then it doesn't work because I fucking go down the wrong fucking path. No, excuse me. Sub-Zero, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Kind of weird to see that place being empty. But it was very dusty. Yeah, I bet. Steele's Misty's fridge. I need one too. This one is the one in this apartment is heckin' tiny. Well, this is the thing, right? When you get a really big fridge, like I don't have a big fridge, I have a normal, like a 6-foot fridge, whatever. But yeah, my friend got this giant American fridge freezer, and they're like, it takes like it uses so much more electricity because it's got so much more space to cool down. You know, there's just this huge fucking cavity to fill. I should have taken a screenshot of that fucking other bit. It's a lemon. Welcome in, lemons. How's it going, Lemon? Good to see you. Hi. Welcome in, lemons. How are you? It's good to see you. Hope you're well. I'm not too bad. Yes, I need to catch up on chat and make sure I haven't missed anyone's messages. But yes, I'm good. Yes, I probably need to do a declutter. I've been meaning to do a declutter with my life for a long time now, and yeah, I need to get it done. Oh, okay. Shit. um, um, sorry, chat. This is actually taking all of my brain power right now. Oh, no, that's not the right one, is it? I need to get this one there, don't I? I'm completely fucking losing my brain right now. Nah, this is not the right. This is not the right way, because you've got to create like a snake of like the order the pieces need to fall in. Yeah, otherwise it ain't gonna work. So do these go? Oh, these go at the top, don't they? Shit. Okay, so actually, all this needs to come down. You see, and the pieces that need to move from one section, you got to make a snake around the outside so you can bring them round. So where the fuck? So yeah, that's got to swap places, isn't it? Right, so I think that one goes there. And that one goes there. That one goes there. That goes like that. And then we need to get this piece. And then we need to get piece. Like that. Oh. Fuck off. The thing is, right, so the way I would solve this puzzle is I think about where I want to be and where I want to go and how I'm going to spin the sort of 4 boxes to get there, because you sort of spin and then, but because I have to think of it as, right, I need to move that piece, then that piece, then that piece. Yeah, the whole fucking logic of how I solve one of these puzzles is gone. So please bear with me, chat. My brain is going to have to fucking chew on this. Okay, so that goes over there on the right. That's fine. We can do that. And that goes on the left. Okay. The problem is you have to... The thing is, they've taken this puzzle, right? This puzzle is usually a lot simpler than what I would consider a Rubik's Cube to be. But they've made it into like... It's more like a Rubik's Cube, because you've got to think about where you're moving pieces. Yeah. Because, yeah, the way you have to think about it is actually genuinely quite fucked, because I'm thinking of this more of a Rubik's Cube than I am. And that's why I keep getting to a place where something looks right, but then it doesn't look right afterwards once I fix something else. Excuse me. Not the Cabana puzzle, Damus. You remember this one? Yeah. And the thing is, like, this puzzle in structure, like what it is not super difficult. I've done them before. But because of the way I have to control it and interact with it, it's like another layer of complexity. We're so close. No, I have to, seriously, right? I think the controls in this game might be the worst controls in a video game ever. A bunch of shit is inverted for no fucking good reason. And every time I have to do something, the way that the controls are set up, it's just fucking terrible. And like, it's a really cute little game, but the controls are so fucking stupid. They are so stupid in how there's no logic to anything. It's always the opposite of what you think. And it's always something that I have to consciously, really awkwardly think about. I can't just control the game. I have to think about what the game wants me to do and then translate what I want to do into how that works. And yeah, it's fucking shit. But story is a Zelda story. Graphics, visuals, and everything, music has all been really good. Haven't been very many puzzles yet. Haven't seen very many puzzles, so that's a shame. But maybe we've got more to come. The apartment has a one-person fridge. No, I'm fine. I find these puzzles quite easy. Trick is, instead of the usual 16th piece, it's the fourth piece that isn't there. Usually do is top row, then left column, then second row, then last 5 pieces. Yeah, so my logic is that if I can work out like a snake that the pieces are supposed to be in order, I can make that snake move until they line up. And then every now and again, you've got to just focus on 4 squares and rotate them to create. So, yeah, but the thing is, on top of that, rather than selecting a piece that I need to move and then thinking about it as that piece goes there, that piece then that piece goes there, that piece, and then I can do that, and I can do that, then I can do that. I have to think of, okay, so I want to move the face piece to the right, so I've got to push right. It's just, I have to do that extra layer, and that's where I'm starting to get lost. Is that I'm just not, I can't process that. And my brain is like, that's not the right way to do this. And inverted controls, for some people, it's just not the right way to do it. You know, your brain just doesn't work like that. No, and then that happens, and then you get completely lost. How has that face piece ended up there? Oh my god. Fuck off, game. Because it's just thinking about how you rotate a 2x2 square to get them where they need to be, but then I have to convert that into what the fucking game thinks the input should be, and it's absolutely fucking me tits. And then the way it's working is that fucking the top becomes the bottom. Like in 5 moves, I've managed to take those 2 squares that are supposed to be at the bottom. Oh no, they are supposed to be at the top. Sorry. Oh fucking hell! This is a fucking puzzle, dudes. But it's not a puzzle that's fun because of how the trick works. It's like the trick is that it's awkward to control. That's what it is. And a lot of the puzzles have been like that. A lot of the puzzles, it's been that it's just really awkward to move and to do what you want. So I really don't know who was in charge of deciding how the controls were supposed to work, but they're not good at video game controls. They're just not good at video game controls. That's not their skill set. Get them on something else. Because fuck. What goes up in that top corner? It's that piece, isn't it? I'm going to have to default to the algorithmic way of solving this in a minute, which is to get the 4 in the middle right, and then just keep rotating the outside until I can swap a piece in. It was a bind man with 7 fingers. Yeah. I find these kind of puzzles quite easy. Trick is that instead of the usual 16th piece, it's the 4th piece that isn't there. What I usually do is the top row. Yeah, so like the algorithmic way I would solve it is to get the middle right, fuck the outside, and get the middle, because the outside you can just keep doing this, right? And then you can get the piece where it needs to be, rotate it in to where it needs to be, and then start moving it around again. But I thought this would be quicker, but it hasn't been quicker at all. Because as you can see, I can get these top pieces into place. Oh, brain. Fucking hell, dudes. Like so. But they said the empty square needs to be over there. So I need to continue rotating these. Brain. See, the thing is, no matter how much I play this game, the controls have never made sense. The controls have never made sense. In testing, I was like, damn, using a DualShock is really weird. I thought I could just, get used to what buttons do what, but no. I had to buy a GameCube. But even with a GameCube controller, the controls in this one are just fucking batshit insane. And yeah, I can see why there is a patch to make this much more sort of normal in the way it works. No. Right, so top row is sorted. I just need to try and make sure that as I solve these bottom rows, I don't fuck up that. Fucking hell. Stupid control system. Stupid control system. Honestly, they should be taken out the back and shot for what they've done. They've sinned against nature. The control system is so fucked. Right, excuse me. Mm. Fucking hell. Excuse me. Block you from swapping pieces on the outside. This method requires the outer pieces to be correct sequence so they fall into place. Brains have controlled as much sense as this sentence. Here lies Crumb's brain melted by controller logic lack of. Yeah, pretty much. Remind me of the quest I got on my last stream. I had a lot of puzzles in this game. Welcome in, Dennis. It's good to see you. I hope you're well. But yeah, I'm trying to get into this kind of like process of like, you know, I'm fucking up the top row now. How have I fucked that up? Where's the piece that needs to go there? There is no piece that goes, okay. So, this face piece needs to be down here, and that needs to be there. Just need this piece to get involved. But yeah, this is emotional. I'm being literally destroyed by a fucking puzzle in a fucking child's game. It is fucking killing me right now. Oh, fuck, this ain't right either. That's what I was trying to do. Okay. Problem is that piece is there now, which we don't want. Oh, fuck this puzzle, dudes. Fuck this puzzle. No. Oh, my fucking lord. I'm going to have a fucking aneurysm in a second. This is a fucking... Oh, the edges of the fucking thing are doing my fucking skull in. Honestly, like, oh, fucking hell. This is actually fucking torturous. The way that this works is fucking torturous. Like, I've never been rendered so fucking useless at something I've been doing since I was fucking 9 years old. I did this puzzle in school, for fuck's sake. But the way you have to control this is so fucking cursed. And it's basically the same principle as like inverted aiming. Like, it doesn't matter how much you do it. It doesn't matter how much you do it. It's always going to feel jank and fucking weird, and you're always going to make mistakes that limit your ability to do it. Right, so that piece goes there, that piece goes there. They need to swap round in that order. No, not in that order. Oh, mate. Every single fucking idiosyncrasy about how this puzzle works is suddenly way more complicated. Because the way I have to think about how I move the pieces. New torture method, a torture of getting needed information, a puzzle from the Zelda game. It's just, yeah, like... The thing is, right, for clarity, at school, I was not doing well. And I know I can't do the puzzle, so it looks like I'm a fucking idiot. But they took me to see a specialist, and they had a bunch of these puzzles. They had a bunch of shapes. They said, make this shape, and I could do it. And they said, right, solve this mosaic puzzle, solved it. And they were like, right. And they said, basically, scholastic education is about memory and grammar and mathematics and stuff. And those are not what his brain is good at. But when it comes to creative tasks, his brain is far beyond what a normal human being should be. So he's very creative and very good at solving visual puzzles that have like visual, like you can like look at it and solve the puzzle. But when it comes to writing about things, he's never going to be good at it. I remember it didn't sit well with me, but yeah, it does make sense. I have dyslexia and short-term memory loss, so I'm very good at this kind of puzzle usually. But the fact that I have to think about that moves that piece, that moves that piece, yeah, that's throwing me so hard. It's like doing something left-handed. Like, I know I can do this, but yeah, telling me not to back. Yeah, please don't. I will figure out how I apply the logic I would solve this puzzle with usually when I would touch the block. And because the thing is, right, this puzzle is based on something in real life, and in real life you would touch the piece and move it, then you would touch the piece and move it, and then you would touch the piece, and that's how you would do it. But they've made a control system which is, right, which piece do you want to move, and then you use the joystick to govern which piece and how it moves at the same time. So they've fundamentally changed the way that you think about how you solve the puzzle, and that's throwing me so hard. Is I know what I want to do. I know that every 2x2 square is a rotation, and if you get them in the right order, you just rotate them until they're, and then and if you do it in the middle, then you do the outsides, or you do each corner. It doesn't matter. You're just rotating it, and it's like a Rubik's Cube. You can solve the top 2 layers really easily with like 2 algorithmic moves. It's just the last one that I struggle with. But yeah, the way this is structured and the way it's asking you to interact with it, just like everything else in this fucking game, is just stupid. It doesn't make any fucking sense. The way they fucking organized how controls work in this game, it's just bent as fuck. Because using the logic, I've just got this piece here, this piece, to Sarah, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. I've got this piece that I want all the way over here. So I can use that logic to shuffle pieces around, but yeah, it's fucked. Excuse me. But welcome in. Hi, Marshall Dave. Bring you down so badly, Velda. Welcome in. Oh, you were saying welcome raiders. Sorry, you were talking to the raiders, not one of the raiders. But yes, Sarah, welcome in. How's it going? How was the stream? Good afternoon, Mr. Breadcrumbs. Hello there. Welcome in. How was the stream? What were you playing today? Hope you had a good one. I'm losing my mind at this fucking puzzle in a child's game. Because I'm so fucking close to getting it. But I feel like the game is just not going to let it happen because, yeah. Because effectively, I should be able to shuffle this piece over without completely fucking destroying the order of this, but it just doesn't seem to work the way every other puzzle of this sort I've ever done in my life has ever worked. The pieces seem to sort of go out of sync, even though they should stay in sync, because all I'm doing is rotating them. How are they not? Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ. Worst controls in a video game ever, dude. Wind Waker, beautiful game, beautiful music. It's a Zelda game, so it's got loads of qualities, but controls, the control schemes as a whole in a video game, this has to be the worst game I've ever played. A control scheme. It is punishing how fucking backwards and stupid they approach every kind of interaction. It's so annoying. Dave rating as impeccable choice in streamers. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. We were on a Void training. A Void train? A Void train? What's a Void train? Anyway, Sarah, is it okay if we do a shout out for you with a clip, or would you prefer a non-clip shout out? I don't mind, whichever one you prefer. Welcome in, Raiders. I apologize. This is taking 150% of my focus to figure out why this doesn't work like every other sliding mosaic puzzle I've ever touched in my life. I don't know why, but I cannot make this work. And I have done not only a 4x4, well, a 5x5 and a 4x4, 5x5. I've done a 16x16 and I've done a 32x32. And I mean, that's not, I'm not trying to brag. The logic is the logic. You know, if you converted this into, 8x8, so it was 16, then yeah. But yeah, sorry, I can't fucking, my brain is so fucking fried by trying to think of what I want to do, right? Let's just put the controller down for a second, right? I know what I want to do. I know what I want to fucking do. What I want to do, give me my fucking mouse, right? Is I want to be able to say I want this piece to go here, and then this piece. If I could just click on a piece and do this, and then do this, I can solve this puzzle, because that's the way I've always solved this puzzle in real life, where this puzzle was designed. When you put it in a video game and you add this weird janky control system on top, suddenly I can't do what I need to do. I can't make the pieces move the way my brain is picturing them moving. It's created this weird translation layer that I just can't fucking overcome. And it's driving me nuts. Yeah. Oh, was it Dave? Sorry. Fucking, yeah, sorry. This puzzle is fucking horseshit. 0 out of 10. Absolutely no redeeming qualities whatsoever. 0 out of 10. This puzzle has completely fucking rattled my brain. I cannot think straight. Dave, I apologize. Sorry about that. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. I appreciate that. Sorry. It's, yeah, it says Dave raid. I don't know why I fucking thought it was Sarah. I'm so sorry, dude. So sorry. This long COVID is fucking my brain so bad. I can't think straight. It's so annoying. It's so incredibly frustrating. Ladies, welcome in again. Good to see you, dude. Lovely Dave rating is impeccable choice. Yes, Void Train again. So, Dave, what were you playing? Sorry, Void Train. Is Void Train a game? Hate puzzles in games. No, the thing is, I love puzzle games. I love puzzles. I love puzzles. I just don't like when I have to do a puzzle left-handed, right? I'm right-handed, and it's like asking me to do a puzzle left-handed that requires dexterity. Like, there's this translation layer that's completely, like, just untangling the logic that I'm working to. Because with this kind of puzzle, all you can do is affect the way that the pieces, let's start basic, right? But you can choose to move them. So for instance, if I wanted to rotate the outer squares, I can do that, right? And they should always stay in sync because I haven't shifted them in their arrangement, right? So these should line up when they come back, right? It takes fucking ages because I can only move one square at a time. But they are in sequence, and therefore they should, at the other end, line up. See? Now, that principle can be applied to the outer perimeter, a 2x2 4, or a 4x2 or a 4x2. So depending on how you want to rotate the pieces, you can draw a grid, like a box, and just rotate within that box, and you only manipulate that box. Everything else is left alone. But for some reason, when I apply that logic to this, using this control system, it just doesn't fucking compute. There's something different. And I don't know who the person who designed this puzzle was, but they obviously have a very different way of doing this puzzle, or they've never done one of these puzzles in real life, because you would never use this control system. You would allow me to move around, select a piece, and move it like I would do in real life, sliding a tile inside a game, right? Because that's where this comes from. This is a child's toy. But the way they've created a control system to interact with it, it doesn't make any fucking sense. It's driving me fucking nuts. And the fact that I have to end up with a square over here is, it's by the by, which is why I kind of want to get everything organized on the outside perimeter, but I tried to sort out the middle and I couldn't. It just wouldn't let me sort the middle out. So I thought maybe I'd just sort the outside out and then the inside would just be a rotation. But if I want to play puzzle games, I'll play them. Some games like a shooter, for example, that have puzzles. That's why I hate it for me. Oh, yeah, so puzzles in a game that doesn't really need them. Yeah. I mean, Zelda games have puzzles, so I was expecting puzzles. But yeah, so far, a lot of the dungeons haven't been puzzles. They're just combat experiences, which is, okay. But the puzzles that do exist are fucking well annoying. It's like, fuck's sake, dude. But yeah, apologies all. I'm usually not this bad. I apologize. So, from this, because the thing is, right now, I could fucking take a screenshot of this, cut these pieces out and move them within the logic of what I'm allowed to do and get it. I could, because I'd be moving physical pieces, I'd be moving things as if they were physical pieces, but they've broken that logic. I'm no longer moving physical pieces. I'm thinking of a bunch of arrow inputs. So, from this stage, this is all fine. So I kind of only really want to be manipulating this down here to get this in order. But to do so is fucking so eye-wateringly, annoyingly difficult for some reason. See, this face piece, I've done this multiple times now. This face piece is in sync here. So when I move it to, I really don't know what's going on, chat. Because apparently there's just no way that's going to fucking... Right, we've got an ad break coming up, and I think it's probably a good idea if I stand up and move around. So I'm going to pop you guys on the BRB screen. There'll be a 3-minute ad break. We have to play them, unfortunately. But yeah, sorry. I'm going to stand up, move around, see if standing up and doing a quick stretch fucking gets my heart rate going or something, because I've done... The thing is, like I say, this puzzle has existed for fucking centuries, right? There were tile puzzles like this. They found them. Archaeologists have found them, right? Ever since somebody made a picture on tiles and then stack the tiles back up, they've had to sort of slide. So this puzzle exists. But yeah, it's just the way that I have to interact with it is making it so much more difficult. But yes, give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back, and then we'll carry on. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Sorry about the clip player not working. It's just how it is these days, unfortunately. Never really know if the clip player is going to do it. Oh no! Please don't make me fuck this bit up. Oh, fuck that puzzle, dudes. Fuck that puzzle. No game audio. You should be able to hear it now. This is part of the game with me because we don't hear any game audio. Ah, so I get the puzzle. But the fucking audio muted. So I don't know what they did to the audio in OBS, but they fucking broke it, right? So the fucking patch notes, the release notes, right? They specifically talk about the audio deduplication. So fixed issue where deleting a scene does not remove the audio source from the audio mixer. Audio device lag. Audio deduplication logic when audio capture source is used for monitoring. Audio this. RTX audio. They have broken the audio settings in OBS. I don't know how or why, but now the audio from every audio source is in every scene. So no matter what scene I'm on, there will be the audio for that scene. And I mean, how can I demonstrate this? If I put this here, sorry, it's going to fucking break everything. But you guys should be able to now see what I see on my stream, right? If I go to just chatting, right, you'll see that my microphone and the audio capture is now grayed. Can you guys see that? I don't know if you guys what you guys can see on the stream. I think you should be seeing this. But yeah. So yeah, like I can see the audio meters are here, right? I can see them on sources that they're not part of. And somebody's done something to the way the audio works and they fucked it up. It's so annoying. Right, let me save that there. Yeah, save, cool. Updates always break shit no matter what it is. Windows, yeah, could be a parameter file is no longer accepted in OBS, invalid JSON format or something. The way they alter, add or remove parameters. Well, yeah, the thing is, right, so they've added this whole settings thing, right? They've added this whole, like, chunk in the settings. So, audio. So they've added this here, global audio devices, right? So your desktop audio, your mic audio, you know, you can have multiple microphones and two desktop audios. They're all disabled, right? There's no global audio anywhere, right? No global audio anywhere. But for some reason, every scene has every audio source, and that's not what I want. That's not what I actually want OBS to do, and it was fine before, and when I downgraded to a different version it still didn't work. So something about the way audio is handled has changed in an update, and now I don't think I can revert back to a previous version because I installed the previous version from before and it still shows, and I think you have to go back quite far to make it, and then obviously I'm on a really old version of OBS that might not work with Streamable, so I just but yeah, like I need to put together like a post onto to put on the forum on OBS to explain the problem. But the trouble is, there's so many fucking people on forums asking stupid, ignorant questions that have very clear answers, and then there's a bunch of really salty idiots that think they're really intelligent that respond but don't actually add any fucking information to the conversation. And it's so annoying. Because I was looking up how do you adjust per person the audio level of people's microphones, because one of my friends has a microphone that's quite quiet, the other one has a friend that's quite loud. I need to be able to individually adjust. I need to go to the party, click on them and adjust their volume. I can do it in Discord, and I can do it in other games, but I need to do it in Battlefield 6. And so many posts I went to were talking about something else, and I found a post and someone's like, I'm trying to find a way to adjust the audio per person in Battlefield. I thought, okay, this is the post. Clicked on it, and the first reply was, realistically, you should just turn it off. It's really annoying. I don't want somebody telling me what to do. It's like, well, that's not what the person is asking. That's not what the person is asking. Why are you responding to this thread? Like, if you don't want the audio on, and you can turn it off, there is a setting to turn off audio. You have an option that suits you. Why are you getting involved in this conversation? But they have to flash their mod badge. They have to flash their little fucking accolades badge because they've been on the forum for a very long time. They have to chime in with no fucking tangible benefit in their input whatsoever. It adds nothing towards the furtherment of the solution to this problem. There is no need for that comment to exist. But ain't that just the internet? I reckon if you went through and deleted all the shit that doesn't need to exist, you would have about fucking a third of the internet, and it would run 3 times as quick as a result. But no. Anyway. So that part had no audio. Yeah, well, this is the thing, is that what I have to do is what I have to do now is when I change scenes, I have to set it up so that when I change scenes, it mutes certain audio sources based on the scene. So when I go to the BRB screen, it mutes the GPU audio capture, which is coming out of the TV so I can hear it. So if I capture the GPU audio to the TV and I put something on the TV, it's always going to be captured, right? Perfect. Job done. Now I have to muck around creating a new source for every game in OBS. Make one source and then pipe the audio through that source. I want the audio to come out of the TV when I'm playing video games because that's where the audio is supposed, not the speakers over here. Solves a problem. But then they fucking, they've changed the way the audio works. So now on the BRB screen, the GPU audio capture is part of the BRB screen, but the GPU, the game capture, is not part of that scene. The microphone is not part of there is no microphone on the BRB screen. But all my audio sources are in every scene, everywhere. And trying to explain that to people and get a straight answer, they're like, my audio sources are in every scene. I only want them in certain scenes. They're like, just delete them from the scenes you don't want them. I'm fucking hell. Do you not think I've fucking tried that? It's like, if the audio source is not part of the scene, you shouldn't be able to hear it. But it does. That's the fucking problem. That is what I fucking just said. Why does everybody attack the fucking way you describe something rather than just saying, this is a problem someone's describing? We need to think of a solution. I can't think of a solution, but I need to sound intelligent. Let's attack the way they described it. It doesn't add anything. It's so infuriating. How whenever you tell somebody there's a problem, they're like, well, what do you mean there's a problem? Why? What about this? What about this? What about this? Motherfucker, there's a fucking problem. You arguing about whether the problem exists or not is not going to fucking fix the problem. There is a fucking problem. Because every single time for the last, 50 times I've had to tell someone there's a problem, there is fucking like 4 emails, 4 or 5 fucking phone calls of me telling somebody that something's a problem and then fucking swearing that it isn't. And then eventually someone's like, oh, I see. Okay, so yeah, that's because of this. Why did it take 4 fucking phone calls to get to that? Oh my God. I'm sorry. Sleep apnea has made me very stressed. Oh, excuse me. I don't know, dudes. I don't know what the polite way is to reach over and shake someone by the shoulders to wake them up. I don't know the polite way to do that, because that's the only thing that happens, right? Is that they refuse to accept the problem exists. The person that's got the problem gets more and more agitated and starts fucking swearing at this person, and then they realise, okay, this person's going to get verbally aggressive, and then they switch up. But I don't want to do that. I don't want to be verbally aggressive with people. I don't like it. I worked in pubs. I had to fucking tell people to pipe the fuck down. I had to fucking headbutt people and tell them to fucking stop breaking things. I don't like it. I don't like doing it. It doesn't make me feel nice. I don't like it. Right? I don't want to be that person. I want to be the person that's like, hi, I'm experiencing this problem. And they say, oh, have you tried this? Have you tried this? Yes, I've tried this. I've tried this. But what happens is this happens, but this happens as well. So that means that this must work, but it doesn't work in this way. So is there something that, and I have to fucking unpack the problem and explain it to them before they even fucking understand. It's just, There's nobody's an expert in anything anymore. We have no experts left. There are no experts left in the world. We made it popular to be an idiot who is rich, and that's all people do, is be an idiot until they get rich doing it. And we have got no experts in anything left. I swear to God. All of the experts that do exist, they don't want anything to do with the outside world. They stay at home, they do their research, they publish their work, and they fucking don't interact with the world. And you cannot get a straight answer out of anyone anymore, and it's so annoying. Anyway. The horrors, yeah, the horrors persist, yeah. We called a show both Twitch and YouTube chats on screen, by the way, if possible. So it is possible. It is possible. I apologise that you're not on the screen. I do have... Where are we? I do have... where did I put it? Because this is the chat box. And then I've got this one as well, where you're on the screen as well. I need to change the text to make it a little bit clearer. But I don't know if I'm allowed to have both YouTube and Twitch on the screen at the same time. You guys are definitely not allowed to be in the same chat room because YouTube moderation and Twitch moderation doesn't always align, and therefore you can't moderate because one comment would be okay in Twitch but not on YouTube, or vice versa. So you can't have both of you seeing each other in the same chat. But I can put you both on the screen, I think. But then I heard that Twitch said, no, you're not allowed to do that because they could not be reading one of the chats. They could be reading the stream, and that would be the same thing. But somebody else who streams, I spoke to one of their mods and said, by the way, I think they banned having Twitch and YouTube on Twitch and YouTube chat on the screen at the same time. And they said, I think they rolled it back. And I was like, okay. That makes it, yeah. So I'm not 100% sure what the rules are. So for the safety of it, because my YouTube chat is usually fairly quiet. But the trouble is, I'll do the experiment. Can you have Twitch and YouTube chat at the same time? Right, 5 videos of people parroting something they've read that's just written there. How to combine, and there'll be dozens and dozens and dozens of fucking dozens and dozens and dozens of like videos just basically showing you how to follow the settings. You follow the readme and that's it. Kill, welcome in. Is it Dolphin? Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone. But yes, it is. But yeah, so this is what you have to do. You have to scroll past this stuff. I stream on YouTube and Twitch. Is there a free way to connect both of the chats? This was 7 months ago. Stream on its OBS plugin. But somebody in here will be saying that you're not allowed to have it on the script. But yeah, I don't. The thing is, Twitch is very ambiguous with how things work, and then everybody speculates like crazy because there's room to make content around unclear, ambiguous statements. So the internet gets flooded with misinformation and speculation, and it becomes impossible to find the actual truth. But yes, and obviously Twitch is, I mean, if I was to say, multi-stream Twitch, simulcast, so they call it simulcasting. What do we do? 3D Poly, welcome in. Twitch can't control your layout for OBS. No. They can't control the layout for OBS. They could control their platform working, for a start. Can I use a third-party chat tools to combine the activity from other platforms and services as chat as I'm using them on the personal usage? Yes, you are free to use tools for your personal use. The prohibition of third-party tools only applies to content presented to viewers either on or off Twitch. So that right there is what I'm talking about. Is they say, yes, you are free to use tools that are for your personal use. The prohibition on third-party tools only applies to content presented to viewers either on or off Twitch. So, yeah. How do we decipher that? How do we pick that apart? No, it wasn't. But yeah. So yeah, they say that you're allowed. Like the thing is, so what I've taken that to be is that I'm allowed to have a chat like this, right? Where I have both YouTube and I have YouTube comments, but I also have Twitch comments, right? Or Twitch chat. So you guys are combined in my chat for me, so I can read everybody. But I'm not 100% sure if we are allowed to have combined chat on the screen. Mouse, come on. I'm not sure if we're allowed to have combined chat on the screen because, as I mentioned earlier, the very first rule, well, one of the first rules with simulcasting or simulstream, whatever you want to call it, streaming to two platforms at once, was that the two chats could be moderated and regulated differently, so therefore they could never be in the same chat. So you couldn't create a stream and say, rather than using your Twitch chat or your YouTube chat, here's a third-party website that combines both chats so you guys can all see each other, because that creates a situation where you have two terms of service and moderation rules and regulations that can't be, regulated, because that service is now providing the chat somewhere else off of the site where they can't scan for nasty words and stuff. Different moderators, and obviously for bigger streamers that might have 5,000 people in the Twitch chat and 5,000 people in a YouTube chat, it could get very fucking hairy very quickly, right? So, yeah. The first thing that everyone said was somebody got banned. Their stream got taken down because they had both the YouTube and the Twitch chat on the screen at the same time. I don't think YouTube really cares. I think YouTube is fairly robust, but I think Twitch is obviously a little bit sort of nervous about simulcasting and everything, because obviously it's the first time they've allowed you to stream to both platforms at the same time. So they're treading carefully, which makes sense. I'm not going to hold that against them. What I am going to hold against them is how ambiguous everything always is with Twitch. They're so unclear about everything, even though they probably have one of the most diverse platforms for content creation on the internet. Think about how many different kinds of live stream there are and how many different kinds of creator there are. And yes, that poses challenges, that they need to create a TOS that can be applied across a multitude of content types. Completely understand how that's difficult, completely get it. But that means you kind of have to be really fucking bulletproof with your delivery of information. You have to be very crystal clear with what works and what doesn't work and how things are allowed and aren't allowed. And you just have to say, look, this is how it works. But at the same time, with viewership, they refuse to accept that people have reverse engineered how viewership works, and that's why people can view bot. But they say that if they told everyone how viewership works, people would use it to exploit it and view bot, but they already do that. So yeah, it's a very frustrating company. It's a very frustrating organization to interact with. They're very, very ambiguous and unclear about things, and then wonder why so many people speculate about things. And they say, "Oh, I see people talking about things on social media, and I wish I could dive in and correct them, but I just can't." It's like, well, people wouldn't speculate so much if you were just fucking clear about things. Public communication and public relations, right, and communications, right. It's an entire department in most companies where they figure out how to take the business jargon of what actually happens and convert that into something usually that's a bit nicer, so that people understand how things work. That way they understand the structure of the company, what it does, how it works, how it operates, what it can do, what it can't do, and you just get a lot less speculation, right? Some things are always going to be a secret, but some things don't need to be a secret. Like, Twitch should have put out a statement. As soon as they see speculation about something, they should put out a statement that says, these are the rules. You can do this, but you can't do this. This is why you can't do this. This is why you can't do that. But they refuse to do it. They refuse to straighten things out. And that's why you've got an ocean of people that don't even really stream. They just talk about streaming, because the ambiguity that the fucking platform demonstrates creates so much empty space around every statement to talk about it and to fucking lie and speculate about it. And it creates so much of a narrative around content creation in the streaming world that just, it's all speculation. And people like Twitch will say something and some people just take it as gospel. Like, they just believe it. And I'm sorry, like, that's not how big companies work. If they told you the truth all the time, they'd go bankrupt. It's not how corporate capitalistic businesses work. It's money. But yeah. Could be a parameter file is no longer accepted in OBS. Oh, sorry, I scrolled up, didn't I? Excuse me. Read that one. I was able to downgrade. I was about to say. I don't want to know the horror ass comments. The response is Google, mate. You should Google this. What's the point of a forum then? Yeah. Run 3 times faster because you remove the ads. Yeah, exactly. You can slap someone over the internet. The world would be a better place. Alternative workers could zap rude customers with a cattle prod. Yeah. Put a little fucking taser. There's 2 taser prongs on the phone. I think people both would make sense. Twitch can't control the layout for OBS now, which having YouTube and Twitch is fine. Also, they're not allowed to govern what you do. But the thing is, I'm streaming to Twitch, so they are allowed to govern what I stream to them. I mean, I can do whatever I want. I can put whatever I want. But if I put something on the screen, like somebody I briefly watched for a little while because I found I didn't really like watching them. I didn't really like them as a person. They had a bunch of like goofy meme shit all over their screen, and one of them was, you know, a woman's chest, and it got them banned. You know, they banned their account for like 3 weeks because they had, you know, it was clothed, you know, it had like a tank top on, but they were obviously quite large, and yeah, you know, and it had like, you know, something written above it, but nothing. It wasn't overly sexualized. It was just a woman in a tank top, right? But that got them banned, you know. So yeah. Twitch can barely control Twitch. It feels, yeah, pretty much. Just can't show them. You can't show the messages. Yeah, that's what I mean. So sorry, before you got here, Polly, I'll just show you what we were talking about. Is I have a chat that is both the YouTube and also the Twitch. So it's both streams in one place, so that when I'm talking to people know who I'm talking to. Because unfortunately, at the moment, a lot of streamers that will be talking and they'll talk to somebody on YouTube, and everyone's like, "What? I didn't see that comment," or that chat, because it's a YouTube chat. I'm allowed to have them combined, but having them combined on the screen is, I think, a problem. But like I say, there's ambiguity around what is and isn't allowed, and that then means that everybody speculates, starts talking about things as if they know when they don't. And yeah, so for me, it's just like, until we know more, until like there's a Twitch event and somebody at a Twitch event has YouTube and Twitch chat on their screen, and it's like, okay, if that's on the official Twitch channel, or there's an event somewhere and someone's doing, if Twitch has got that, and I say, well, you know, that was there, we can then tweet them and say, okay, that's, you know, you've allowed them to do that at one of your events. One of the people you've put on the Twitch page has done that. Does that mean that we're allowed to do that? And that pins them down. They have to give you an answer yes or no. And if they give you an answer yes or no, we can just screenshot that and then we know. But that's what you have to do, is you have to wait for Twitch to demonstrate something with one of their creators that they want to push to people. And then you say, okay, well, they allow it on their stream, so cool, you know, like that's the standard they've set. And at that point, you have footing to argue. Because unfortunately, you know, people do get banned for no fucking reason, you know. They do get banned for things that aren't a problem, you know. People that do things way worse never get banned, and then one person who happens to be a smaller creator does something and they get banned. And then they argue it, and it takes months and months and months and months, and sometimes they just lose the channel, and it's like, fuck, that's terrible. But like I say, the inconsistency, the ambiguity and the inconsistency with their statements and how they moderate things, it creates all of this speculation. And I appreciate Twitch is a very difficult platform to moderate because there's so many different kinds of creator making so many different kinds of content. Difficult to moderate that kind of variety of things. It's not just a niche kind of content, it's everything, right? It's real life, it's, you know, video games, it's just chatting, it's crafting, it's all kinds of stuff, right? And there's all kinds of considerations that are, you know, that arise with that kind of variety, that breadth of variety, right? So yeah, it's a difficult thing to moderate. And I think that in the future, Twitch will have to it will just have to come down and say there are per category TOS. You know, you have to learn the TOS for the category, and it's on you as the creator. If you're going to stream in a category, there are specific TOS rules created to moderate that kind of content. Because yeah, when you think about everything to do with me sitting here talking about a video game, I should be playing it, and I will get back to it in a minute, I promise. When you talk about like someone sitting in front of a screen playing a video game, as long as the video game is okayed and has an age rating that's okay, that's been verified, and as long as the person watches what they say and they know they're not allowed to say certain things, you've kind of covered most of it. But as soon as somebody takes a webcam and starts going out into the public, and then there's different rules about what you can and can't do in public in different parts of the world, and there are parts of the world where it's legal to smoke weed. So a friend of mine can fucking hit a bong or just smoke a fatty while they're playing a video game, because where they are, it's legal. Broadcasting it, but what they're doing is legal. It's not illegal in their country where they are broadcasting from, right? So they're allowed to do it. It's still a little bit kind of frowned upon. It's still a little bit like, oh, I don't know, yeah, you're going to limit your audience a little bit and blah, blah, blah. but they're allowed to do it. You know, they're not allowed, you know, you can't say that, you know, you can't grass on them, because the police are going to say, well, it's legal for them to do that in their own home under a certain amount. They're allowed to have a certain amount and consume a certain amount in their own home. You can't do it in public, but they can do it in their own home. And if they're doing something in their own home where they stream from, but then if they went to do an IRL stream where they were in public and they were smoking a fat one, yeah, that's illegal, right? And then you've got kids fucking live streaming while they're driving down the road and getting into a car accident. It's like, that shouldn't be allowed. You shouldn't be able to fucking drive a car whilst you're live streaming. It's distracting. It's as distracting as texting, 100%, because it's like texting to, you know, multiple people at the same time. Plus, you've got a video feed of what you look like distracting you. I'm sorry, I don't think driving around with a live. I mean, you can live if you're in the passenger seat. You can live stream because you're the passenger, right? And the person that's driving is driving. I don't have a problem. But people driving around and talking to chat while they're driving around, it's like, well, that's a distraction. Surely that's illegal. You know, have I forgot to turn the chat back on? I have, haven't I? Excuse me. I turned off that one. There we go. Okay. Excuse me. Right, let's play the video game. And yeah, Twitch as TOS is really strict if you use multiple streaming. Yeah, exactly, yeah. You can play the game now where watch you play a game, it's not quite about everything unsubbed. I don't see anyone sharing YouTube chat on screen, even big streamers. I smoke cannabis, it's legal. I still turn off my... Yeah, exactly, yeah. The thing is, you don't need to do it on cam, right? You don't have to do it on cam. Why is oh, there's a fucking... I was like, why does Link keep going like that? But no, he's looking up at something. Where are we going to swing to, though? Ah. Okay. Oh, okay. But I have seen I did see a handful of larger streamers that have like a large following on both platforms. They did have the stream chat and YouTube and Twitch chat combined. But I think a handful of them have stopped doing it, and I heard somebody said, oh, by the way, you've got your Twitch and YouTube chat combined. I was like, yeah. And I was like, somebody got banned for that the other day. And I was like, okay. But then again, the thing is, they didn't specify, once again, they didn't specify the person got banned because both chats were combined or because somebody said something in a chat, you know, and because it was, you know, so like I say, there's, you know, does this just double back to where you get to the situation where, yeah, somebody got banned, but they got banned for something that they would have got banned for if they had just one chat on the screen, you know? Or the streamer got banned because they were egging on their chat to say something which Twitch doesn't allow but YouTube does, so they could then be facetious and argue about it and say, well, you know, it's allowed because YouTube, you know? And Twitch was like, well, no, fuck you, I'm sorry. You're banned because that's not the right attitude, which makes sense, yeah. Because don't get me wrong, sometimes people say, oh, this person got banned for nothing, and then in 6 months' time, you find out actually, yeah, they were really racist, you know, or they were really misogynistic towards, you know, a female creator, you know, or they said something kind of, you know, they said something kind of fucking terrible. That's definitely against TOS. So they weren't banned for nothing. They were banned for doing something which implies something that you're not allowed to do, and they weren't careful with their words or whatever. So yeah, there's levels to it, I suppose. Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck off. Heard someone was making a myth on Twitch and it was allowed, and it was most likely shown that's why they were banned. Making meth. I was like, making myth, like a Mythbusters, but making meth. I don't want to bonk a rat. I know it's a bit excessive, but I kind of want to bonk a rat. Oh, even the way ladders works is annoying. Fuck off. Yeah, I was like, what the fuck was that? Yeah, I was just sorry, I was gonna make sure I hadn't missed a message there. But yeah, like some people do really, they do stupid things on stream, and you know, it's very funny and very popular and it gets them lots of viewership, but yeah, obviously not allowed. And the difficult thing is when like you're a creator that's, you know, traditionally just followed the rules and just tried to be creative and, you know, within the bounds of what's allowed, and spend a lot of time thinking about what you can do, and then considering whether it's, you know, is that within TOS? How am I going to do this in a way that doesn't, you know, breach, you know, the rules or whatever? And then you see somebody doing something that you thought of that would be really cool, but it's against TOS, and you think, well, they'll get banned. But they don't, and you're like, okay, that's against TOS, right? Then you see somebody doing something that's not against TOS, right? Not against TOS at all, but somebody reports it, and a bunch of people that are bitter and salty mass report it because they tell their Discord, this person, fuck them, you know, let's mass report them for something. And the platform's just like, well, yeah, they must have done something wrong because enough people said something, so let's just fucking ban them. And it's like, dude, that's... And this is the thing with, yeah, people I know that have done TikTok streaming. They said that, yeah, like, you know, somebody will come in, they'll bark an order at you, and you're like, don't speak to me like that. I'm not a fucking performing monkey. You know, this is a live stream. It's a conversation, you know? And they don't like that. Them and then like 4 or 5 people will all report your stream for something, and then the stream will just get cut. They won't send anybody in to check or to watch the video from when it was reported or whatever. They just kill the stream. And people work that out. So now they maliciously mass report streams just to get them taken down. And I have no doubt that there are people that see somebody streaming and think, damn, that stream looks better than mine. Let's mass report them to get rid of them, you know? Because they don't want people that have streaming experience to be TikTok streamers. They don't want people that have got experience streaming on Twitch and maintaining a live stream, making it more difficult for them. Because yeah, if they had to up their standards because a bunch of Twitch streamers decided to start streaming on TikTok and brought over all their experience and their attention to detail, that makes their life more difficult. They want TikTok streaming to just be them with their phone in their hand, just talking, right? And people give them money. And that's where that NPC shit came from. People were just fucking basically doing something like a little robot. Every time somebody gifted a rose or whatever, they would fucking say or do something like a vocal stim. And like it was massively popular for some reason. But yeah, when somebody like, because I was like, you know what, I'm going to make a proper vertical layout. I'm going to put like, you know, notifications and all sorts of other information. I'm going to rearrange my stream so that it fits in vertical format. And the vertical plugin absolutely murdered my CPU and GPU for some reason. Like it just fucking, it maxed out a bunch of the resource. And I was like, well, that's going to fucking ruin the game, right? So I can't really compromise the game for both streams just to stream on TikTok. And then someone was like, yeah, there's no point making any effort, mate. Like literally, no offense to you, but like the kids on TikTok, they mass report streams and get them taken down for nothing all the time. So like you just put a bunch of effort into creating a fucking live stream and it will get fucking taken down for nothing. And I was like, oh, okay, I won't bother then. shit. Okay, they do disappear. They take ages to disappear after you kill them. That's fucking weird. Afraid to play Agony on stream. Never mind make drugs. Plus only stick to my cannabis. Heavy drug ain't my thing. Never have, never will. Yeah, like, this is the thing. Is that people regulate platforms as if marijuana use is any different than just having a few drinks. And, like, if somebody was to crack open a beer while they were playing a video game, nobody would think twice. And that's what I would have done, right? But yeah, I've got several friends that, you know, they want to roll one up, right? Where they are, it's legal, so they want to roll one up, right? And they want to have, you know, one on the go while they're playing. And arguably, they get a lot less stress than I do. But yeah, it's no different, you know? This is the thing, is that I think a lot of people are working towards outdated logic where they regulate a Twitch chat. They regulate a Twitch channel like a TV channel, right? And a TV channel, which is watched by boomers, they think weed is the fucking devil because that's what the government spent money to make people think. When I've met dozens of people that alcohol has turned them into like the worst kind of person. It turned me into a bad person. Well, it wasn't good for me, you know? But alcohol can completely destroy people's lives, you know? But I've met so many stoners. They might not be the most productive people, but you know what? They're also not the most hateful. They're also not the most, you know, manipulative or, you know, exploitive. You know, they go to work, they go home, they stick a film on or they stick a video game on and they fucking roll one up and that's it. They stay indoors, they don't bother anybody, you know, they're just chilling, you know? So I struggle, I've always struggled with the way that platforms regulate marijuana use with harder drugs. They group it together and it's not the same, it's different. Us friendly focus. Yeah, well, yeah, this is the thing. I've met so many pleasant, friendly, laid-back stoners, and their laid-back attitude allows them to see everything much more, you know, objectively. They're just sort of like, yeah, that's what it is. You know, it is what it is. Oh, dudes, there's another one. There's a fucking another one. Right, so the person is on the bottom left. So I'll try this briefly. Why are they always backwards? Okay. So there are obviously. So obviously there are. Let's have a look. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 6. So there are 16 of those. And I imagine we get something for doing all of them, but we're not that pushed. So we can come back and do them another time. So we've got the Triforce chart, which is what we needed. But yeah, smoke sativa, which makes us more active and keeps my brain thinking. And yes, so I obviously in the UK, almost everything is indica, right? But I tried sativa for the first time in Amsterdam, and I was like, this is actually kind of nice, right? I'm really, really, really like up for doing something. I want to go and do something, but I don't really care if we do or don't. I don't really care what that is. I just want to go and do something, but I'm not worried about booking, or I just want to go and do something. I don't mind. I want something for my brain to do, but it doesn't need to be anything specific. So I had motivation, but not any kind of not any anxiety about it, which is weird because I would have thought marijuana would have made me anxious, right? It's one of the main side effects that my friends tell me about is, oh man, like I haven't smoked in blah, blah, blah weeks. Oh, are you giving up? They're like, nah, I just need to take a break every now and again, because if I smoke constantly, I slowly build up to a level where I'm just like paranoid as fuck all the time, just constantly anxious all the time. And it makes me just view the world differently. And I'm like, wow, that's fucking crazy. Like, so I have to take a break every now and again. Otherwise, the anxiety gets too bad. Like, damn. Okay. Right. So we have a chart that we need to take to Tingle. Tingle is just up there. This way. And like I mentioned, like one thing that you come to appreciate as you get older is that human beings react to their environment a lot more than many people want to admit. And that, if you made food cheap and easy to get hold of, people wouldn't steal food, if you made jobs and houses and earning a living, tenable, people would do it, A lot of the problems you see, not just with Twitch and how it's run, but with society as a whole, is if you make something too unreliable or too awkward or too complicated or too difficult to achieve, people will find a way to get around that difficulty, right? And yes, sometimes things need to be difficult for a reason, but I think there's an awful lot of difficulty and friction and ambiguity in the world. And I think that capitalism and the way that it basically is designed to extract money from the working class, I think that ambiguity and that complexity, like coupled together, like things are very complicated, but people are very vague about explaining that, is where the bandwidth for people's exploitation comes in, because you've got a bunch of people who are trying to achieve something that's been made really fucking unnecessarily complicated. And because it's so complicated, it takes a lot of time and money and effort. And that time and money and effort is where some people make a living. And this is the thing, is that the UK, as a services, we pivoted towards a services-based economy a while back because our industrial sector never quite recovered from Margaret Thatcher. And we've now got ourselves into a situation where if you don't make something complicated enough, you can't then regulate it. And when you can't regulate it, you can't charge people for, the authorization to do something. So everything is so unbelievably complicated because it creates a job for some melt with a clipboard to say, oh, you can't do this and you can't do that and you can't do this and you can't do that because of blah. And as I mentioned before, I wouldn't mind the complexity. I wouldn't mind the complications and the complexity and the expense if everything worked smoothly. If everything, was, bulletproof and worked perfectly because we regulate the fuck out of it and make sure it happens properly, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind how expensive and complicated everything was if it meant that it worked, but nothing fucking works. Nothing works. Like everything falls over, like on an 8-month cycle. Everything in this country falls over. The trains, the buses, the postal service, the electricity, the water, everything, the roads, everything is on a cycle. Sometimes it's 5 months, sometimes it's 4 years, sometimes it's 9 years. Everything falls over and goes fucking belly up at least once every certain amount of time. And we regulate, and the thing is, the end user, me, the public, the working class Joe who fucking goes to, you know, do something, I have to do so much paperwork, and I have to apply and fill out forms and fucking tick boxes and provide paperwork and confirmation and get somebody else to sign something and go to a certain place at a certain time, only to be told that because of a problem they can't actually see me that day, but they weren't able to contact me in time because of the problem with the system, so I've just wasted a fucking journey. But I've already driven and used the petrol and paid for the parking for the day, and it's non-refundable. And they wonder why everybody's literally at each other's throats every fucking minute of the day. Everybody is so worn out with how fucking bad everything is. Anyway, I'm going to try and lighten up a little bit, I'm sorry. But yeah, oh no. Excuse me. Okay, that's not too bad. But yeah, I just so tired of every single thing. I have to fill in a form. I have to prove my identity. I have to give them fucking proof of my address, so they get my address. I have to give them an email address because of the environment. We don't send out paper documents, so you know. So you want proof of my address because you don't send out paper documents, but you also want my email. And then what happens? I get a bunch of fucking junk mail in the post. Honestly, dudes. Honestly. Because, yeah, do you know what? For I don't know how long now, right? I've been trying to tell people, don't send me a fucking monthly statement as a letter with my name and my address and my bank details on it. Don't send that. I don't want my bank details recorded with my address, my postcode, sometimes my fucking email address on the letter saying this is your statement for this month. But I know what it is. I've been paying it for years. I know what it is. Send me an email. But even then, I don't want my bank account details being put into communications that don't need to exist. You know, I'm perfectly happy with, although it's not the best way of doing things, having a portal where I can log into a website and look at my details, and that's where they're secured, right? If I have an app or a website that I log into so I can check my affairs, cool. Online banking does it that way, right? But I still get letters, and I had to buy a paper shredder. I had to buy a paper shredder so I can destroy all of these documents that I get sent that have my bank details and my name and address on, because if someone's got my bank details and my name and address, that's enough to do all kinds of things. You know, if they call up and say, this is who I am, oh shit, this is who I am, blah, 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 okay, could you confirm your postcode and your first line of address? Yep. Phone number? Yep. Well, how about the bank account number and sort code that I use to pay my bill? Yeah, sure. And if it works, that's it. The person on the phone doesn't know who the fuck they're speaking to. So yeah. Right, so where is that? There it is. Gale Island. Just behind Gale Island, okay. And that is... there. Cool. Right, chat, apologies. We do have an ad break coming up. I apologise that I spent a lot of that time complaining about ambiguity and vagueness in communications. But yes, I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. But please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. We also have anonymous follows on the BRB screen. So if you're lurking and want to follow in secret once we're over there, please feel free. There's no alerts for follows on the BRB screen. Unfortunately, there's no clip player either. It's really annoying. Like that's like the second time that the clip player has worked on a day that I'm not streaming, and then it doesn't work when I am streaming. It's so annoying. But yes, I am in my mind trying to figure out if I was to download because this is what I want to avoid. I don't want to have to download every clip I make, because I make a lot of clips. What I want is something that plugs into the Twitch API that then gets the link to a clip, makes that the browser source of the clip player, it plays, and then at the end of the clip it changes to something else. But I need to figure out, get the clip URL and get the length of the clip and use that value to set a timer. So when the clip plays, the timer can then wait and then choose a new clip and then go back to the top. And it just can, you can just do that over and over and over and over again. So it's a fairly simple flowchart of a process. But I need to dive into StreamerBot and see if that's possible, because I don't know whether when you get a clip URL, it also populates a time for that clip, because the time will be not the URL, it will be part of the metadata for the clip, which is, yeah, I'm not sure what the API endpoint is for that. Anyway, I'll pop you guys on the BRB screen. I'll be right back, and then we'll do some more dungeons. Hopefully we'll find some more puzzles that aren't really stressful, but yes, I'll be back in a moment. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Excuse me. Smokes a TV, which makes you more active, keeps your brain thinking, and it can make you sleep. But it does depend on the person. I don't smoke to get high. I smoke for a medication, but I buy pure THC if I want to do that. But that's a treat. Yes, because obviously, you know, we've sort of narrowed it down to the tetrahydrochloride. Is it tetrahydrochloride? We've narrowed it down to like the crystalline form of it on the outside is what people are actually smoking, right? I think it's called tetrahydrochloride or tetrahydrochloride or something. And yeah, like you can get just THC, right? I don't know if you can get it as a supplement, but I know that some people that have motor neuron deficiencies or issues, like maybe cerebral palsy is one of them, I'm not too sure. But they struggle with seizures and motor function and everything. But they take like THC in liquid form, and their seizures literally just disappear. Like they just stop shaking. And it's like, this is fucking a medical miracle, you know. And this person's like in their 70s, right? And they've had cerebral palsy most of their life, right? And yeah, they're like shaking. They can't sit still, and they can't like hold a spoon to feed themselves. But yeah. They get help to have a spoonful of like, you know, THC, and it says like 17 minutes later, and they're just sat there normal, just talking normally. And it's like, are you kidding me? Like, look at this, you know, like that's it. That's the answer. Once again, nature has provided us with the thing we need, without all the medical science, you know. Don't get me wrong, medical science is amazing, but pharmaceuticals is fucking scary, you know. Like they actively want people to be sick, and I have no doubt in my mind that a bunch of medicine that's prescribed to different people all over the world for different conditions has side effects that could be avoided, but they want to sell you a pill for the side effect as well, you know? And that's why you end up with people where they take one thing because of this, one thing because of this, and one thing because of this, and one thing because of this. And you think, okay, but you only get that because of that. Like, yeah, but if I don't take that, I get this. And they get you in this trap where you're taking like 5 or 6 medications. Just because of one medication solving one problem, you end up with 5 medications, right? And sometimes they only mitigate the symptoms. They don't even get rid of the symptoms. So yes, if you take this, you know, medicine, it's going to help you with the congestion in your nose, but you might also develop depression, or you might also develop, you know, a low libido, or you might develop an extra appetite, or your metabolism might slow down, or you might not sleep very well. And they give you this stuff. And they say, right, how are you getting on with it? Well, because of this, I'm not sleeping very well. Okay, we'll give you a drug for that. And we'll give you a drug for that. And we'll give you a drug for that. And then we'll give you a drug for that. And then you end up on this fucking laundry list of medications. And it's terrifying because if you get brought into hospital, you know, unconscious, and they're trying to figure out what's wrong with you, and your blood is full of all these various different chemicals that are cancelling each other out, I'm not even sure if they can do the blood work properly, because they'll be like, why is this person unwell? Well, they're taking about 15 different, well, that's about 5 or 6 different medications for about 15 different kinds of symptom. So we could start with that. And yeah, a handful of people have like said, you know what, I'm going to move away from this. One way or the other, I'm going to get off of all of this stuff. And they find that there's a natural solution for a bunch of the stuff that they're experiencing. Oh shit. Did I just get mugged off? Because... Are we not right there? Yeah, oh, it's behind us, okay. I'll put it away. Off! Why did it take 3? And like I said, I'm waiting for this medication to try and uncongest my nose and stop all of the phlegm and snot that I've got, so that I can breathe properly. And I'm really praying after what, 3, maybe 4 years now of just feeling gross all the time, that I'll be able to sleep properly, and that will fix a whole bunch of issues. Yeah, we're getting there. We only need 2 or 3 pieces more. And then once we've got all of those, it'll be time to do Ganon. And then we need to make a decision, chat. I need to ask you guys. Do we want to do another Zelda game immediately? Or do we want to play Mario Sunshine? Because I'd like to play both, because I never got a chance to do a full playthrough. I've never even seen anything about Twilight Princess. But Mario Sunshine, my friend completed a lot of it when I wasn't around. So there's massive chunks of it I've never played. Because I like the idea of keeping this retro filter to play a few more games, because I have had a few people criticize it, but I've also had a bunch of people say that they like the way it looks. So, you know, and I think it's just nice to do something a bit different, you know, like when you're playing an old game, I think there is a limit to how much you can push the visuals before you start to lose sight of what it's supposed to be. And yeah, I feel like the sort of the retro CRT filter, it worked really well for Silent Hill 2. A bunch of people enjoyed that. And I think, what else could we do with this filter? And for me, the GameCube is an underplayed platform. I had one, and I played Resident Evil 4 because my friend was like, "You have to play Resident Evil 4; it's so good," and they were right. But yeah, unfortunately, around that time, I started to do other things, and I wasn't at home as much, so I didn't play as many games on the GameCube. And it wasn't my GameCube, so I didn't really buy any games for it. Resident Evil 0, Resident Evil 1 Remake, and 4, my friend was like, "Dude, you have to play these. They're like, you know, like this is like Resident Evil 1, the remake is so good. Resident Evil 4 is so good. And Resident Evil 0 is really interesting as well." Paw Print Isle. Done. Yeah, I suppose I should check my charts and see that we've... Okay, so we've got some treasure there. Treasure there. That's Tingle's chart. Incredible chart. So, okay, so there's one... Okay, so there's a Triforce piece to our left, actually. So yeah, we should be going left. Sorry, right, which is east. Sorry. Yeah. We want to go to the top left square, which is Overlook Island. Okay. Ah, Overlook. Is that the island that's like... Yeah, I don't know if we can get... Because I have the build of the tool that I use to play Twilight Princess, and I might tweak it visually a little bit, but I do also have Mario Sunshine, and I think Mario Sunshine I need to spend tomorrow before I play golf, or maybe this evening before I go to bed. Get Mario Sunshine running again, because I've got it running, but you know, I also need to oh shit, no, all the buttons are wrong. But I want to, with Mario Sunshine, I want to check for texture packs, and I want to check all the various different graphical settings that can sometimes make a difference. Because I spent a bunch of time getting this to look as nice as I can. But I'd like to do the same with the others as well. Miyazaki, welcome in. Hope you all slept right. Yes, well, I slept. Mine was a little choppier than normal. I'm sorry to hear about that, dude. Unknown, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, dude. Welcome on in. No, I did get a warning about my sleep. What's saying here? So yeah, as you can see, it was a bit of a bumpy night, to be honest. So the red ones at the top are awake. I don't know if you can see. The red bits are awake. The turquoise teal bits are just about asleep. The light blue is like asleep, but not deep sleep. And the dark blue you can kind of see is deep sleep. So I did get some deep sleep, but it wasn't great. I was a little boy when I played this game. Yeah, well, this is it. My friend had it, and they said they enjoyed it, but I never did a full playthrough myself. I just played bits of it on their GameCube, so I never did a full playthrough myself. So I thought I'd rectify that. And obviously, this is how I looked at it. It was on a TV. It was a 4x3 TV, but I don't want to waste, because it's a 16:9 stream, so I don't want to have a bunch of empty space. But for the future, I mean, if we play a lot of retro games, I'd like to make an overlay which looks like a TV that's 4x3 and make this a 4x3 CRT sort of filter, and then have space for the chat to be next to it, so you guys don't overlap with the screen. I also thought about making the chat pixelated text and putting it on the screen as well. Well, that might be kind of fun, but what I might do is I might do that for Mario Sunshine. And see how that looks. Make the chat a bit bigger and make it like pixelated text, so it lines with sort of, yeah. But I suppose what I should do is I should look up what the text in Mario Sunshine looks like and see if I can get a font that looks the same. That would be interesting. But yes, my sleep has been very choppy because of long COVID causing sleep apnea. So my sleep has been choppy as fuck for 2.5, 3 years now. And yeah, it's so fucked. Like, it's crazy how hungover and fucked I feel all the time. And I try so hard to get to bed at a reasonable time, but the stupid thing is, because I go to bed and I don't fall asleep, I'm not ready to sleep at night anymore. I've kind of sunk into this kind of, I don't want to say narcolepsy, because I don't think it's full-blown narcolepsy. I am obviously sleeping for short bursts, but that's still not enough. Narcolepsy, I wouldn't be sleeping at all. But I think because I keep waking up in the middle of the night because of sleep apnea, I'm not really sort of in a routine of like, right, when it gets dark, I go to sleep, because I don't. I go to bed and I sleep and I wake up and I sleep and I wake up and I sleep. And it's not really, so I'm kind of half asleep during the day, but I'm not sleeping at night, which is, yeah, not a good situation really. But the ear, nose and throat doctor did all the camera down my nose, and they said, yeah, you're really congested and you've got a lot of, gunk in there. So we can prescribe something for that. And they said I need to speak to a dietitian about getting my weight down. I'm like, yeah, I've tried to make a few changes to my diet over the last 10 months, but it literally hasn't made a difference. Yeah, I'm hungrier. I'm still hungry all the time, but I'm hungrier. But on top of that, I haven't lost any weight. So, at the moment, I don't think it's weight. I think it's inflammation. Because having read about some of the effects of sleep apnea, a lack of sleep can put you into the stress response, and that stress response diverts blood flow to certain parts of the body, and this can cause a slowing down of the metabolism, because there's less blood and energy being expended on digestion. It's being focused on my limbs and, being ready to fight or flight, right? But there is no threat, there's nothing that's, nothing needs to be fought off. It's just my body's just in that response because I haven't slept enough. And yeah, there's not a lot I can do. But I'm really hoping this medicine will allow me to sleep through the night properly. And then I can, hopefully, as I sleep through the night, everything will get back in. Because this is the trouble with the human body, right? When something goes wrong, it all goes out of sync, and once you're out of sync, it just, nothing works correctly. You're like, what's normal? This is normal after that long with it. If it finally gets resolved, a new world. Yeah, I hope you can figure out what's causing your sleep to be disturbed. Because yeah, my heart's with you, dude. It's a terrible affliction to just go to bed and not get a good 6 or 7 hours of sleep. Even though I spend 9 hours in bed, I don't even get 6 hours of sleep. It's like, fuck, you know, I'm being fucking robbed here, dudes. But yeah, like I've noticed that my ability. I mean, my memory's never been that good. I've always had memory issues. But recently, my ability to remember names of things has just, yeah, it's so. You know when you know the name of somebody, but you just cannot put your finger on it. You just cannot remember their name. You know it. You know that you know it. Oh my god, I hate this, dudes. These things are so fucking stupid. It's such a stupid. Like, you can't lock onto them. They take 3 bombs to down. It's just, you have to stop moving to fucking interact with them. It's so annoying. Excuse me. Jake the Obscure, welcome in, guys, again. Just learned that recently. I think that's crazy. Apparently scientists have found no physical reason why our brains require sleep. Yeah, but it's crazy. You can observe like what a lack of sleep does to something. And I think it's a copy pasta. I don't think it's true, but there's a report or a story about a sleep study where they deprived people of sleep for like really, really long periods of time. They had a gas. They filled a chamber full of gas. To make them not go to sleep, to prevent them from sleeping, and apparently after like a week they all started to lose it. And yeah, there's this photograph of this really distorted looking humanoid creature, and yeah, but I don't know if it's true, but I definitely feel as if a lack of sleep is a fucking huge detriment to your entire, like, everything about your brain and your physicality and your body and your biology. Everything suffers like fucking crazy. So yeah, I also think, is there like an entrance that's exposed when the water drops that we haven't seen yet? Or do I need a seagull to fly up and hit a switch or something? So let me because yeah, there's definitely a dungeon in there, but how do I get up there? This is the thing. I don't see a grapple point. Lemons, thank you so much for the resub, hon. I appreciate that. 19 months. You are crazy. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Enjoy the raffle game. It's called Anomia. Ah, there's a name for it. Okay. Then recently, I think it's crazy. I had no idea why your brain will go nuts without sleep. I've been there, and I'm no longer, but I am no longer. It was when I was a kid. Ah, okay. Had me on trazodone and stuff. Knocked me out in 15 minutes. Now it doesn't do all, but that'll take. I need to make sure it's something else. Yeah, well, yeah. This is the thing. Is that a friend of mine was like, "Oh, I haven't slept in like days. I need a drug to put me to sleep." And I was like, "Yeah, I know you don't want to hear this, but like from what I read." People that start taking drugs to sleep end up hopelessly addicted to them, and then eventually they stop working, but then there's nothing you can do. So it might help in the short term, but yeah, like it's not a good road to go down, which is why doctors very, very rarely prescribe them. They're like, "I don't care, I want to sleep, I want to sleep." And I was like, pfft. But I haven't caught up with them for a while, so I hope they're okay though. But yeah, it's a fucking difficult one because yeah, you desperately want to sleep. Can I go in as a seagull? I'm gonna have to go into the dungeon as a seagull and just do it as a seagull instead. I can't see anywhere where we can climb or use a fucking grappling hook or hit a switch. Yeah, I'm puzzled by Overlook Island, chat. I'm fucking puzzled. Because the so yeah, there's Matey Boy. Let me just check. What does he have to say again? Francisco Garcia, welcome in. How's it going? Good to see you. Anomia. Yeah, so not narcolepsy, but it's called anomia. Okay. Yes, Lemons, thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate it. 19 months is fucking crazy. I'm really glad to know you, my bloody friend. I'm really glad to know you. I'm glad we met. It's nice to find lovely people that are positive and fun because, yeah, as you can tell by how much I fucking complain about everything, I'm trying to be positive and happy. Fuck me, the world is testing me. Give me a break. What's with using the same bait all the time? Don't make me premium brand stuff. Oh, well, such is life of a fish, so you want to hear the info about it on and again. Do you know about the Golden Triumph Forks? They're there, I tell you, on that island. The charts there is what I mean to say. But the cliff there rises sharply, and even if you wanted to climb it, there aren't any ledges or footings to grab onto. So what are you going to do, small fry? Did you get that? You know, any kind of hurry, why don't you stop and play with me a bit? Of course you will, Fry, and to be honest, you'll be helping me out. See, I've been having some ferocious body aches that only acupuncture can cure. Check it out. I'll give you 10 arrows for that bow of yours, and I want you to aim those suckers at me and as I leap out of the sea. See if you can peg me with them. For each arrow you nail me with, I'll give you 10 rupees. If you hit me all 10 times, I'll give you 200. Oh shit, okay. Don't be, I'm a man fish. I've spent my life being toughened up by the seas, rougher than any you've ever seen. Those arrows of yours ain't gonna do nothing to me. get ready to start small fry. Okay. I feel you. I really appreciate that you also keep it real and don't sugarcoat things. Yes, I think that's kind of part of the human condition, is that if you are too aware of the world around you, and the internet has made that painfully the case sometimes, the world is a very, very difficult place to, comprehend and process and understand, and life isn't always fair. And there's a horrible sort of, there's a distinctly upsetting lack of whimsy in the real world. And I think that's one of the reasons why human beings have always been driven to tell stories. But the disparity between the stories that, make us feel good and the reality that makes us feel very glum, straddling that balance is difficult. Ferret, welcome in. How's it going, dude? It's always why I come to streams, just to get my shit off it. But yes, I think that, if you spend way too much time, because some of the reading about Buddhism that I've done, where if you spend too much time in the future, you're just going to make yourself anxious. And if you spend too much time in the past, you're going to make yourself depressed. And if you do either of these, you don't spend enough time in the present, where you aren't aware of the world around you. But following on from that, after trying to make that part of how I see the world and navigate the world, being present and aware of every single little thing is a lot. And it's quite upsetting at times to know that sometimes people are doing things for very, very sad reasons, and not knowing, ignorance is bliss, as they say. But obviously being ignorant is not a way to navigate the world. So it's a very difficult kind of idiosyncratic, and kind of, there's a dichotomy to it. It's sort of like, you don't want to be aware of the horrors all the time, but you also don't want to be ignorant of everything all the time. You need to be somewhere in the middle, like the middle ground, the happy middle ground. But where is the happy middle ground? My thirst for knowledge leads me to read about all kinds of things, and unfortunately human beings have done all kinds of horrible things, and that means that eventually in time I begin to read about something, and even if I'm reading about something that's positive, there are aspects of it that are governed and have criteria placed upon them because of something terrible that happened in history. And then it's and because of the war, blah 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 blah. Oh, there was a war, let's read about that. Oh wow, that's fucking terrible. Human beings are the worst. Needs to be some level of escapism, sort of like swimming, you need to breathe before you go back in. And the thing is, I think, like, as somebody that's somebody that no longer drinks, no longer does cocaine or MDMA or LSD or speed or pills or whatever you want to call it, as somebody that nobody imbibes alcohol or hallucinogens, or things that are designed to not only flood your system with neurotoxin to make you feel dizzy and inebriated, but also fills you with a hormone that makes your body respond by just dumping dopamine into your blood system, so you feel inebriated and drunk, but you feel as good as you've ever felt. There's somebody that's dabbled with escapism using those things and is now not doing that. The contrast of that is kind of interesting, but it's difficult to sort of put into words, because without somebody experiencing what substance abuse is like and then getting clean, it's difficult. And I hate explaining this because it makes it sound like, well, you don't know how I feel because you haven't been through what I've been. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to share my experience, because I'd love other people to understand that, you can enjoy things and you can enjoy escapism. I think escapism is a perfectly natural thing. I think that, everybody should be working towards a world they don't need to escape from, but I know that's a pipe dream that's very difficult to achieve, and I don't want people to waste their lives thinking they haven't done a good job until they don't need to escape, because that's not how life is. That's unrealistic, and I don't think it's fair to put unrealistic expectations on people. That said, the manner in which you escape and the frequency and the degree to which you escape is something that needs to be considered. I think that if you spend the majority of your time being completely out of it, your life will pass by, but you won't experience it. Those years go away, and you have fun. I did have fun. I had fun, and I would do it again. But there are times where I would probably have fucking toned it down a little bit, and I would have said, just because I don't have a partner or a job, or just because my job is easy and doesn't matter, doesn't mean that it's, open season to just go fucking wild. Because there are summers that I was never really there. I was awake and I was moving around and I was doing my job and I was paying my bills, but I wasn't there. I wasn't paying attention. I didn't notice how good it was to be a human being outdoors in summer. I didn't maximize my enjoyment. I spent a lot of time in bed, hungover, And in summer, when it's roasting hot and you're hungover in bed, so you're too hungover to get up, but you're way too sweaty to be in bed. Yeah, I wasted so many days off. So many days, I wouldn't get out of bed until 4 in the afternoon. And I was completely fucking written off for the rest of the day. And I would go to sleep and I would feel like shit the next day, but I had work. And I wasted my day off, you know? And all my hobbies like BMX and everything else, I let them fucking fall by the wayside. And I shouldn't have done that. Anyway, I won't get into it, but yeah. I think some semblance of you are right there. I think that people who do drugs experience life in an awesome way. Everything is amazing. They're having to adapt to the mundane real life, finding beauty in that. I think there's a specific struggle. I think pushing yourself to the extremes of high and low, it gives you a different perspective. I think that people that have survived or come out the other side of substance abuse, there's this weird kind of like melancholy, like weight to being in the middle. Like I know that the right thing to do is to stay kind of in the middle, and I know that I'll probably never feel the highs that I felt because I was younger back then as well, but I really hope that I don't feel the lows that I felt as well. I hope that the roller coaster becomes a lot less violent. I still want to be on the roller coaster because I still want to have fun. I just don't want it to be as violent, right? I don't want the road to twist and turn as much. I don't want the ride to be as bumpy, I want to experience highs and lows in a smaller bandwidth. And I want to appreciate the highs and lows as being part of life. I don't want to escape from the lows by manufacturing highs, because that's not a way to live. But yeah. Do get annoyed at friends who smoke a lot, complain about the government, how amazing it would be if everyone just worked at earning their life and just done the same thing over and over and over again. Hung around them a lot and just couldn't anymore. You can only hear how weed is the amazing drug. And yeah, I mean, people like I was saying earlier, some people crack open a beer, some people pour a glass of wine or a glass of whiskey, some people roll a fat one. Some people go out and drive their car too quickly, which is stupid. It is stupid because you're putting other people's lives at risk, right? Some people like to go to the gym and beat each other up. Some people like to go and go to a bar and drink and socialize. Some people like to go into a library and read. Some people like to go on holiday and visit a different culture. People have escapism of different forms. And yeah, I think that, like I say, the degree of the escapism and the frequency of the escapism is something I don't think that escaping from the horrors, I don't think, doing something fun to make yourself feel better is a bad thing. But I think that the way you have fun, you need to be aware of everything that goes in with that, because, Krill, welcome in. Some people do coke while drunk and climb highway signs over the highway. I suppose that's one way to do it. Spoke to an old friend and they're still doing it since this is the other thing, Ferret. Like I say, your life passes you by. Like all those summers, all those days off, it just passes by and you don't really grow as a person. You never, I think that, the peace and tranquility that people that smoke lots of, because don't get me wrong, people can smoke weed and be normal, it's just fine. But I think there are some people that smoke lots and lots of weed. They make it their personality, which is always kind of cringe. Don't make your addiction your personality. You're a person, right? You're not your addiction. You are not your fucking crutch. You are a human being. You're more than that, all right? Don't make your addiction your entire personality. It's not fair to you, and it's also kind of cringe to everyone else. But yeah, you end up just being that drunk, or just being that stoner, or just being that person who's on drugs, and that's it. That's all you are, and you kind of get stuck in place. Time marches on, but you get stuck in place. And yeah, it's a difficult realization that you've let some of your better years go by because you were fucked out your brains to realize they were your better years. Still think they're 20 and maybe are comfortable with it, but that's more important to have learned from those. Well, this is it. Is if you're the kind of stoner that just sits at home and just watches the TV and doesn't really go out and do anything, it's bad for your mental health, man. You need to go out and do things. You do. Also, amazing musicians and intelligent people just stuck it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they get into they become comfortably numb, right? I don't want to quote Pink Floyd as we're talking about musicians, but yeah, they become comfortably numb. Like they're comfortable, but they're not attached to anything. They don't invest anything. They haven't played their hands. They haven't rolled the dice. They haven't risked anything, and therefore they haven't gained anything. And that's an unfortunate fact of life, is that if you become too precious over things, and you're not willing to take risks, you're never really going to experience life, because life is risk. There are risks in life, and the amount of risk and the chances, it changes. But yeah, like if you fortify yourself within your comfort zone, yes, you'll be comfortable, but you haven't engaged with life. And there's all kinds of philosophy. I wish I could tell you the best people to read, but there's all kinds of philosophy about, like I say, straddling the balance of, you know, how much of life do you want to shove down your throat and how much of it do you want to watch float by as you sit there, you know, how much of it do you want to get involved with? And I think that the balance of doing enough, but also appreciating enough from the sidelines is one of the things that helps you develop the mental fortitude to just be comfortable in life. Yeah. Like there is a daring adventure or nothing at all. Take risks. If you win, you'll be happy. If you lose, you'll be wise. It's very true. Very true. Anyway, video games. Speaking of escapism. Oh, it's the, so you've changed the buttons. Okay. Get fucked, game. Get fucked. Cursed quote. Oh. I think this wants us to hit him at the peak, but that's awkward. Yeah, it wants us to hit him at the peak. It doesn't like it when you try and time as he falls, because I'm thinking, like, okay, it goes up. If I time it as he comes down, I can hit him on the way down, but I don't think the game likes that. I think it wants us to try and aim and hit him at the peak. But yeah. If opportunity doesn't knock, build a door. Very true, very true. Oh, it wasn't a cursed quote, sorry, it was a quote of the day. Finished Alan Wake. The combat was iffy, but I loved it. I loved its personality. Story setting was yes, no, yeah. The story, the writing, the characters, the pacing, everything is really solid. But yeah, the combat is a bit fucking jank. It's old, and the combat's a bit jank. The second one is much more polished. I think the combat is still a little bit awkward. The enemies are a little bit tanky. I'm not going to lie. But I think they have tightened the combat up. But then everything else, the storytelling, the voice acting, the characters, the cinematography, all of that has been fucking elevated to just, yeah, it's a fucking really good sequel. If life doesn't give you lemons, make them, yeah. I'm lucky that I get lemons. Lemons comes by every now and again and subs for 19 months in a row. So we do get lemons, but we don't have any lemonade yet, but maybe one day. Didn't mind the combat, the dodging is frustrating. Yes, like I say, there's lots and lots of like melee combat games that don't really get how a dodge works, and it's like crazy because like people say like, oh, not everything needs to be a Souls game, but I swear to God, the dodge, how the dodge works in all of the Souls games. Sekiro's you don't really dodge, but yeah, even Demon Souls has a pretty good dodge, but Dark Souls, Bloodborne, that, you know, Dark Souls 3, Elden Ring, the dodge is fucking perfect, and because the dodge is perfect, you then trust it, and because you trust it, you can enjoy the combat more, and then the combat's good as well. So it's like, yeah, but so many games have a dodge that just doesn't do anything. Like you dodge, and then the attack still hits you anyway. It's like, well, fuck the dodge then, you know, what's the point? We all have a lemon and bread, so we could make a lemon pound cake, which is super yummy, yeah. But lemon pound cake. Sorry to divert again, but yeah, that reminds me. Sorry, there's there's a meme I need to fuck because of pound cake. Stop. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Oh, fucking hell, sorry. It's so fucking unhinged, right? First of all, you've got like an American white, or it looks like an American white dude, who like doesn't seem to be the sort of person that would make baking adjacent content, but they're talking about pound cake, right? But then it just cuts to this person that's really close to the camera and is really unhinged, and they don't finish their sentence before it cuts. And it's just, there's something about how fucking unhinged it is. It's called pound cake because it originally used a pound of flour, and it cuts to somebody else that's just completely off the rails. And yeah, that shit fucking gets me every time. But I need to add that, future breadcrumbs, add that to the stream somehow. Because yeah, that's a fucking good one. Excuse me. Oh, he's over there. I'm brushing my leg. When life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make life take lemons back. Get them mad. I don't want your damn lemons. What the hell am I supposed to do with these? Demand to see if there's a manager. Make life rue the day I never thought you could give Cave Johnson lemons. Do you think I am? The man who's going to burn your house down with lemons. I'm going to get my engineers to invent a combustible lemon that burns your house down. Portal 2. Yeah, I haven't played Portal 2 in ages. But yeah, there was some unhinged dialogue in that as well. Yeah. Love the scene where the cop talks to Alan about the store where his books are flying off the shelves, and Alan goes, I'm not really a big fan of my own writing right now. I was dying. Yeah, there's some very self-aware humour in the Alan Wake games for sure. Lack of Swedish chefs on TikTok is worrying. Maybe you should be the first, Krill. Maybe you should start doing Swedish chef content. Because I can imagine you now, you're like, hi, I'm Krill, I'm a Swedish chef. If you don't like that, fuck off. Today we're going to make, and then you make something. Max Payne 3 is fantastic. You should stream that. Max Payne 3 is fantastic. I've got all the Max Payne games, and I would like to stream them at some point. They are, yeah. However, the Remedy writing and story delivery in 1 and 2 is like, yeah, and then Rockstar made it what Max Payne 3 is, so yeah. Probably say fuck a lot, yeah. You should have a fuck counter. First Swedish chef that hates his home country. Gets shot in the arm and he says, I got shot in my second favourite drinking arm. Max Payne 1 and 2, yeah, they're fucking brilliant. They are fucking brilliant. It's different, and I think that Max Payne 3 is good for different reasons than Max Payne 1, because they're different studios, obviously, right? But yeah, the storytelling and the pacing and the delivery and everything and the writing in Max Payne 1 and 2 is fucking brilliant. But then the action sequence and the action sequences and the details and the sort of the whole kind of action film, hard-boiled cop drama feel of 3 is like, yeah, so good. Turning them into fucking glue. Wonder what the Fallout Countdown is. Maybe a remake if we're lucky. Maybe. I do personally love Max Payne 3. Oh yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I think that they because they're so different. You know, they're the same character and a similar premise, but I think that you can tell that they were made by different studios. So I think they have different qualities. So it's difficult to say. But for me, the first game, I think because it was the first game and it didn't have anything to build on, it was just what it is. Yeah. Anyway, speaking of games, sorry. I can play the video again. No, you fucking prick. Oh, that's fucking disgusting. Come on. Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that. He's covered in 7 times. Yeah, 7 times is not bad. Okay, so you can do that again if you want to. But yeah, so that didn't really help us with what we do here. I really don't know. I really don't know how we're supposed to get up there because if there were like tornadoes around, I know you can sometimes use the tornadoes to gain height from the glider, but yeah, even still. And like, is this a Ballad of the Gale Square? No, it isn't, is it? Yeah, I don't know how we fucking get up there. Steam is saying 12 games, but only shows 10. Yeah, no, yeah. Was it Krill? Did you send me the video of somebody breaking it down? That there's like, you know, there's like 12 games, but there's only 10 listed. But it says there's 12 in total, and there's a few other things that point to something happening. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. They've sold Skyrim like 10 different times. So if Fallout's what's popular at the moment, and that space game that's basically Skyrim in space. Space, whatever it was, that didn't do quite as well as they were hoping, I don't think. So Max Payne 1 and 2 were dark, noir, depressing, so Max Payne 3 is the feeling of waking up hungover, but the sun is shining and you're... Yes, so yeah, I feel like, you know, 1 and 2 were the reason why Max became an alcoholic, and 3 is, you know, the recovery arc, right? They're still an alcoholic, but they're trying to get clean, I feel. And so they kind of tell different stories. And like some of the levels and sections in that area, in that game, like, yeah. And I think we've mentioned this before, but the song by Health in the airport, dun, 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 yeah, oh wow, that's fucking burned into my memory. And then after that, you run up the sort of moving staircase they use to get on planes, and you dive off and shoot the fucking grenade as he shoots it. Fuck yeah, dude. And then you obviously have the choice: do you want to execute them or let them go? Yeah. Starfield, that was the one, yeah. But on hard difficulty because of his shitty controller. Well, yeah, it's just the thing is, the fucking up and down is fucking inverted, and left and right. I mean, left and right was also inverted as well, which is absolutely insane. The camera, the original GameCube version, left and right is inverted. It's absolutely fucking insane. I've never seen a game do that. Make left and right backwards as well as up and down. Up and down, I kind of get it. People are like, yeah, but with a joystick, you pull up to look up. Yeah, in a fucking aeroplane, yeah. But when I'm moving a camera around, no. You know, in a flight simulator, yeah, it makes sense. I have inverted control, technically inverted, but they're not inverted in a flight simulator because you pull up to go up, right? You pull back to go up, right? That makes sense. But I'm not flying a fucking plane when I'm playing a video game where somebody's running around. It's a camera I want to be able to control. So yeah, crazy. But yeah, when I first booted up, I was like, left and right is backwards. Have I broken it in the emulator? But no, it's not broken in the emulator. It's just, that's how the fucking game is. Right, I actually might want to put my bow and arrow on because I want to shoot these and then go and grab some rupees because we're down to 3,000. So, oh no. No. Hint that will help us find the new sage can be found in the shape of an instrument on the rock door. What? The Ganon's reach has extended to the very sages themselves. The hint that will help us find the new sage can be found in the shape of the instrument on the rock door. Yeah, I know. Oh, get in the fucking... Sorry. Whew. You don't get long. This is another thing, right? You shoot those things. I swear the time is less. You get less time to pick things up when they're in the water. Yeah, because they sink. Yeah, but I don't give a fuck if they sink. You know, the player can only move in the water a certain way. You know, you should be able to drive it. You should be able to crash into them, and they should give you the things. That's what should happen. But yeah, there's loads of things that should happen in this game that don't, and it baffles me. because it makes the game kind of objectively worse in a number of ways. Just, yeah, it disappears immediately, almost. Fucking crazy. Right, so we can't really do anything with Overlook Island. I don't know what the trick is, but yeah, they said that the shape of the instrument... That one was from Earth God, which I think was the first one we got. The other one was that one. So one thing that I thought it might be, right, is if we got this one here, if we got this one, which is down, down, nothing, right, left, nothing, which means down, down is where we find this instrument 2 below here. But I don't think it is, because we've been to there, and that's something else. But yeah, we've got to do something. Headstone Island and Gale Island. We've got to do. I mean, I'm going to go back and visit the. I'm going to go back and visit the actual cave and just see what the stone shape is, because there might be a clue, because they said it was they said that the clue is in the shape that's on the rock door, but I think that's just going to be the instrument. And I know that one of the instruments is what the little leaf viola thing that the little Deku thing is playing in that place with the big Deku tree. The other thing I don't think I've seen that for a while, so we'll have to look for that. But yeah, I'm going to go back and just double check. I'm going over that way. After 16 years, New Vegas remake, and I come end of banger game, simple as. After losing love of one's life, the only thing I can say is it's all right. Otherwise, you will pass away at the first week of speaking of experience. Weirdly enough, my favourite scene in Max Payne 3 was him playing the piano to the theme song, and then go, and then finally peace. So yes, so throughout the game you find pianos, and he can't remember the song, but as you find more pianos, he slowly puts it together, and then peace. Yeah, very nice little touch there. I want to raise some pulses, don't I? This is a guns for show, knives for a pro. Right. I swear it wasn't like that. I mean, in camera analogy, that would make sense, to be honest. Well, yeah, you would swing around a pivot, but yeah, it's just not the way. And obviously, the fact that nobody does that anymore proves that it is wrong. Because I'm not saying you're arguing and that you're wrong, but yeah, I think that the fact that nobody's done controls like this game since kind of proves that these controls are not the way. But yeah, anyway, apologies, chat. We do have an ad break coming up in about 2 or 3, well, about 20 seconds. So I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys if you want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows over on the BRB screen, so if you're lurking and want to follow without being called out or anything, perfectly valid. Once we're on the BRB screen, the bot will say so. There's no alerts for follows over there, so you can follow in peace if you'd like to. But yes, we're going to go back and check Gale Island, see what the fuck's going on over there. See if we can get a clue as to where we're supposed to go. And then we'll find that sage and the other sage. I think once we find those, we get the power and the Master Sword. The power and the Master Sword will break that barrier. We can go to Hyrule. And I think there's some bits to do in Hyrule, and then we fight Ganon. That's what I think. Anyway, I need to catch up on these messages, so I'll do that in just a moment. But yes, I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen, because the ad's going to start in a second. But yes, I'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. I need to think of something else to put. I mean, maybe I should put words there. Maybe I should put words on stream up for you guys if there's not going to be any clips. So maybe, maybe I should build that, because I come on, brain, come on, get your fucking sentences straight, breadcrumbs. What I used to have was the clip player, but you could type exclamation point words. I've turned it off, so don't worry. You could type exclamation point words and it would hide the clip player and it would show the words on stream thing, which is fine, right? But nobody, after a month or so, nobody had used it like even once. And I was like, okay, people don't want to play words. It's fine. I'll get rid of it. But when the clip player is broken, I suppose it's better than there being nothing there. Anyway, I'll figure that out after stream. No clip. Yeah, sorry. I don't know what the fucking deal is. I really don't know what the fucking deal is. Fuck is it? Is it even shout out? No, it's SO, isn't it? Doesn't like it. It doesn't like it. I don't know what the fucking deal is. It's one of those things. It comes and goes, and I don't have any control over it. So, like, you know, I don't want to get stressed over it. I am in the process of thinking up and concocting an idea to have a solution to it, but I just, yeah. It's one of the many things that remains outside my control, even though it's my stream, is that Twitch just decides to stop the clip player working. And at this point, I'm fairly certain it's Twitch. I'm fairly certain Twitch does something that breaks it. It's not, you know, it's not the third party changing something, because it comes and goes, even though I haven't made any changes. The only thing that could change is Twitch. But again, you'd never get them to admit it, but yeah. Because I've had like multiple clip players that have worked and then not worked, because yeah, there's nothing really here that just that shape. And I know what that is. There's a little Deku thing playing it in the Forest Haven. Jack Racing was fine and Shipstrong was fine. Crash Team Racing was great. Yeah, Crash Team Racing was fun. Really? From over there? My brother, please. Right, let me head back there now, and we'll try to see if he's there again. And also, shit, also, on that island over there, I think I actually have a picture to show them. Yeah, I wish there was a way in and out without having to do this shit every time. I really don't want to have to fucking do this and then fucking... Really can't be bothered to do this every time. Climb the ledge. Ah, plus that as well. Things exploding outwards. Right, let's check if he's there. But yeah, something about accessing clips just doesn't fucking work. I think if I do shout outs for raiders, if somebody raids and I do a raid shout out, then it's okay. It plays a clip, but yeah, it won't play clips. If I give it a link, it won't play it, I don't think. He's not here. There was a guy here playing the fucking instrument, and we've already done this. We've already searched on various different levels, and he's just not here, basically. So yeah, I thought if I go and do a couple of other things and then come back, maybe he'll spawn here again. But yeah, I think because I've done something earlier, he's now no longer going to spawn here. So wherever the fuck they are, I have no idea. And I can't remember if getting over to that other island, because the other islands... Okay, that's the one thing we didn't try. Is there's that other island that you need the tornadoes to get to it. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to get there, but I suppose we'll try that. I think this is the first platform we go outside, and then there's a bit of an outcrop, and then we can fly from, yeah, to there. So the tornadoes are still here. I think we've got to use them to get from here to there. Okay, so... Because yeah, when the wind's blowing the right way, you barely drop and you travel forward so fast that you can just do that. Oh no, you fucking... Oh my god, seriously, this has got to be the worst controlling Zelda game out of all of them. And it makes me worried to go back to... It's fine. It's making me worried to go back to Ocarina and Majora's, to be honest. But yeah, we'll see how we get on. Bunny, welcome in, dude. How's it going? But yeah, I don't want to be in this fucking stressed out state where everything gets on my fucking tits, because I know it's not good for the stream. Are you gonna... I've got to wait for this fucker to come round. But I also need the wind to be facing the right way. But yeah, what's annoying me is that for the last few years, we've played a bunch of great video games, but I haven't enjoyed them as much as I could, because being unwell has made me very fucking angry and depressed. Yeah. Oh wow, you just didn't do anything. That's really fucking helpful. Slowly put the carrots in the bag, and nobody gets hurt. Come on, dude. Are they in here for some reason? I fucking hope not. Oh, go away. That's a saying I do when I come to stream, other than girl streamers think it's cute. Yeah. Oh, there's a treasure. Okay. Okay, there was a treasure thing up here all along that we missed. Excuse me. Oh my god. Buttons, please. Oh, we can't view it in here because... Okay. Here's the map. We can't... Yeah, we can't view charts yet. Okay then, so we are here, and apparently there's a chest over there. Go away. Like 1 centimetre. Oh, sugar. Krizash, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Good to see you. Did your, Krizash, did your greeting go off? You must have missed it. You did? Okay, good. Welcome in, dude. How are you? It's good to see you. Hope you're well. Right. Krizash, thank you so much for the resub, dude. 41 months. Fuck, dude. Because 48 will be 4 years. That's crazy. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. You've been here for a fucking long time, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, dude. Welcome in. It's good to see you. I hope you're well. Been a few days. It has been a few days, yeah. Krill, thank you so much for the Prime gift tier 1. I appreciate that, dude. Enjoy the ad-free viewing and the emotes. I appreciate that, dude. You only get 1 Prime, so I appreciate you using it here, dude. Oh, this nonsense with the fucking blowing the leaves to make the fucking to make the yeah, we don't need to do this. They're not here, are they? 6 months in advance times 2. Does that say? No idea why it says Prime. It wasn't a Prime. Okay, yeah. Well, on my dashboard, I apologise for saying that wrong, but yeah, on my dashboard, it says, oh, you can't see it because fucking. It says Krill just continued their sub from Prime gift to from a Prime gift to tier. I don't know what the fuck it's doing. But yeah, that's what it said for me. So apologies. This is the thing, dude. Like, I don't really think anything on Twitch needs to be broken right now, but everything is broken. But yeah, what can we do? I see it too, including the gift sub they got from Breadcrumbs. Yeah, because I gifted you a sub a little while ago. Was that 3 months ago? Was that 3 months ago? Because I gifted you... How many? Because I gifted you 2 or 3 months, right? But maybe it's because I gifted it. Roraz, welcome in. How's it going? Good to see you. Thank you for the hydrate. I will definitely take care of that with my smoothie. So, please, fucking Wind Waker, please stop being so awkward all the time about everything, please. God, I really... Oh, do you know, I don't even want to be in this fucking place, I'm sorry. I don't even want to be there. Right, so I need to... try and get this way as much as possible. Oh, you're not going to allow it, are you? Maybe I can make it to Beetle's boat before I run out of magic. But yeah, they're not here. Majora's Mask was the best. How are you liking it so far? Yeah, I'm enjoying parts of it, but other parts of it, it's so clunky. I don't know, and sometimes it feels like it's being clunky for no good reason. Like, it's clunky, and it's like, yeah. I'm like, what does this serve the gameplay? Like, why have you chosen the most cursed controls for this part of the game? Like, why have you not just designed the controls to be better? because Nintendo usually do really good controls, you know? Usually Nintendo controls are really fucking clever and well thought out, and they've got interesting controllers that help use that. We can't use those control schemes to be, you know, intuitive. But yeah, this is just, every time I have to do something, there's something about it that doesn't make any fucking sense. It's like, why does it grab the camera and yank it out of my control when I jump into one of those flower buds? Because it doesn't line me up for the jump. It lines me up to nothing. So I have to adjust the camera with the left joystick, even though the right joystick has always been the camera. It's just, why? Why do that? Why not make everything to do with the camera the C stick, and everything to do with movement the left stick? Why do you suddenly need to move the camera with the left joystick when you're doing one thing, and then the camera moves with the C stick with everything else? It don't make no fucking sense. But yeah, it's got some really good qualities, but the controls and the way they approach each thing and how the controls work for each little bit of it, just fucking brain dead. There's no logic, nothing makes sense. It doesn't, yeah, once you get used to doing something a certain way with the controls with one thing, the camera works a completely different way in another thing, and it throws me so hard. Camera, GameCube C stick was for camera though, maybe I'm, no, yeah, it is. It's, that's for the camera, but when you jump into one of those flower buds, you have to use this joystick to control the camera. And yeah, plus on top of that, when you jump into one of those things, it doesn't line you up with the jump you need to make. It goes somewhere else. It forces the camera to go somewhere else, and you have to adjust it to be where you want to go. It don't make no fucking sense. It don't make no fucking sense. It doesn't make any damn sense. If I move the camera like this with the character, when I'm inside the flower bulb, a flower bud, I should be controlling the camera with this as well. And I have to hold forward. When I get yeeted, I have to hold forward to make sure I get the distance to make it to the next one. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think the person who designed and directed this game is, I don't know who they were, or if it's the person that always directs Zelda games, but somebody made some choices with how things work, and they don't all align, or multiple people chose multiple different ways of thinking, because usually in a Zelda game or a Mario game, there's a way of thinking how things work, and then everything becomes like intuitive and second nature, and that's one of the reasons why they're so fun to play. But in this, everything is backwards, literally backwards, like left and right's backwards, up and down is backwards sometimes, but not always. Sometimes you have to use the left stick to control the camera, sometimes you use the right stick. Aiming is really awkward with the bow and arrow because the joysticks are so small. It's just like, oh my god. You can either be a person or a monster. You have to be careful. Be careful to take your full body shot facing you. But until you bring me a subject that I like, you can't join. Sorry, that's the way cookie crumbles. I'm making these figurines for free, so I figure I should be allowed this. Yeah, fair enough. This is black and white. Monochrome pictographs don't provide the kind of inspiration. Okay, so they want the pictures to be in color, so I've got to find a way to upgrade the camera somehow. Holy shit, dudes. Like, I'm starting to think that the visual style is one of the only things this game has got going for it. Everything else has been so awkward. It's so awkward about everything. And there's just so much repetitive. You have to do things like 6 times sometimes. It's so annoying. Roraz, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. On the other side of the earth, even the toilet water is going the other way. Well, yeah, this is true. Depending on what side of the equator you're on, the magnetic poles of the earth will make water spiral in a different way when it's draining. And there's literally a line in the equator. If you're standing on the equator and go and walk, from one side of a courtyard to the other, it literally changes. It's crazy. People will fill up something with water, pull the plug, and it will spiral one way, and then they'll take the jug and the thing, go somewhere else, put the plug in, put the water in it, and literally walk to the other side of a courtyard, and it spins the other way. It's crazy. Like, it always works that way. Where is the fucking red line? Where are you? Because I stopped outside the front. Where the fuck? Why'd I stop around the back of that island? Right, again, the game has just fucking cut me loose with very little direction. So I think I'm just gonna have to go island to island till I figure out where, because we need to find the two people playing the instruments, but just in the back of my mind, I just can't remember where I saw somebody playing that little harp thing. I mean, I vaguely remember seeing somebody holding it, and I think they were on the pirate ship. But where is Tetra's pirate ship? Because Tetra is now Zelda. Then we've found out there's Zelda. So where does the pirate ship go? Is it still sitting outside Outset Island? You're not lying. Maybe my love is a bit of nostalgia. No, the thing is, like, I don't want to shit on it. Like, I don't. But yeah, like, when so for clarity, when I played A Link to the Past on the SNES, I was fucking blown away by how good and well built the game felt. The controls, the movement, the visuals, the mechanics, how it was all really fucking good. And then my friend who played Ocarina and Majora's on the N64 was like, yeah, these are really good as well. And then my friend had this one and we played it. I don't remember them saying too much about it, but yeah, it's quite a rare game and people pay like £400 for a copy of it, right? And I'm like, so it must be really good, but I don't know, there just doesn't seem to be a logic to things. Like, here I am, I don't know how many hours we've streamed the game, probably somewhere in the region of 30 to 40 hours, and I still just don't feel like I can control the game properly. And that's usually a problem with the controls. I don't want to be, copy or, bitter or whatever, but if I've been playing a game for 30, 40 hours and the controls still don't feel natural to me, then I don't know what to fucking say. Like, the controls just aren't designed very well. Because there are games where I pick them up and within 5 hours it feels like I can just control the character. I'm fine. But yeah, and what's very strange is Nintendo are not usually like that. Nintendo usually make really good control schemes for their games. So I'm hoping Mario Sunshine is a lot easier and better to control, because I think I might play that one next. But yeah, like, I mean, visually it's amazing. Music is great, visuals are great, story, it's a Zelda story, they're really interesting. There's been a few twists and turns along the way. The dungeons and the puzzles, I must admit, haven't been great. I don't think they're very good in this one. I think that a lot of the dungeons were just combat rather than actual puzzle, and the puzzles that were kind of like, not super fun and super interesting. Some of them were cool, but some of them were a bit like, that's not a very good puzzle, which is weird because I don't usually get that from a Zelda game. I'm usually like, oh my god, that's so fucking clever, that's so interesting. So yeah. Yes, Mario Sunshine is best. Have it on the GameCube. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Get a Land Rover at Christmas Eve, I think. Yeah, maybe it was Christmas Eve. Going out on Mars 24, but subbed for 6 months now. Okay. Excited for your first playthrough of this game. Yeah, no, the thing is, like, it's been really fun and charming in places, but it's also been like really kind of silly and clunky and awkward. It just feels very awkward. Like, I don't feel like it's built in a way that I have to get used to and then it will feel natural. It has felt awkward almost the entire time. It just never started to feel smooth and good, which is weird. Like I say, usually, you know, within 5, 6 hours, 10 hours, I'm like, okay, I can play this game. But yeah, it's been like surprisingly janky. And it's a cool, interesting concept of, like, you know, there was a flood and now we can only see the mountaintops of Hyrule. So we're not actually out on an ocean, we're out on, like, you know, the floodplains. Or we're sailing above a flooded version of Hyrule. Really cool concept. But yeah, it's just mechanically, the way the controls work and everything has been very, very annoying. And it's kind of like ruined the fun a little bit, where like something would be really fun if I wasn't constantly like over agonizing and thinking about the controls. But we have managed to get through the majority of the game thus far. But yeah, even if the controls were perfect, the sequence of events and how they pan out this is the second time. The first time we got Ballad of the Gales and everyone was like, yeah, go here once you've got Ballad of the Gales and you'll get the bow and arrow. But it just didn't work. I had to go and do something else before I could do that, and the game just didn't communicate that to me at all. It gave me Ballad of the Gales, and I started moving around a lot quicker, and then I went to one place and I was, you know, I landed somewhere that I'd never been before, but the fairy wouldn't speak to me because I wasn't powerful enough or something. So obviously I wasn't supposed to get there yet, and I probably wasn't supposed to have the Ballad of the Gales yet because there was something else I needed to do, but the game didn't gate me or corridor me into doing that first. So I sequence broke the game by accident, and then I was just sailing around. I charted every single island trying to find where I was supposed to go, and I couldn't. And the game was completely stuck. I was like, well, I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do. But then we found out what I was supposed to do, and then I went back and did what I did before, and then I got the fire arrows and the ice arrows, and then I could go to the islands where you can use the fire arrows and the ice arrows to do the dungeon, to get the equipment that I can then use to then go to the stone temples to figure out where we are now. But yeah, I managed to sequence break the game completely by accident and was just lost, didn't know what to do. And now it's done it again. So yeah, I don't know. It's been surprisingly difficult to play, which is not what Nintendo games are. Nintendo games are usually like charmingly easy to play and fun to play and intuitive. They build challenge and establish challenges and criteria very well. Their movement and the jumping and the platforming is usually really solid, you know, because they're Nintendo. This game has felt very, very awkward to play through, which is weird because Nintendo games don't usually feel awkward at all. Had no idea that could happen. Yeah, a few people were like, I've never seen that before. I've never seen that before. Usually, you do this, you do this, you do this, you do this. You get the Ballad of the Gales. You use the Ballad of the Gales to go here. You get the fire arrows and the ice arrows. You use the fire and ice arrows to get the bracelets and the boots. And then you go and do all the islands, and then you get to go. And I was like, cool. But I somehow managed to get Ballad of the Gales without doing something that you're supposed to do before you get back. So I shouldn't have been able to get Ballad of the Gales. But somehow I was able to. And in doing so... Can we leave? Yeah. In doing so, I was able to travel around and go to where I get the fire and ice arrows, but it wouldn't give them to me. So there was something else I had to do first. Why something else had to happen before I get the fire arrows and the ice arrows, I don't know. I have no idea why I couldn't just get the fire and ice arrows and then, you know, the boots and the bracelets, then unlock a dungeon that gives me Ballad of the Gales. You know, I don't know why they did it that way around. It's, yeah, like I say, there's a few decisions that just, I don't know, they haven't really made sense to me. And it's because sometimes, you know, I'm struggling with something, I try something new and the game works. I'm like, oh, okay, we do that. And then later on, I think, okay, last time we had to do this before we could do this. But I do that and it works. And then it starts to make sense. And then, okay, it makes sense. I just, you know, if we're going to go somewhere, we've got to find out where that is before we go there. It won't let us in unless we chart it on the map or something. Or we can't go somewhere until we unlock a character which tells us where that is. So we need to go and do the quests that unlock the characters. And the characters will then take us on a quest to a new area. And that's how we unlock new areas. Cool, I'll do that. But yeah, in this, it's just sort of like, yeah, here's a big ocean, go wherever the fuck you want, but only go where you're supposed to go to get what you're supposed to get in the exact order we think you're supposed to get it, Otherwise, you're not allowed to progress in the game. And when you go somewhere that's ahead of where you're supposed to go, we won't tell you where to go before. We'll give you a vague statement saying you're not powerful enough, so I can't do what you're supposed to do here. So I got access to, because it's here, isn't it? Windfall Island. Is it Windfall or is it one of these? It might be Mother and Child. Yeah, it's Mother and Child Isles. So when I got Ballad of the Gales, I could go there, and when I go there, you go into this oasis inside a giant tree trunk, which is a cool idea for a little area. But it told me, it didn't say you need to go, because I can't even remember what we needed to do. We had to go and do something, and then go there. But yeah, it just seems that we were able to get access to something that then made it possible for us to sequence break the game, which is, like I say, it's not usually what Nintendo are known for, right? Nintendo games are usually really, really well structured and built, and like they might work a certain way, but there's a reason why they work that way. Sometimes you have to do things to corridor the player into a state in the game that is what you need to progress, right? So another example of this is lots of people complain at the end of Resident Evil 2 that the giant great big mechanical thing that you socket into the lift to make the lift move takes up 2 inventory slots, right? So there's 2 inventory slots you have to put this giant thing in your inventory, and then you put it into the elevator and it makes the elevator move. Lots of people complain that it takes up 2 slots that they wanted to put heals on. However, an important part of the boss fight on the elevator at the end of Resident Evil 2 is you pick up a rocket launcher, which takes up 2 spaces. So as a way to ensure and to make 100% sure the player will always have 2 inventory slots spare, is giving them a key to make the lift move that takes up 2 slots, because it forces them to have 2 slots spare, right? So people complained about it, but you have to do that because they're going to pick up a rocket launcher, which takes up 2 slots on the elevator later on in the boss fight. So you have to ensure they have 2 empty inventory slots. So lots of people were like, oh, well, I've got the heals. I could do this fight if I had more heals, but this thing takes up 2 slots, so I can't. And I was like, yeah. But if you then you wouldn't have 2 slots to pick up the rocket launcher. Now, what if I use the heals? But yeah, people aren't going to do that, you know? People in the middle of a boss fight aren't going to waste health, right? It's not what you're doing in a boss fight. You're trying to avoid losing it rather than wasting it. So yeah, there's 2, but you need those 2 slots to pick that up. So the developers designed a way that forces the player to have 2 slots free. And sometimes games do that. They do things that are, you know, obtuse and awkward and annoying, but it feeds into something else in the game. But I don't get that with this. It just feels like it's fucking awkward, and then, you know, there's no real payoff to me learning how to do it with the awkward way that it's done. I don't become, like, better at doing it. I still feel just as awkward now aiming the bow and arrow as I did when I first started. I still always push the wrong fucking button. I still get confused over what thing I've got attached to what button and everything. It's just still, like, yeah, it hasn't, like, I haven't really, like, gelled with the game. The game feels like it's being very awkward, and it's making it impossible for me to just get used to playing it and then enjoy playing it. I'm still fighting with the controls rather than playing the game. And that happens sometimes. It's just how it is sometimes. But yeah, it's not the sort of thing I would expect from Nintendo. It's the sort of thing I expect from like a small indie developer that's really good at designing characters and levels, but has never designed a control system in their life, right? But they don't know that, you know, there needs to be a logic to how things work that people can kind of get hold of. And then that logic applies. You need rules, design rules, right? And it's the same with designing imagery, right? You need a design philosophy, right? To make things look coherent, you need a philosophy, right? So are you going to say no straight lines, or no sharp corners, or always be colourful, or minimal colour, or empty space, or no empty space? You know, there's lots and lots of design philosophy you have to nail down before you can really start approaching something, because there will be moments where you're not sure what to do. But if you have a design philosophy that you can always lean on, okay, so for everything else, we did lots of space with sharp corners. So I need to design something that solves this information delivery system that uses empty space and has sharp corners, right? That fits with everything else. And then before you know it, like, you come up with something that fits those criteria, and it works because it's following the same logic and the same rules as everything else. And control systems are the same, right? lots and lots of control systems will have like the climbing up movement, like jump and climb up in Breath of the Wild is the top button on the controls, right? So you've got the D-pad on the left and you've got your buttons on the right. But the button at the top is kind of like a directional D-pad up, but in button form. If you make that button jump and also climb up and also like upwards motion, then people will know to push that button to move up in some way, right? And if you make crouch the button at the bottom, as well as pick things up off the floor, suddenly everything that's moving downwards is the same button. And if you make your inventory the left button and the character is holding a weapon in their right hand and you make the right button the attack, suddenly that makes sense, right? And it might sound crazy, but I promise you, so many control systems do that and you don't even realize, you don't even notice it, but the logical sense that it makes helps you not realize, and that's why you just enjoy playing the game, because you're not worrying and stressing about what button you need to press. You know that the sword and the shield are in the right and the left hand, so if I want to guard, it's the left shoulder, and if I want to attack, it's the right trigger, right? And I shoot a gun with my right trigger finger because most people are right-handed, and therefore the trigger finger is this one, so that's what the shoulder button does, you know? And you pull the weapon into your shoulder with your left arm, and then you put your hand on the grip and the trigger with your right hand. Most people do anyway. But yeah, Royal Mr. Payne, welcome in. But yeah, there's like a logic to where you place the buttons on the controller to be relative to what the motion or action in the game is going to do. So yeah, crouching down and picking things up is often in a similar place. Climbing and moving upwards in various different ways is usually the same sort of thing. Because yeah, the buttons on the PlayStation were designed to be symbolic. So circle was supposed to be something, square was supposed to represent a map, triangle was supposed to represent something, and X was supposed to be cancel. So they were designed to represent like things that players do in video games, right? But as soon as they released the PlayStation in the West, everybody wanted to push X to confirm because of the color. So not the shape, but the color was what everyone paid attention. And the PlayStation controls don't even have colors on them anymore, but the original PlayStation controls had color-coded buttons. And the X button was blue, and the square button was red. No, the circle was red. Red tends to mean stop, as it or stop or cancel, and blue and green tend to mean confirm and move forward or yes. So they looked at the colors, not the shapes. So that was always, but on the PlayStation 1, Japanese games, circle was confirmed, and it was so confusing for some of us because yeah, it was like circle to confirm, but X is confirm, right? It's the blue button, right? That's the blue is the right button to confirm things. And it was a cultural difference. But yes, excuse me. Check the value of the gold cart with the holographic screen. Oh my god, yeah, and the special edition of this that includes a copy of Majora's and Ocarina as on a disc. That's silly money, silly money. And I worry that I may have been able to buy one of those when the PlayStation 2 or 3 was out. I could probably get a copy of Wind Waker for like 15 quid. Yeah, the special edition one, if I just sat on it, you know. But all that said, you know, I do have a special edition copy of Silent Hill 2, which is pretty rare. Unfortunately, the cardboard sleeve is fucked, but yeah. Don't have Prime. Yeah, it's weird. Weird that you don't have Prime and it counted as a Prime sub, but yeah. As long as it works. As long as you can use the emotes and you don't have to watch any ads, then we're okay. Maybe not recording. Oh, yeah, you're right. The side of the earth, the toilet was going the other way. No idea that can happen. Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame because yeah, I feel like with a handful of changes to sort of make sure that everything happens in the right order and the controls just being easier to fucking get to grips with, this would be like a lot of people's favorite Zelda. But yeah, they did something really stupid where the controls are just like the logic and the logic of the controls just is so different from not from game to game, but from like, you know, from interaction to interaction. Enjoy your time in Horny Jow. Funny. But yeah, I'm trying real hard to not complain about things, dudes, but yeah, it's just I thought, I'll play a Zelda game, it's Nintendo, it'll be really polished, it'll be really smooth, it'll just be a fun little game to run around and do puzzles and dungeons in, but yeah, it's been really awkward, which is a shame. So, this is just another fucking combat thing, isn't it? Yeah, I can't be arsed with this. But yes, I mean, yeah, I'll mooch around for a little bit, but then I have conceded that I'm just going to look up where I need to go if I need to, but I'll choose when to look up. Or you use your points. Yeah, you're very fond of that one. But I mean, as long as people enjoy the redeems, I'll keep them. You know, that's the idea. I'll keep the redeems if people enjoy them. Finally crossed the big 4-0. Are you 40 as well? Welcome to the club, dude. Club 40 is a lot like Club 20, but you take a lot more ibuprofen. It's like when my friends turn 32, I'm like, Club 32 is a lot like Club 23, except the hangovers last a lot longer. And they're like, yeah, that's true. What's it like being 40? Happy birthday. Yes, happy birthday, dude. For me, what's it like being 40? Very peculiar, because I think of like my generation being 35 to 40 is like, you know, we're all still kind of living like we're in our 20s, because the way society works, we can't buy houses, we can't settle down and have families, because, you know, it's a mess. So a lot of us are still kind of, you know, like in our 20s, we're just a bit older, right? It's weird. Whereas my parents' generation, by the time they were 30, they were like settled down, house, kids, whatever. And I think there's something about that makes you into the adult that we expected us to be that hasn't happened, because we're unable to make those large-scale investments that put us into a lifestyle that would make us into the people we think were adults when we were kids. We're now kind of, you know, we're all still renting a flat, we're all still working in jobs that don't pay us super well. So we're kind of still stuck in that life kind of bracket of being in our 20s, you know. It's almost as if our 30s and 40s never happened. And obviously we're a lot more aware of the world because of the internet than previous generations. So it's like, you know, there's that to contend with. But yeah, 30s feel like we're going to my 20s, but slightly more stable. Yeah, this is it. This is it. Catch you in a bit, Dennis. But yeah, this is it. You know, it's just, you know, your 30s are basically just another 20 years and another 10 years of your 20s in a strange kind of way. And then I'll promise you, your 30s are just more of the same. Like, I feel like I haven't really grown up or changed that much since I was, I don't know. I mean, obviously I don't drink anymore, I don't do drugs, and that's changed me as a person, that's different. But yeah, I don't feel like my place in the world has changed very much. I feel like I'm still in the same place I was when I was 25, but I'm 40 now. And even though I earn more money than I ever have done, everything is way more expensive. So this is kind of the trap, because as we get older and we become more skilled and we find ourselves in better jobs, you would expect that to mean that we end up buying a nicer house or getting a nicer car or wearing nicer clothing or something. But realistically, because everything has continued to rise in price, even if we do get paid more money, we're still kind of on the same echelon of life, you know. We're still not really capable of getting through the month without being pretty skint, because everything's so fucking expensive. And yeah, it means that a lot of us still really live in the world of a 20-year-old. We've just been doing it for 20 years. It's wild. But yeah, it's crazy how the socioeconomic conditions you find yourself in kind of mean that your conditions, or your living conditions, they put you in a place where you remain the same person. You don't really become an adult, you know, which is why I think you've got a lot of people in their 30s and 40s that still act like fucking teenagers, because they're still renting and living with teenagers, right? Or people in their 20s or whatever. But yeah, they're still surrounded by it, and as a result, they haven't really matured, which is a shame, because some of them probably should have fucking matured. So, what was this island? This is the bomber. Okay, we also got a treasure, didn't we? So where's that? Windfall. Oh, for fuck's sake, we were literally just there. Screen keeps freezing on me. This is a problem. I don't think I've dropped any frames. Is anyone else seeing the stream freeze? Fine here, mine just did. Okay, I apologise. Because obviously I am streaming at 1440p, which is a little bit more. So I don't know if you guys have like the ability to change the resolution that you stream, that you watch the stream at, but it might be it might be smoother for you on a slightly lower resolution. But I thought it would be good to try the 1440p streaming test, because the extra resolution means that when I do when I stream like this with the CRT filter, the extra resolution helps catch the actual filter that I've put on there. At 1080p, this scanline filter, the compression algorithm just ignores it basically, and it doesn't really work very well. But at 1440p, that extra resolution I think helps carry it a little bit. You can actually see it. But yeah, let me know if it freezes, because yeah, I mean obviously I could stream. The thing is, if I go back down to 1080p, I think I can only stream at 6,432 kilobits a second. That has its own issues, but yeah. Is Bunny still locked up in horny jail? I believe so. Let me have a look. Where are we? Where are we? Yes, you are. You're in the visitors section about 9 times, but yeah. But yeah, the GPU audio capture is part of this as well. Hey, future breadcrumbs, make a change the GPU audio capture to not show up during the horny jail scene. The res looks good. Yeah, so yeah, this is the thing, is the extra resolution, I think, allows me to do a bit more with like the detail, which means I can do the CRT filter with the scan lines, the barrel distortion, and because of that, the resolution doesn't completely chew it up and get rid of it. And when I watch the VODs back on both Twitch and YouTube, it looks okay. So I think even after they've been compressed, because obviously when I stream, what I've realized is when I'm streaming, you guys get a pretty much uncompressed video feed of what I'm sending. The VOD is compressed into a video, and I think they do a couple of passes and they sort of optimize it a little bit. So the VOD is never quite the same detail, which is one of the mistakes I made when I was in the beginning. Was I was streaming and I was like, holy shit, like the VOD looks like absolute dog shit. Like I hope my stream doesn't look like that. But when I sort of checked, you know, I would go and look at the stream on my break. I would go to another computer, get my own stream up in a browser, and I'd be like, yeah, it looks really crisp and sharp. But then when I watched the VOD, it was like really crunchy, and I was like, but it's because once I finish streaming, they compress it all into a video that's a VOD that will survive for 14 days or whatever. I don't know what it is for affiliates these days. And it's deleted. But obviously the video goes onto YouTube, is there forever. So the VODs of all my playthroughs can end up on the live section of my YouTube. Thank you for the bonk, Nutsake. Welcome in, Nutsake. It's good to see you, dude. But yes, when I'm streaming, you guys are getting pretty much raw, uncut video. So I think it's fairly sharp when I'm actually streaming, which is the main thing, obviously. No internet at the moment. Someone say, yeah, so okay. So if you're on cellular, then I apologize. Yeah. Hello. Happy Saturday, folks. Welcome in, Nutsake. How's it going, dude? Good to see you. But yes, obviously my idea is to try and make it as optimized as possible, but try and make the best picture quality and the smoothest, you know, video I can make for you guys, along with making the audio as nice as possible and not crunching it too much. Because yeah, that's kind of, at the moment, there's a lot of things that can affect a live stream that I have no control over. You know, I can't control all kinds of stuff. There's lots of stuff you just have to be like, it is what it is. But I can make sure that I've got a video stream that's good quality, good audio, but it was also a streamable, you know, video feed. It's not a really awkward codec or a really awkward amount of, you know, the bitrate isn't super high, and I'm not using a crazy preset that, because I could change it to the slowest best quality, but that is a much more complex compression algorithm, which means your computer would have to do a lot more work, and I don't want to do that because even at the moment it's on slow better. There's slow, slower, slowest. It's a fucking stupid system. There should just be a number, but I think there is a number, but they've added names to it. Sorry, the ad break's going to start in a second, but yeah, you've got fastest, faster, fast, normal, slow, slower, slowest, and the slower it is, the better the quality. So depending on how the frame rate of the video, the amount of bit rate I have to send packets of 60 frames of information with 2-second intervals on B frames that will allow us the codec to have something to work from per frame every 2 frames or whatever. But yeah, every 2 seconds. Sorry, it's really complicated to explain. But yeah, there's a balance to it, and there's loads of people like, well, I just stream at 9,000 kilobits a second. It's fine. It isn't. I'm sorry. You don't realize that as soon as you give that to Twitch, they're going to compress the fuck out of it to make it 6,000. That's what they're going to do. If you go too far over, they're just going to transcode, or they're going to resize it, and they're going to do it in the cheapest and easiest way possible. So you may as well just make your stream the right size. So it's the right size. It doesn't need to be resized by the platform. But people just refuse to accept it. They look at a stream when it's live and think that compression, they don't get it. Honestly, it's another thing that I try and explain to people, but they just don't fucking listen to what I'm trying to say. Is that, like I say, right now you guys are looking on the stream, you're looking at pretty much uncompressed. I'm just sending it uncompressed. Once it's compressed into a fucking, into a video, then you start to see the artifacts and everything. But the actual live stream is, reasonably crispy. And also, play a 30 FPS game like Bloodborne, play a 60 FPS game like Dark Souls 3. They're basically the same kind of game. One will have loads of compression artifacts because there's twice as many frames to try and catch. The other one will have 30 FPS, so there's less frames, less visual information. So Bloodborne always looks really crispy on stream because there's just less frames. But if you play it at 60, like I did, suddenly it doesn't look as sharp. And I was like, why does it look worse? But there's more motion. The motion has more frames to work with. But it's because there's more frames to compress, so it's worse. So yeah, it's crazy how it works. But yeah, video compression is a whole other subject. But anyway, we have got an ad break. I need to put you guys on the BRB screen briefly. I'll be right back. We've only got a minute left, but yes, I'll be back in a moment. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. The res looks good. Good. Last line is probably why. Yes, if you're on Wi-Fi or mobile data, then there's all sorts of other variables that are involved that I can't do much about, I'm afraid. But yeah, like I say, I can try and make things as clean and tidy as possible, and then I can try and make that as optimized as possible and try and strike that balance where I compress a decent amount of quality into the stream, but I don't overdo it. And this is the thing that I think a lot of people fail to realize, is they take a very simplistic kind of more is better approach, and they think that if I just double my bitrate, I double the quality. And that's not how it works. The bitrate is the amount of bits per packet you are sending on a second-by-second basis. So if you're playing at 60 FPS, you create a packet of 60 frames of video, and you've got to compress each one of those frames from a still image into data that's much more sort of optimized to fit into the ingest rate, which is a certain amount of kilobits per second, right? So you create a packet of 6,320 or whatever it is kilobits, and that contains your video and your audio, and you upload that to a server that then decodes it or sends it to other users, that the player on your end in your browser decodes it, right? So it breaks it back down into a video image, right? So you get a second of 60 FPS, right? But the algorithm is going to compress the compression algorithm is going to compress the video to a certain point, right? But if you say that it needs to be compressed to a certain point, but then you send it in a packet which is 5 times the size, it's still compressed the image, right? The image is still being compressed as per the algorithm of the encoder. It's still followed the same process of taking the image and all of the blocks it breaks it down into, and all the gradients it can just use a lookup table for, rather than oh, we've got it, okay. All of the gradients that exist. So every single frame of video, if there's like a gradient that goes from one color to another, there is a lookup table where it will just, like, it just says make that gradient. It doesn't take it from the video. It knows that it's a gradient of that sort. And it's kind of similar to JPEG compression, where you take a picture, and bitmap compression, or rather lack of, was just every single pixel's color reference, right? There was a color for every single pixel. So it recreated it pixel for pixel, right? And if you can afford to do that, the recreation is 1-to-1, because it just takes the color of every single pixel. However, that's incredibly inoptimized, because actually every single pixel of a gradient from like light gray to white, I wish there was something on the screen that would give me a good example, but yeah. All of those pixels don't need to exist. It's just, this is the starting value and this is the final value. Just create a gradient between the two, right? And you can do that out of thin air just with mathematics to create a pixel that drops, and you can set the banding of how many pixels per drop and how stepped it is. And then if you want, you could use a shader afterwards to smooth it out, right? You could just say, take the value, times it by a certain amount, divide it by a certain amount, and subdivide it, and then create another band, and keep doing that until you have like 2 pixel bands, tiny, you can barely see them, and it smooths the gradient out. So there's all kinds of mathematics behind it that make it work. But yeah, this is the next treasure ones. This is one of the dice ones. But yeah, basically, when people are like, well, I just stream at 20,000, it's like, yeah, but like if it's still compressing 60 frames of video into like a bigger box, like it's still compressing it, right? It's still doing the compression and decompression, right? So there are still going to be, compression artifacts if you don't get it right. So just upping the bit rate, all you're doing is saying, I'm going to send you a bigger packet of video, but that bigger packet doesn't really, it's still going to be compressing the video, basically. Because if you make the bit rate higher, but you don't change your encoder settings, the encoder is still going to encode it to a certain. It's just not going to. It's not going to use that extra bandwidth for anything, because the encoder. It's this one, isn't it? Yeah. So we want to head west. Yeah, west for 3 squares. Oh. I know there's another treasure here, but it's not important. But yeah, like, I feel like, to explain it, I feel like I want to make a video where I take a screenshot of a game that I've printed out, and I fold it up I fold it in half, then fold it in half again and say that's the video compression algorithm. And then I'm going to slide that through a slot in a piece of paper and say that's your bit rate, right? Now, if you make that slot wider, but you still encode the video in the same way, you haven't gained any quality, right? Now, if you make the slot too small and you try and compress the video too much, yes. But there is a threshold where upping your bitrate ain't going to do shit. Changing the resolution help, no more freezing. Well, there you go. I hope that helps. But yes, if you're on mobile data, I do stream at 1440p, so I don't know if it defaults to 1440p. But yeah, if you're on mobile data or Wi-Fi, I would suggest not. I wouldn't suggest 1440p. Hopefully 1080p and 720p still look good and they run smoother. But yeah, like I say, it's always nice to offer, because now that I'm part of the 1440p test and my bitrate is set by the platform, I don't set the bitrate in OBS at all. It does it itself. It's usually around 22, 23, kilobits per second, which is, a lot more than there's the ghost ship. So can I go up and interact with the ghost ship? What happens if I just sail into it? What's going to happen? Disappears, okay. But yes, if I offer 1440p all the way down to 360p, people can choose whichever suits them the best. And fortunately, a while ago, Twitch did enable the ability to have more than one audio channel. So you guys hear a certain audio channel on the stream, but the VOD uses a different audio channel. So that way I can exclude anything from YouTube or Spotify or whatever. I can exclude certain things from the VOD, but I can have them playing on stream, which is super handy. And I hope in the future, when things balance out with all the changes that are going on, I'd really like to see, and this is a pipe dream, I doubt they'd ever do this, but yeah, in a dream world, I would love to see 3 audio channels. Multi-track audio would be great. How many tracks we get, I'm not sure, but in an ideal world, I'd like to put the game on one audio channel, my mic on another audio channel, music and other copyright stuff on another channel. And then I could have music playing and people could turn the volume down on that channel while watching the stream. And then they could choose how loud the mic is versus how loud the game is, and they could balance it how they want. And then you just remember how they balance that stream based on the stream. This is what they, when they view this web page, these are the settings. But that might be a little bit too complicated for Twitch. But that means that you could have music on, but if people don't like the music, they could turn it down, right? Because that's why I'm always a little bit kind of worried about playing music, because I've got lots and lots of different people in the community and I have very strange music taste. So yeah, choosing what to play and feeling confident that people are going to enjoy there being music in the background. Plus, I also feel like when you're trying to get the best audio quality, the more audio that's going at the same time, the more information that needs to be sort of compressed. So unless you've got like a really solid, stream with connection and everything, you don't have any connection issues. If you're playing music and the game is making noise and you're talking, trying to compress all that into like 320 kilobits a second, because you get 6,000 for video usually, and then 320 kilobits for audio, or maybe at 448, I can't remember. But yeah, obviously, if you again, same with when you try and compress too much visual information too aggressively, you start to lose quality, right? And I think that with visual quality, you can lose a bit of visual quality, and it's like, it's the internet, whatever. But when you lose audio quality, the stream starts to sound kind of crunchy. Yeah, I think that's not what we want, to be honest. Oh, is it not? It's not. Okay. I thought it would need to be close. So in that case, is it the one that's 6? Or am I too far away? Do I need to come back a little bit? Yeah, no, I'm not. This is not the right one. Okay, so where else is there one in the corner like that? Because the opening is there, right? So not only is it the dots that make up the dice face, but it's also the orientation of the box and where the opening is. Because this, I thought this was the only one that would vaguely even line up with that. Maybe it's further away. I feel like I would show up on that map if I was there. Yeah, nah, it's not. It has to be. Because that's the only one that could fit. It's got to be here somewhere. Because there's no other... There's no other dice-shaped island that has an opening on the left, top left like that, that also has a dot in that corner. I don't think there's any others that fit that. Because it has to be orientated this way. Keep me in there. Yeah, it's got to be. And why is that? Because, yeah, I still feel like there's a puzzle with these dice face islands, but for the life of me, I can't figure it out. I don't know if we have to visit them in order. But yeah. How is it not that? That's crazy. Because it can't be any of those. Apparently it's not that one. Because the only other dice faces that have a dot in the top left would be 4, 6, 5, and 2. If it's like, yeah, so the opening is in the wrong place. 3 is tilted that way, so it's not that. Or at least I really hope it isn't. It better not be. It better fucking... maybe it is. It is. That's really fucking... again, really illogical and obtuse. But let's sail south twice and see if... let's sail south twice and see if it is. I swear to God, dudes. Yeah, speaking of video codecs and stuff, like I streamed to YouTube using AV1 because I wanted to test that out, and yeah, it looks fine, like absolutely fine. But I don't really know if there's a way for me to check my bitrate with YouTube, because I don't really... I mean, I think there might be a place I can set it, but yeah, I just left it on the default. But yeah, we don't get lots and lots of viewers on YouTube, and we don't get lots of viewers on Twitch, to be honest, but yeah. We get even less on YouTube, so it's difficult to really sort of ask anyone, yeah, how it looks. But yeah, I mean, based on what I can see when I check, it looks pretty good. But the preview I get, it's not the same sort of preview. So the preview with Twitch is the thumbnail of the last keyframe. So it takes a keyframe every 2 seconds, and I think it uses that keyframe, it duplicates it as the thumbnail just to sort of make things easier. because that's usually the most optimized way of doing it. But YouTube, it takes like a chunk of video and then just plays that over and over again. So yeah, I don't quite know, because the YouTube stream, the preview is usually really far behind, but the stream itself is actually up to date. So we want to get to 3i Reef, yeah, so it's going to be that one over there, I think. But yes, find the resolution and the platform that works best for you, dudes. Because yeah, I don't doubt that there'll be times where there is a Twitch server closer to you than a YouTube server, or a YouTube server closer to you than a Twitch server. So therefore, one or the other might benefit you, but I can't tell you where to go. All I can do is stream to both, and you guys can choose. It's totally up to you. It's not. I'm not allowed to govern which way you go or try and make one better than the other. I have to make them both the same. Apart from the encoder, obviously, I encode the YouTube in AV1 and I encode the Twitch in H.264 or HEVC H.264, whichever one I'm using at the moment. But yeah, sorry to be boring, but yeah. I think there's a lot, there's a lot of misinformation and speculation about how video encoding works. And yeah, I know for a fact that when I cranked the bitrate up really high, it didn't improve anything at all. If anything, I got cut off because of it, so. Yeah, it's there, isn't it? That's kind of shitty, to be honest. I feel like that's kind of shitty. Because how have you... Yeah, it's literally just trimmed off those other ones, yeah. I suppose some of them need to be a bit ambiguous, but yeah, I still feel that's kind of a bit cheap. Yeah, excuse me. Excuse me. Art piece. Lovely stuff. So that means this is just where Tingle is. This is where all the Triforce pieces are. So beneath us, there is what looks like a boat with something on it. I can't quite work out, but apparently there's a Triforce chart in there. There's a Triforce chart in the top right on Overlook Island, but I can't seem to get onto the island. And then there's the ghost ship has one. And I don't remember. Somebody said something about making what you can see real, or making what disappears not disappear. But it was a little while ago, so I can't quite remember. But yeah, so I suppose we sail south and see if we can figure out how to get that one. This is just all the squares that Beetle will actually appear on. And there's one of them's different, just up north. One's slightly different. And then we've got all the treasure that we found. Because this is the weird thing. I feel like I don't have as many hearts as I should have. I feel like I don't have as many hearts as I should have, but I've like found so much treasure. Because yeah, I think you get 2 full rows of hearts, and that's 20, I think. So yeah, we're up to 11, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think there's 11. Needle Rock Island. But anyway, we have some stuff to do. But yeah, I feel like I've had to force the pacing with this one, which is weird. So yeah, oh yeah, look, there's a gold-looking boat over there. Oh, maybe it's on there. Okay, maybe that's it. Let's do this. Grab however many 50 rupees this is. Twos, welcome in, Dean. How's it going? Yeah, that's the boat, isn't it? That boat there. So maybe I need to take that boat out. Oh. Go away. How's it going, Toos? Good to see you. Because it renders it every time, because that's actually there. Cool. Right, let's go get this deciphered, and then we can go see our mate Tingle. Let's watch just fucking. Right, so Tingle Island is over there, so we're not too far away, so we could just sail that, but we need the wind to blow northeast. You can go. Because sometimes I watch a stream and like they have to stream at a really low resolution, and unfortunately that's a limitation some people have, and I think there are ways of what are you talking about? Oh. Oh yeah, excuse me, what am I doing? These. Me. Yes, I know some people, they make the gameplay a small portion of the screen, and they make lots of static assets around it. They put themselves and the chat on like a flat sort of plain background, and then make the actual stream a bit smaller, the actual gameplay a bit smaller. rather than me being like the full screen or anything. And that obviously makes it less work for the encoder, for the CPU, the GPU, and the internet and everything. And that's how they can sort of stream. And then they can do something interesting with like the space around. They can put other stuff around the outside, so the game is never interrupted by any overlay stuff like I have. So they can make a design choice to sort of overcome a limitation with the internet and technology. Because sometimes people have great technology, but the internet in their area is just not very good. Or vice versa, they have really good internet, but they just don't have access to a good GPU or a CPU. It makes streaming at 1080p 60 difficult, but they can niche down to 720, make a 720 video, make the gameplay 720p on a 1080 screen, and then fill that space up with other things that don't move very much, that lowers the overall encoding load. And yeah, they work around it. And this is the thing. Creativity, the way people overcome challenges and limitations, sometimes that's an important defining part of what something is. And I think definitely in the video game space, we're in a place where like we've kind of optimized the friction out of everything, but now everything feels really hollow and synthetic, right? There's no gameplay for the sake of overcoming challenges, like limitations with hardware, limitations with how a player interacts with a game. We've kind of removed a lot of those frictions, and as a result, video games have all kind of amorphized into like everything is a big open world RPG, because you can do basically anything with that format. And rather than niching down to just being a platformer or just being this or just being this, they put platforming challenges in a 3D open world RPG game. But some people still want platforming, and some people want platforming that is 3D but isn't open world. They want Crash Bandicoot on rails kind of platforming, right? So yeah, there's lots of different ways of working within limitations, and how somehow that kind of refines what you do. It's when you can go, any creative person will tell you the same thing. Like when you have no brief, like when no one tells you to do something specific, you can just do whatever you want. You can't do anything. You get analysis paralysis. You can't just make something without any walls to bump into. You have to niche down into something. And I think that, when you play a video game that refuses to niche down and to sort of lean into anything, it plays everything down the middle. It doesn't really do driving well. It doesn't really do shooting well. It doesn't really do story well. It doesn't really do exploration well. It doesn't really do, puzzles well. It doesn't really do combat well. It just kind of includes a very sort of shallow but present version of that, that thing. The whole game just feels kind of dead. It's like nothing has any real tangible quality to it. It's just everything has this kind of underwhelming feeling, right? And that's because they haven't really leaned into making a game about driving won't have great gunplay, or melee combat. A game about melee combat won't have great driving, because you've got to lean into these things. The engine's got to kind of, But as we move into an Unreal Engine 5 powered world, where basically or mostly all of the games are going to be made in Unreal Engine 5, maybe we'll see games in the future that do really just pivot and do racing really well as melee combat and gunplay, because we've got the experience of people that just make that game. We have the experience of people that just make that game, and we can use that to make the shooting or the driving or the melee or the platforming in our game do that. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. The rupees counting like that. The rupees counting like that. It's like, yeah, another weird design choice. Excuse me. Right, so where's that? So Cliff Plateau Isles, okay. That's a bit of a trek, so I might use Battle of the Gales for that. Excuse me. Need to stay on it with my hydration. So we're going over here, Cliff Plateau Isles, okay. I apologise, chat. I do go off on a bit of a rant, and I worry that I've killed the conversation. And I try so hard not to do it, but yeah. I also wonder. I also wonder what I'm going to talk about. The trouble is, when the water's like this, where it's just like triangles, like waves, this is what you want. You want this texture, because then you can see where on the texture it was, and then oh, for goodness sake. Atomic Bomb, welcome in. Oh, don't try that. Gotta wait a fucking business week for it to come back. Fuck off! Not my fault, the fucking boomerang takes like 5 seconds to come back. You don't aim it at something, it just goes off for like... Excuse me. It is a great game. I'm ignorant about all that, so it's cool I learned something today. Well, I appreciate that, dude. Yeah, it's nice to be able to sort of, yeah, obviously I suppose what I need to do is I need to be thinking more about the conversation in general, and like what I can do to not only maintain the conversation but take it in new directions, and what I can do to drive conversation. I wish I didn't have to worry about this stuff. I wish I could just play video games and chat with you guys, but yeah, it's pretty clear that, you know, if you're not chatting, Twitch isn't going to pay any attention to you, and that's not your fault. That's just Twitch, right? So obviously, for me to actually count as a streamer, I need to have a chat full of people always talking all the time. Is basically what they're saying. They're not saying that, but this is basically this is the outcome. This is what, you know, once you take into account what they're changing and what they're doing, yeah, that's basically it. You don't have engaged viewers all the time, then you don't count. But yeah, we've still got another couple of bits to go. Okay. And obviously it's nice to have an engaged chat, don't get me wrong. But yeah, trying to play a video game and also have a compelling conversation with like a bunch of people, where if people lurk and you haven't engaged them for a little while, they stop counting. It's like, well, you know. It's almost as if they don't understand that people like to lurk on their platform. You don't even get a chance to get over there. It's fucked. It's so quick. And I don't see another way of interacting with those things, so I've kind of just ignored them. This is in my top 5. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's done some things really well, but some other things have been so annoying and obtuse and awkward and fiddly and just not fun to interact with. It's just strange. Like, some things feel as if they were designed to be fucking awkward for the sake of difficulty, rather than making sense and being logical and intuitive. Okay, we've got that one. So yeah, it's literally just the ghost ship. Oh, it's Outset Island and the ghost ship. Those are the only ones we need to get. Because we've got every other one. So I feel like, yeah, I mean, maybe there's some treasure in every single square, and if I just get every single square's treasure, that will get us all the hearts that we're missing. Maybe, yeah. I think it's because of all the streamers that used bots to pad viewer count. Yeah, pretty much. Don't understand that, silly. That makes sense. What's your favourite Zelda bread? Probably Link to the Past. I think, you know, this... Well, I think it's tied between Link to the Past and Breath of the Wild. Both of those ones have, like, just restructured my understanding of what a good video game is. Link to the Past, when I was a kid, was probably one of the most impressive things I've ever seen a video game achieve. It was a Metroidvania, it was an open world game for the time. It was small by today's standards, but it felt like an open world game. The visual style, the pixel art and everything, the music, the story behind it, the whole Metroidvania aspect where you need to get certain items to get to certain areas, to do certain dungeons. It did everything so fucking well, and I was just blown away. The thing is, back then, a video game didn't last as long as Link to the Past lasted me. Link to the Past lasted me a long fucking time. I played it for ages, and then I wanted to play it again, you know, and I was like, that's fucking crazy, dude. Like, that game is fucking really good, but I didn't really have Nintendo consoles very often growing up, so I missed out on Ocarina and Majora's, but I was certain that they were going to be good. But my friend that did have Nintendo consoles was like, yeah, Majora's is fucking brilliant, and Ocarina's really good as well. And then they got a GameCube, so they played this one and Twilight Princess. I never played Twilight Princess, unfortunately. But I played little bits of this, but I never did a full playthrough, so, you know, I didn't get the full experience. About there. But yeah, the very first Zelda game that was side-on, like a platformer, was good, but I think I think it was held back a little bit for me by the visuals. But then the visuals in the next one, Link to the Past, yeah, I think they absolutely fucking mastered the pixel art style in Link to the Past. And I remember moving around in the forest, and there was like the shadow on the ground was from the trees above you that you couldn't see. And as an isometric game, I think back then, the visual style and the logic behind how light worked in that game, there were shadows cast by things in a way that felt very, very believable and also, you know, interesting. And I remember moving through the forest, and there were shadows parallaxing on the floor a little bit, and I was like, oh, wow, that's a nice touch. When you go to the forest for the first time. And you've got to, have we got the red dot in there? I thought we just got it. Okay, maybe if I leave the square, it'll change. Yeah, so do we not have a red circle? Okay, maybe it's just random. All of those fuckers guarding that, but I think I've already been over there, so it's fine. So... just the ghost ship one, really, and the Overlook Island one. So I think I need to look up how to interact with the ghost ship, but yeah. The speed in which those items is frustrating, yeah. Link to the Past, Twilight Princess, Link Between Worlds, Wind Waker, and Ocarina are my top 5. Yeah, I mean, Link to the Past, a Link Between Worlds I never had a look at either, to be honest. So I need to look at that one. Opposite for me, I missed out on the NES and the SNES. My first Zelda game was Ocarina. Fair enough. I mean, a good one to get involved with to start with. Did have Link's Awakening, but never beat it. Always got stuck at one point. Yeah, there's a handful of games, you know, that I sort of, you know, never sat down and finished as a kid. I kept moving on to other games, and I kind of want to rectify that. But the trouble is, there's so many new games coming out. It's like, for fuck's sake, I just wish I had more time, man. Link to the Past was so well done; it holds up strong even to this day. The game was perfect as is and never needs to be. Yeah, it doesn't need remaking. The top down, all the puzzles work top down and everything, and yeah, even the combat is really awkward, but I didn't mind it, you know? It's one of those games where you have to move the direction that you hit. You can't aim and move independently. And I still feel like it would be a bit better if you could. I think there could be some more fun with the combat if you could. But yeah, I don't think that the enemies and the way that you defeat them makes it worse than it needs to be. I think actually it's fine. But yeah. Parents got us an Atari when we were very young, and then later decided to ban video game consoles for most of my early childhood. I'm sorry to hear about that, dude. I'm sorry. Yeah, maybe we should play Link to the Past at some point, but I worry that if I start playing that game, I'll just never stop playing it. It's so fucking good. Bought myself an N64 and a PS2. Well, you got back on. You got back into it. Because yeah, like I've met people that, like, oh, my parents banned video games when I was a kid, so I've never played anything from the PlayStation 3 backwards, and I'm like, okay, so I'm going to give you a USB stick with a text file on it. On that text file is going to be on that USB drive with a text file. That text file is going to contain a list of games that you have to play. And I don't care if you emulate them or buy the console, but you have to play them, right? They are fundamental to understanding video games as a medium. They are the touchstones of how video games have evolved throughout history, and they are some of the best stories or some of the best mechanics in video game history. So yeah. PS3 had a bunch of great games, don't get me wrong, but yeah, the PlayStation 2, the Super Nintendo, yeah, and then before that, yeah, your sort of Master Systems and Atari and everything. There was just, yeah, some games that encompassed and utilized and designed and sort of, you know, got the ball rolling with a number of mechanics that we rely on to this day. So yeah. Relatable fanboy, never played PlayStation titles one day. Never played the PlayStation titles. The PS1, I think because the PS1 was like kind of the first ever console that a lot of people ever really developed for, the PlayStation 1 library has some incredibly interesting video games in it. Lots of weird, kooky, strange games that don't really do anything of any merit. That are still fun to play, but they don't really do anything sort of, you know, groundbreaking. They were just a quirky, weird block puzzle that, you know, okay. But then you've got like Metal Gear Solid, you've got Gran Turismo, you've got basically a bunch of IPs that are now on their 4th or 5th like game. Started off on the PlayStation. Tenshu was incredibly good. Siphon Filter was incredibly good. Metal Gear Solid was obviously incredible. I'm trying to think back that far. Crash Bandicoot was amazing. Spyro was amazing. Yeah, just so many games that developed a huge fan base back then that are still playing those games to this day, you know, to this day. Still never fixed the horrible camera angles in modern games that plagues us since the N64. So yeah, I mean, I think cameras in video games have improved because cinematics have improved, and therefore being able to emulate what a close-up 35mm lens would do versus a wide angle, and focal lengths and apertures and all sorts of other things. Video game engines have evolved to a stage now where you can have different cameras for different things, and you can use a camera angle or lens, you know, to sort of make it better. For instance, in this game, when you are doing the flower bud mechanic, where you jump into a flower bud and it yeets you out, the FOV and the camera's angle widens massively to create a much bigger FOV so you can get your bearings, which is, yeah, a very interesting, clever trick. But yes, camera and orientation is its whole, there's a whole kind of like logic behind how that works and how it should be done and everything. I'm just going to make sure I've been to this fairy island. I think I have. Quambus is away. So this one's my oasis. Okay. Didn't realise we got our own one, but yeah. I have since gone back and played many of the older games, but still so many that I want to... Yeah, exactly. There's so many. There's so many new games coming out, but there's so many old games that you want to play. Still own all the Siphon Filter and Tension games. Really? Because, yeah, Wrath of Heaven, I played one, but Wrath of Heaven I played, but I didn't really, you know, because I played... I mean, Tenchu 1, the first Tenchu, I played the fuck out of it. Both characters... Tried to get through without being spotted, tried to get the highest rank, tried to, you know, use all the various different sort of, oh, they're electric, but use all the different gadgets and everything and figure out how the AI worked and everything. And Wrath of Heaven, I looked at it, played it for a little bit, and I was like, yeah, cool. I just didn't quite get into it as much. But the PlayStation 2 was an absolutely bonkers platform. There were so many games on the PlayStation 2. And the leap, it's a shame that, you know, like the PlayStation 5 versus the PlayStation 4 is a completely different comparison to PlayStation 1 versus PlayStation 2. It's insane. When you look at the leap in not only the polygon counts, but the frame rates, like so many games played at like a flawless 60 hertz on the PlayStation 2, but they were so much more detailed than the PlayStation 1. But even with games consoles, we are getting into an area where basically things haven't really improved a hell of a lot for a while. And there's a handful of reasons for that, you know. I think for a start, the over-reliance on shaders. I think that modern video games use so many shaders that require so many frames to be re-rendered in a certain way to facilitate how that shader works, that yes, they can improve the visual kind of spectacle of it. But yeah, like when we're worrying about using AI and upscaling and frame generation to create fake frames, I'm glad that other people have started calling it, because I remember calling it fake frames and everyone told me I was a prick and I didn't know what I was talking about. I was like, no, they're not fake frames. It's taking the game's frame and then rendering another one, but using AI to sort of... And I was like, it's a fake frame. It's not a real frame. It hasn't been rendered. It's not a real frame. And yeah, sure enough, when people were rendering 2 to 3 extra frames per real frame, the fake frames had all kinds of distortion and fucking like warbling, and like text was all distorted. I was like, it's not a real frame, you know, because it doesn't even seem like it's clever enough to render the 3D assets and render the HUD separately afterwards, which is what I thought it always did. I always thought a video game would render the 3D assets, and then it would render the textures, and then it would render the lights, and then it would render some of the sort of effects, and then it would render the HUD on the very last pass, right? Because the HUD's usually the simplest thing to render, right? But the HUD gets distorted because the GPU is not separating these AI frames. It's not separating the polygonal assets that it's trying to render in AI from the HUD, and the HUD never changes, so the HUD could be completely ignored. Every single game should render the HUD every frame. If you want to render the 3D assets as AI, if you want to use AI to pretend to render the assets in between to create a frame that doesn't exist, then sure, go for it. But yeah, like when you look at like how maps and icons get all sort of distorted when you take a screenshot, because that wasn't a real frame. It copied the last frame and just adjusted things slightly. And don't get me wrong, like, you know, if you're rendering it like, you know, if you want to render at 1440p, but you render it at like 14, you know, if you render it at like 1000p or 1080p, and then you just ever so slightly make it bigger, and then you just use an algorithm that just stops the artifacting and blurring from happening. But we're getting to a stage now where they're like, when you render at 1440p, the game's rendering at 900p, and it's upscaling from there. And obviously you start to see all kinds of blur, and they smooth it and do all sorts of other shit to cover it up. But then you play a video game like Arkham Knight and you're like, holy shit, this shit looks crispy as fuck, because it's not relying on AI to fucking fart out fake frames. You know, you play an old game before all this AI frame generation and upscaling shit existed, and suddenly everything looks incredibly crisp and it plays at 60 FPS. Because it's only rendering frames that need to exist at 60 FPS. But yeah, you know, again, it's been a bit of a fucking grumpy Saturday. I apologize. But yeah, I just, you know, don't get me wrong. I can see what they're going for, but I know why they're doing it. NVIDIA has put all of its eggs in the AI basket, and they're not generating any new hardware level improvements, right? So the only improvements they've got to offer are what the fruits of their AI research have provided. And the fruits of their AI research have proved to be just fucking upscaling technology, right? And copying a frame and adjusting it. So how the fuck do we get up there as well? This is the thing. How do we get up there? Because, I mean, yeah, there's a tornado over there. So can I fly into that tornado with my... Can I swim into that tornado from there? Even in Sekiro and Lies of P, died to the old school bad camera angle sometimes. So when you say bad camera angles, what are you referring to? Because I don't feel like Sekiro and Lies of P had bad camera angles. Love the PS2 being able to play PS1 games makes it such an amazing console, especially if you love art. Yeah, and I'm really happy that obviously the PlayStation 3 wasn't playable on the PlayStation 4, but the PlayStation 4 is playable on the 5. But I think they kind of had to do that. I think with the lockdowns and everything else, there was a huge like downward trajectory with the amount of games being made. So they had to sort of... They launched the console, but there just weren't enough games, and that's a huge death sentence. If you release a console and there aren't enough games, the adoption rate is really slow. And then because the adoption rate is slow initially, people tend to adopt that generation later in its life cycle, which means when you release the replacement, people aren't done playing the library that we released that eventually did get released for that one. So, I mean, to this day, there's still people that are playing on PlayStation 4, and it's like, are you fucking kidding me? Like... No offense, but, you know, the PlayStation 5 is almost at the end of its life cycle, but because of the lockdowns and COVID and everything all got out of sync. And there's a bunch of games, and there's always been a crossover period. There's always a crossover where the previous console and the new console need a version that works for both. So each one is limited by the parameters of the other one, right? So the PlayStation 5 game can't be super good because it needs to run on PlayStation 4, and the PlayStation 4 game is going to be a little bit like, you know, it's going to be playing at the worst possible settings just to make it run, but it needs to scale to the PlayStation 5 on the same disc, right? So there needs to be a bunch of settings that scale between two different platforms, and that difference in optimization, it just, yeah, you have to optimize for two platforms, so you can't optimize super well. But that period with the PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5, and I'm not an Xbox player, so I can't say anything about Xbox, but the transition from this generation to from the last has been really stretched out, and there's been a lot of games that are still kind of limited by the PlayStation 4 spec. And then every now and again you play a game which is just for PlayStation, because I played Demon's Souls Remake, right? Because that's the one that came with my PlayStation 5. And holy fuck, it's ridiculous how good and well that game plays, right? It looks unbelievable when it plays at 60 FPS, and the lighting in that game is fucking exquisitely brilliant. It looks unbelievable to play. But then I played a bunch of games and I was like, this feels like a fucking PlayStation, because it was a PlayStation 4 game. It was just a PlayStation 4 game running at 1440 rather than 1080, but everything, all the textures, all the shaders, everything was still kind of keyed towards 1080 or 900, because lots of PlayStations play at 900p and then upscale dynamic resolution to 1080 to hit 1080 and still do 60 FPS. So yeah, it's, you know, one of them. Anyway, there is an ad break playing. I'm going to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. I'll be right back. And then hopefully we can figure out how to get onto some of these islands that are not reachable from the sea. Yes, I'll be right back. There's all sorts of scary Cronenberg monsters and jump scares and everything, but we all know the scariest thing about this game is first-person platforming. And fucking grabbing with a mouse. It's so strange. I couldn't roll in time. Yep, okay. Let me do a save here because I know from experience that yeah, this bit could go massively wrong. No.
Right, what's wrong?
Hey, can you not run along that and jump on the pipe? Is that not what we do? Get out of the way, please. Thank you. Fuck's sake. No. Oh, it's going to fade out. So you can fall hard enough to hit it and die. Okay.
But do you mean run back to the other Grace? Because fuck me, man. Like, really? I think it has a slow setting. Fucking hell.
Yeah, we don't have the... Weird, it must have been cold enough for me to wear a hoodie and a hat on stream. Strange. But yes, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Excuse me. Stupid NVIDIA CEO. Yeah, well, it's kind of where the market's gone. There's just, you know, there's so much money. So there's a whole series of events. But basically, people realized you could do computational work with a GPU. And it was as if you put another computer inside your computer to mine cryptocurrency. And from there, CPUs and GPUs concurrently doing work in various different ways led to people leveraging GPUs to do AI computational work and the tensor cores or whatever. So the market started using GPUs for things that weren't about rendering video a while back, kind of because of Bitcoin and everything else. It was so profitable to have a GPU rack with like 8 GPUs rather than one computer with one GPU. So suddenly there was a GPU shortage and so on and so forth. And NVIDIA was like, why is our projected supply not meeting demand? And they said, well, loads of people are using GPUs to mine Bitcoin. They're using the tensor cores and everything else to mine Bitcoin because it's pound for pound, watt for watt more efficient or whatever. And then people figured out you could use the GPUs to do all kinds of other computational work if you program them to do it. For a brief moment in time, NVIDIA was releasing GPUs that don't have an HDMI port on them, specifically for this task, to try and separate the supply and demand for each sector. But they realized how much money they were making from these GPUs. And yeah, basically, even if the GPU does have an HDMI, the thing is, the GPUs that are for domestic rendering video games and design and rendering images on a screen, those can still be used. So when you run out of these ones that don't have an HDMI port, unless you've made a hardware change, and they did, when people were mining Bitcoin, they created like a low hash count version for rendering video games. So these were useless for mining Bitcoin, but then they realized how much money they were making from people mining Bitcoin and then AI. So they lent into it massively, and as a result, the GPUs have only got more expensive and also more catered towards being useful for AI. And they've kind of not evolved. And I don't know whether NVIDIA is 100% responsible, because I think we may have reached a point where we've kind of got the maximum out of the architecture we currently have. And I think until we find that next big development in the way processors work, I don't think we're really going to see any big steps forward. And I know that sounds pretty obvious, but yeah, I think we are reaching the kind of event horizon, the kind of precipice, the maximum saturation of performance we can extract from a processor that works with ones and zeros. Until we can build a quantum computer and design an instruction set that allows you to work with ones and ones and twos and ones and threes and ones and fours and zeros and fours. Once we can, understand how to make quantum computing a reality and build instruction sets that take advantage of the fact that every 2 instructions can now be 1 instruction, because you can have, well, technically this is where it gets complicated, because if one bit of information could be stored, if it's ones and zeros, now if it's 0 or 1, yes or no, if it could be yes, no, yes, yes, no, no, as well as yes, no, and no, yes, suddenly, you don't have to do 4 different calculations to get 4 outcomes. You can have the outcome you want can be one thing. So immediately you make every computer on the planet that can work like that, with the amount of electricity that you could give it, you suddenly make that energy and that process 3 to 4 times as efficient, as it's quicker, basically. Because you're not doing a calculation to work out 3 or 4 different things, you're doing one calculation and storing one bit of information, which could be one of 4 things, 4 states, so to speak. But I don't know a lot about quantum computing. A lot of this is just, paraphrasing might be the way, but yeah, basically, until that technology becomes like mass produced and we get GPUs and CPUs that utilize quantum computing, we're not going to see a big step forward. Which is why the only real progression that's being made is in what AI that is quicker than rendering a real frame. But I begin to wonder, if we didn't use so many shaders, could we just render a better frame if we didn't rely on shaders to fix everything? Because I do think we use a lot of shaders, because when somebody breaks down how a video game renders a frame, and they're like, it renders this, and then it renders this pass, and it renders this pass, and it renders this pass, it renders this pass, and then it uses this and this and this with this effect to create this, and it uses this, this, and this to create this, and it uses this, this, and this to create this. And I'm like, holy fuck, so it's rendered the game, and then rendered the lighting, and then rendered, it renders the polygons, the textures, the lighting, Then after it's got the rendered frame, all the effects that smooth it out and touch things up, it renders the frame again in a slightly different way. So you end up with like a black and white version of the frame where only the character is black and everything else is white, and it does a shader based on that information. And then it does, so it's rendering the frame multiple times. And I'm like, just because of the amount of shaders that are required. So if we just didn't rely on shaders as much, we could just render the extra frames rather than asking AI to render the frame based on what the last frame was. But yeah, I don't know. It's all a bit up in the air, unfortunately. It's all a bit fucking complicated. But yeah, when I was watching a breakdown of Metal Gear Solid Phantom Pain, they were showing how many different frames it renders, how many different versions of the same frame it renders to provide information. There's a bit of stutter there. To provide the information needed for the shader to do what it does. And I was like, damn. So like, you know, it's actually rendering about fucking 170 FPS to get 60. It's just rendering all these extra frames to create a shader of some sort. And I was like, damn. So yeah, I don't know if we need to start moving away from shaders as a solution. But then again, you know, depending on how video games look, you know, how do you achieve these results without a shader? Combining shaders is a phrase I'm also familiar with in the last few years. Yes, Pettis, welcome in, by the way. Good to see you, dude. Oh, you came in on the break, that's why, because you joined the raffle, you came in on the break. That's why. But yes, yeah, I mean, the thing is, I don't mind compiling shaders, you know, and the thing is, right, when people are like, oh, video games are too big, video games are too big, video games are too big, the video games are too large, and a video game is like 60 gigabytes, then you start the game up, it's like compiling shaders, and it spends fucking hours, not hours, it spends like 40 minutes or half an hour compiling shaders. And you're like, okay, so why weren't they pre-compiled? Well, we wanted the game to be under 100 gigabytes, so... And it's like, you know, at some point, you know, you have to say to yourself, okay, generate a shader on the fly when it's possible, but then when you generate shaders on the fly, it stutters, and people complain like mad that games stutter too much. It's like, you can't really win. Like I say, all of this is to do with shaders, right? I'm starting to think, are we relying too heavily on shaders in the way that we build games? Right, I need to know how to fucking figure out the ghost shit, but yeah. It's cold here, 4 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, so that's pretty cold, because Fahrenheit is 30 odd. So I think it's 30, because 32 degrees Fahrenheit is where water freezes in American units, right? It freezes at 0 degrees for us, but degrees Fahrenheit is 32. So if it's 4 for you, I added 32 to, if I added 32 to that, it would be 0 to us. No, I don't know. No, my brain's not brain. I'm sorry. I've had a fucking rough one today, chat. I apologize. My fucking brain, it just, with this long COVID brain fog, some days it just never gets into gear. I just can't think. You know, I start thinking and it all just fucking goes blank. I can't use my fucking brain. Minus 15 degrees C. Yeah. So to get from 4. Yeah, no, I can't remember the fucking conversion. I can't, but yeah. Everyone else uses centigrade, so yeah. Got the platinum for Demon Souls remake. I just got the platinum for Lies of P last night. GG's, dude, GG's. Because the Demon Souls, I need to help somebody beat a boss. I need to defeat somebody in PvP, and then I need to get pure white world tendency, pure white character tendency. So the Monumental gives me a ring. So yeah, I need to do some co-op stuff with Nilo at some point. It's insane. Yeah, I did hope you're all... Yeah, I'm glad to hear it, dude. Glad to hear it. And now we've got games that are 150 gigabytes and larger. Yes, but the thing is, if a game is 130 gigabytes, but it doesn't have to pre-compile shaders every time you open it or every time you do a GPU... Because I compiled all the shaders from Battlefield 6, but then I updated my GPU driver, so I had to recompile all the shaders. And I was like... Oh. I mean, I hope it's replaced the old ones. I hope it hasn't just created a bunch of shaders in a file somewhere on top of the other ones, or separately, you know, version 0. Blah, blah, blah. These are the shaders, and it keeps all the old ones for some reason because it's going to use up space, right? But by the same token, the way software uses space these days, it's yeah. because again, AI data centers have made the price of hard drives just go up again. They haven't gone down the way they should have done. Because I wanted to get a 4-bay NAS to put the 4 hard drives I currently use for storage. And then at one point I wanted to get a 16 terabyte drive to put in there, and I would move everything onto the 16 terabyte drive and then get another 16 terabyte drive and have 32 in total and have a centralized storage solution for everything, right? And then I wouldn't have stuff on my laptop, on my desktop, on my streaming PC, on my phone, or on like an online cloud storage. I'd have everything centralized and I could access it from anywhere on any device. So I could keep all my media as organized as possible. But yeah, because of fucking AI data centers, hard drives have remained like, you know, £500-600 for like a large one, when they should be down to, you know, fuck knows, they should be a lot smaller by now, but yeah, a lot cheaper by now. Okay. COVID brain is so really annihilated me over the holidays. Took me over 2 weeks to feel normal. Yeah. Apparently, quick rough conversion Fahrenheit is -32. Then divide. Oh, that's what I say. Yeah, because I know divide by 2. That's what I was. That's the bit that I forgot. Because I know that 32 is 0 for me. That's the one. Like that's the anchor that I have. So with the conversion, for me, I like an anchor, right? So if 100 kilograms is blah blah blah, I can work it out from there. But yeah, I know that water freezes at 32 degrees Fahrenheit by that system, but obviously 0 degrees in centigrade. So yeah, fuck off. What I tend to do is take 32 off, and it gives me an idea, but take off 32 from 4, and you've got -28. So it would be 14, -14. You say, yeah, -15, -14. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Right, so somewhere along the line, somebody mentioned something about the ghost ship. So we have been told how the ghost ship works. So what I need to do now is refresh myself on that information. The ghost ship. Time to get the Triforce of Courage. The first part of this quest involves locating the ghost ship. In order to do that, you'll need to acquire the ghost ship chart. Your next destination is Diamond Step Island. Warp over to Outset Island and sail over while the King of Red Lions. Use your hookshot to grab the tree base on the island and continue to use the hookshot until you reach the... Use your hookshot on the... Oh! You can use your hookshot on the tree base. Well, that's it then. That's how we get onto the okay. That was the bit of information I was missing. That's the bit of information I was missing. Sorry. What was the island called? Diamond Step Island. Yeah, it's a diamond shape, isn't it? So Diamond Step Island, where we're going. Diamond Step Island. Diamond Step Island. Okay, so we're going that way. So yes, that's an interesting way to keep up with chat. If I am to sail there rather than warping, it will give me a chance to make sure I've read everyone's messages. And this is one of the things, chat, is that I remember when I stream an old game that has loading screens that last an okay amount of time. It's a super handy opportunity to catch up on chat. But loading screens are going away because of SSDs, right? So suddenly First of all, tool tips, loading screen tips was a really nice way of delivering bits of information which sort of punctuate the gameplay. They don't have to be relevant, they're just bits of information that are useful, and they help educate the player without having to create a whole side quest or an NPC that really awkwardly talks about how a mechanic works. You could just make it a loading screen tip, right? But obviously that delivery mechanism is going away because loading screens are going away. And loading screens going away is a good thing, but the way a game feels, like, it's interesting that I was talking the other day about how a pause game in a video, when you put a pause button in a game, you can just step out of it immediately, and it kind of ruins the immersion. And if the game needs you to be immersed because it's very detail oriented and you need to notice details, then immersing the player by forcing them to by not giving them a pause, they have to be locked in, and because they're locked in, they notice, and because they notice, they can play the game. So if you put a pause button in, it kind of breaks it. But and having said that, games do feel fucking relentless when there's no pause button, when there's no loading screen, sorry. So it's kind of like, I think loading screens, they kind of created a respite, and you could kind of pace your video game around them. The pacing of your game could be reliant on the fact that you have something really hectic that goes on for a long time. A cheeky little loading screen in there somewhere can really space it out and stop people feeling overwhelmed. But if you want it to feel super, like, ridiculous, you don't put a loading screen in, you just make them do the whole thing in one go, right? But yeah, I think the loading screen's going away. It definitely changes the way you approach a video game. Still working with a 1 terabyte internal drive, and it's rough. I always have to uninstall games to make room for what I want to play. Yes, yeah, so I have 2 terabytes in this one. My MacBook was 500 gigabytes because Apple charge a ridiculous markup for storage. And you're not supposed to upgrade the storage on Mac laptops, but people find a way eventually. So I'm hoping by now I could take it in and get a 2 terabyte module put on there for however much it costs. But unfortunately at the moment, memory modules are eye-wateringly expensive, so maybe not. But with my MacBooks, I've always chosen the smaller, options for the hard drive, but I get the best CPU and the best RAM you can get, because the fact is, if you work in a creative field, it doesn't matter how big the hard drive on your laptop is, you will always run out. It just happens a bit later down the line. So you're always going to have to buy an external storage. No matter what you do, you're always going to have to buy external storage. If you have a laptop that you can't swap the hard drive out of, you're always going to end up buying a thumb drive or an external hard drive of some sort. You're just going to. It's just, unfortunately, that's just the way it is. So rather than getting a really massive, expensive hard drive in a laptop, what I do is I buy the smaller version and put that money towards the CPU and the RAM. Then I just wait a year or two and then buy myself a 2 terabyte external drive. I've done that twice. So I've got two 2 terabyte drives that are in their own enclosure, and then I have a dual enclosure. I have a dual enclosure that has 2 4 terabyte hard drives in there. So I have 8 terabytes on my main NAS, and the NAS that I chose has 2 USB ports that I've plugged the other 2 enclosures into. So they are effectively USB hard drives for all of my computers, because they go through the NAS, and the NAS can be accessed by all the computers over the network, over Ethernet, which is faster than USB anyway. Complications, complexity. But anyway, so I have managed to sort of map it all together. So I've got an 8 terabyte, well, no, actually, I've got a 4 terabyte RAID. I've got a 4 terabyte with a backup. So anything that's super important goes on the 4 terabyte partition, and it's doubled over to back up on another hard drive in case it fails. And then I have two 2 terabyte spaces that I just chuck stuff on. But because hard drives have remained so expensive because of AI, I've had to go old school and buy myself a burner drive and a spindle of fucking Blu-rays. So I got a Blu-ray player and burner, 6-speed Blu-ray burner for £109, I think. And it's super compact. It's a really nice compact one. It runs off USB-C, so it runs off USB. I could power it externally, but I don't need to. And basically, anytime I have a collection of stuff that gets to 20 gigabytes or 21 gigabytes or whatever, I just burn it onto a Blu-ray disc and then just delete it off the hard drives. So all of my live streams are roughly 20 gigabytes each. So if I have a playthrough that I want to keep forever because it's important to me, I burn each stream onto a disc. And the discs are like you can get a spool of about 100 for like 24 quid. So they're pretty fucking cheap. They are pretty fucking cheap. And they're basically, when you look at the gigabytes of storage for the amount of money you spend, it's a shit ton cheaper. There's just obviously the ball ache of batching everything into 21 gigabyte folders and then burning them. So, but if I just leave it burning while I'm working on my other computer, who cares? You know, it's fine. Consider doing the same. But yes, no, I'll get the burner that I use up on the screen in a moment. Because the one I would suggest, the one that I use, is actually pretty solid. Right, so yeah, apparently we should be able to use the grappling there. But yeah, let me just grab a tab on here, and I can get the link to the one that I use. And where are we? So. So I use this one. I think some other people had the same idea as me. Keep an eye out for this one. It's USB 3.2 Gen 1. So it's a Blu-ray burner, which is old tech, but it's USB 3.2 and it's USB-C. That's what sold it for me. But yes, it will do dual layer, but only at 4 times. So it will do Blu-ray at 6 times, DVD at 8 times, and CDR at 24 times. And I think it can do dual layer. It doesn't specify it, but I think I checked. I think it can do dual layer, 50 gigabyte ones, but it's quite slow because it's dual layer, right? But yes, that's the one I use, the Pioneer. I'll just drop this in chat. It would be easier, wouldn't it? I'll just drop this one in chat. Sorry, the link's fucking massive. But yeah, this is the one that I use. It's really compact. It's USB-C, and yeah. And a spool of Blu-rays is going to cost you like 20 quid or something. Burnable Blu-ray. So you get 50 for 36 quid, and they are 20... What was it, 22, 23 gigabyte? So they're 25 gigabytes. I've never been able to fully get 25 gigabytes on there, usually between 21 and 24 gigabytes. So if you were conservative and said 50 times 24, where's my calculator? Where's the calculator? Oh, excuse me, calculator. So if we said that they are, let's say, because they say they're 25, but if I put 24.8 gigabytes on one, it's like, ooh, I don't like it. So I think they're actually probably closer to 22. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, let's say that they're about 22 gigabytes, right? So 22 times 50. So that's 1,100 gigabytes. So that's 1.1 terabytes, right? And it is 36.59, right? So that is about £30 per... No, that can't be right. How is 30... No, that's not right. Sorry, I've done the wrong math there. Sorry, my brain isn't brain today. But yeah, basically, if you... yeah. Oh, well, yeah, well, either way, whatever it is. Basically, a terabyte for 36 quid. But the downside is that you have to burn it in 20 gigabyte batches. I think is I think that's probably a lot cheaper than buying a bunch of hard drives with the price of them at the moment. But yeah, that Blu-ray player is really useful. It works. It plugs in via USB. Windows 11 just sees it as a Blu-ray drive. I didn't have to install any weird software or anything. I haven't tried a dual layer. I've just checked if it works. But I can't. Yeah, I can't use the grappling hook. Excuse me. Use the hook shot. We haven't got the hook shot. This is what it will be, chat, is we haven't got the hook shot. Do you get the hook shot as well as the grappling? So where is the hook shot? What? But where's the hook shot? Do we get the hook shot in this one as well? Oh, dearie me, this game. You can sequence break it without even knowing. Chris Shinibon, welcome in, dude. How's it going? What is this? You thought the grappling hook replaced the hook shot? Nope. Well, yeah, I did. It's here. It's the grappling hook. The hook shot can be fired in all directions, downward too. Can be used on special targets, objects, and enemies. Yeah. Oh, I don't want to fucking watch a video. Fuck off. The Wind Temple. Okay, so I think what I need. Six different eye reefs located. There's rewards. That's in this section. Most sections. Jump forward. Stop standing on the mouse, little man. You know you're not allowed to do that. Come on. Each of them corresponds to a special chart. You have been using this guide. These charts are not particularly useful. Most of the material found in these charts has already been covered throughout the walkthrough. You can use it. So, holy fuck, dude! It is a kitty. Yes, it is. No, it's not. He's a little goblet now. He's a kitty. No. Jesus Christ, dude, this is fucking crazy. Like, I literally, like, I even with a guide, I can't play this game. Like, so we've done that. Hyrule Castle, we've done that. Master Sword, we've got. Withered Deku Trees, we've done. Forsaken Fortress, we've done. So, done that. We've done that. And then we're on to the Earth Temple. Iron Spider-Man, welcome in, dude. Whereabouts are you now? Where are you about at now? So we are... so we're down here, basically. But yeah, give me a moment. Because, yeah, eye reefs. So... 6 different eye reefs located throughout the Great Sea that will now have cannons that shoot towards it. All these contain various rewards. We'll be collecting them in this section. Most of the sections 11.1 and 11.2 are optional, so jump forward and continue with them. Link can complete the eye reefs in a particular order. In any particular, just gives a brief description of each. Located 2 squares at the Tower of the Gods. So do we have to shoot... Do we have to shoot those cannon boats at every single set of eye reefs? Is that what they're saying? Because there's one, like, over here. Good. Glad to hear it, dude. Glad to hear it. Yes, I'm mostly good. This game is incredibly awkward. Like... almost nothing has been simple. Everything has been like, I don't know, it's hard to explain, but yeah, it's been really awkward to get through this game. Even with a guide, it's been awkward to get through this game. Like, none of the controls work the way you expect them to. Everything is awkward and backwards, and then on top of that, getting items in the right order has been really difficult. even though I've been using a guide. So I really don't quite know what I'm not doing right, to be honest, but yeah. So we're going to need this. And then I'm going to save the game here. But yeah, it's been so awkward to play. Thank you for the 10 streak, Christian. Crazy numbers. Yeah, I'm not sure what the oh. Enjoy the raffle game. Excuse me. No. I don't know if there's... Are we supposed to destroy all these cannons? Or... No, I shouldn't do this when I'm close to the fucking edge. Because, yeah, it doesn't look like we're supposed to get on top of any of these things. Blow them up. Okay. So I've got to blow up all the cannons. In which case... See this? Yes, Baba, I know. When I've heard Sucks is having a bad experience with the game. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm really trying. And the thing is, I know that the sleep apnea and the long COVID and the depression that comes with all of that nonsense is one of the reasons why I'm not super enjoying things as much as I normally would. But even still, you know, I'm just like, holy fuck, dudes. Like, game is unnecessarily awkward sometimes. And arguably, we still managed to enjoy... Expedition 33 and a bunch of other games this year, you know, like Death Stranding 2 was great, Expedition 33 was great, Metal Gear Solid Delta was great, you know, I've still enjoyed games this year. But yeah, I am conscious of the fact that, yeah, my brain is not happy at the moment, and it makes it difficult to enjoy things. But yeah, is this close to the end of the game? No, I reckon we've still got a fair bit to go. So you can get both in one. You're lucky. How do you like it compared to the first one? I don't think it reached the heights of the first one. I think that it was kind of more of the same. And that's not what I expect from a Hideo Kojima game. I expect kind of, I expected something a bit more different. And what we got wasn't bad, it was more of the same. But yeah, I don't feel like it kind of pushed the boundaries and sort of evolved very much. Oh, okay, so that's how these work. Right, okay, so we can do this. Okay, so we can visit these now. Okay. I have something to do, we can do that, that's fine. We have a goal in mind. But yeah, it's been quite obtuse and quite, you know, vague about what I'm supposed to be doing. And usually, enjoy the raffle. Was it because of a resub? Pellis, thank you so much for the resub, dude. 5 months, almost half a year, dude. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. So, this is why these drop bombs. See, this is the thing. You get that feeling when you're playing certain games. You're like, oh, it's going to fuck me. Because it's happened so many times. So, we need the leaf. We need the leaf and we need the Wind Waker. And I need to go this way. No. This way. And then we should be able to glide over there, hopefully. And then you get a big old thumbs up. Excuse me, where was I? You didn't take Zelda Gaming 1 in school. I must have missed that class, unfortunately. But yes, I'm just make sure I haven't missed any messages because it has been going by. Money is better spent on a better CPU and GPU. Would definitely like to upgrade the HDs. Yeah, it's yeah. Like when it comes to hard drive space, it's just one of those things. As video formats grow in size and complexity, as music gets more detailed and the size of data has always got bigger over time. It's just always been the case. So I've never really thought if I buy a really big hard drive, I won't have to upgrade it. I've always needed to upgrade my hard drive. So I just stopped bothering. I just always bought the smallest hard drive, and I always make sure I have an external that I can just dump stuff on. I only have the game that I'm playing and the artwork and the video that I'm working on the hard drive of the laptop itself. Everything else gets dumped on a hard drive externally. And that's just, it's made my life so much easier that way. Not to mention fucking Adobe Premiere. I need to check CapCut on this as well. But Windows Clipchamp and Adobe Premiere on my Mac, they both cache huge chunks of information for video, for projects and stuff. So once you're finished with a project, you've got to fucking blast the cache as well. I don't know if there's a setting to do it automatically, but yeah, my Mac was basically full up. But 220 gig of it was just Adobe Premiere cache files for projects that I don't even have on there anymore. I finished them and shipped them. They're done. So I don't need to. So I didn't realize it was caching so much. And I managed to clear the fucking Adobe cache, and it fucking freed up 200 gigabytes of space on my laptop. It's only a 500 gigabyte hard drive. So I've suddenly got more space, because one project I want to do is I want to take my playthrough of Crow Country and I want to edit it together into one, like, full-on, one whole video of start to finish, because I finished that game in one stream, and it was fucking brilliant. No, I finished it in 2 or 3 streams, I think. But yeah, I could probably crop it down to about, whatever it needs to be. But I also feel like I want to figure out what the timing is so I can make one of those chapter selects. So I can make it into like a longer form video that people can watch of me playing Crow Country. Cut out all the ad breaks, timestamp everything. So I've got like a chapter select in the description, and then see what a long format playthrough. Because yeah, when I play a game that takes 5, 6, 7 streams, it's not worth editing into one video, because it will be like fucking 17 hours long. It'd be ridiculous, or maybe even 20 or 30 hours long, depending on the actual gameplay. But when a game only takes like 1 or 2 streams, I feel like it's cool to put it in one video, but obviously I need to timestamp it so that people can jump to certain bits if they want. But I may also, start, breaking it down into sort of 45-minute episodes where I just take a stream and I only record in between the ad breaks, and I upload those as episodes so you can view 1 hour. But I can't guarantee something's going to happen in an hour. But yeah, I'm thinking about how to convert my streams into YouTube videos. thinking of a process that I can just stream and then I can turn it into a video afterwards. At the moment, I just put the whole stream up, which is not ideal, but you know, it's better than nothing. But yeah, I don't want to start compromising how the stream works for YouTube, and I don't want to start compromising my YouTube videos because of how my stream works. Try and do both. It's not easy. And I know proper full-time content creators, they do a video of a game offline where they can play the game for YouTube and make it work. But I don't do that, unfortunately. I just play games on stream. So something to think about, but yeah. But yes, having more space means I can actually just make that video, because it's obviously it's like 60, 70 gigabytes worth of video I'm going to compress into about 50 gigabytes. And I didn't even have 50 gigabytes spare. I had like 20 gig left. And I was like, fuck, I'm going to run out of space. But anyway, excuse me. Let me make sure I haven't missed anything. Enough earlier, so yeah, I'm not having a bad experience. It's just, it's being, there's a lot more friction than I was hoping for, to put it that way. Bigger, and then you get a big old thumbs up indeed. It's close to the end. Oh yeah, it's finished Death Stranding 2. How do you compare to the first one? Yeah, so like I say, it was good, but it didn't quite blow me away as much as I was hoping. I'm a noob on Twitch. Does anyone know if using Discord and Twitch at the same time can cause a problem with Twitch chat? No, I shouldn't think so. I think it should be okay. Don't want spoilers for the end of the game. Not my knowledge, at least. I never heard of that problem. It shouldn't. Really enjoyed the first one and finally played it last year and got all the achievements for it. Yeah, the first one is so fucking perfect. It's so fucking good. Did you finish the Earth and Wind temples? I haven't got the hook shot, so I don't think I did. But yeah, I want to go around and do all these now. That's something I can do for the next hour or so. That's fine. Having a hard time getting into Death Stranding. Yeah, it's not for everybody, but I would bear with it. It's a slow burn, but I would bear with it. Once the gameplay loop starts to get you, it is really fun, but it's not for everybody. Always a pleasure being. Yeah, I appreciate that. 200 gigabytes. Yeah, it's fucked. On a 500 gigabyte hard drive, it was caching over 200 gigabytes of stuff. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You can't use half my hard drive for a video I made fucking 4 years ago. What the fuck is wrong with you? But yeah, thank you for the resub. It's almost half a year. I really appreciate it. It's very kind of you, man. Brad, I saw the release window for Control Resonant might have been potentially leaked. It says end of Q2 2026. So middle of the year, basically. So June, July 26. Yeah, June. Yeah, June. Okay. A little bit sooner than I thought. But I mean, yeah, bring it on, you know. I mean, it gives me plenty of time to replay the original Control, which I'm kind of tempted to do. I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of tempted to replay Control just on stream. Because, yeah, it's such a fucking good game. I fucking hate the fucking perspective when you use the fucking leaf. You're never fucking where you think you are. Excuse me. There's just lots of that, chat. There's lots of, like... Oh, I haven't got enough fucking magic, have I? Those barrels didn't give me enough magic, did they? This is what I mean, chat. This is what I mean. Are there any more barrels up here? There, we got it. I was predicting August. Yeah, do you know, one thing we used to do, chat, is when a game hadn't been announced, I need to be better at this, right? But what we need to do is when a game hasn't had its release date announced yet, is we all, you know, we place bets, not with real money, obviously, but, you know, we all place bets, right? And I need to build something that allows us to do that. We need to pick a game when a trailer drops, and then we all decide, you know, what date it's going to release, and then we see who's the most accurate. I'll get a clip of that, because, yeah, I think that would be a fun thing for us to do on stream, is to predict when they're going to drop. Right, so 2 eye rigs. Let's head that way. and destroy all the cannons and see what that does for us. I'll be so happy with the Q2 release. I'm so pumped for it. I've bought it again on Steam because it's on offer for like... Yes, so I played through it originally on... No, I bought it on Steam, but I played it on my Mac. So I wanted to play Control so much. Right? Get this, right? I have so much faith in Remedy's game design that I wanted to play Control so much that I partitioned and dual booted my Apple Mac Pro, my MacBook Pro, 2019 Intel MacBook Pro. I dual booted it into Windows 10 so I could install Steam and play Control on my Mac because they don't offer a Mac version. I don't think they offer a Mac version, but I already own it on Steam, so I could play it again, which would be crazy. Or what I might do is boot it up and see what challenges I haven't done and what collectibles I haven't done, and we'll de-rust by playing it. Incredible commitment. Love that. Yeah. Somebody was like, "You're fucking insane. You've installed Windows 10 on a MacBook Pro." I was like, "Yeah, you can dual boot. That's always been the case, you know." Oh, fuck off, man. Like, I don't know how long. Excuse me. Like, I can't remember when Mac shifted from PowerPC to Intel, but yeah, I remember the first time I dual booted into Windows 98 or XP or whatever on a Mac. Everyone was like, "That's fucking crazy," and I was like, "Yeah." And from that point on, everyone's like, "Yeah, but you can't play games on your Mac," and I was like, "What do you mean?" And I'd boot into Windows, open up the old Steam, which was like green, not blue. And I'd start playing Counter-Strike, 1.6, and they were like, "What?" And I was like, "Yeah." And they were like, "So you've got all of those graphics programs that everyone uses on Mac, but you can still boot into Windows and play games?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's an Intel chip." And I mean, believe it or not, Macs used to have NVIDIA GPUs. They don't anymore because they fell out. So they use AMD GPUs, I think, or 80, I can't remember. But they have their own graphics API, which is why a lot of games don't run. That's kind of it, is that the graphics API is really old and outdated. But recently, well, not recently, probably about, probably a few years ago now, but somebody created a much better API, graphical API for Mac. I think they made Metal work with Mac, or they made Vulkan work with Mac. I can't remember exactly which one it was. But because of that, loads and loads of games that utilize that could now be sort of, kind of run through emulators, and, you could use the Vulkan API or whatever. And yeah, so I think maybe Metal was the old API and Vulkan was the new, but I can't remember. Basically, somebody made the API that was needed for Mac work on Mac. And yeah, suddenly a bunch of games became playable and a bunch of emulators became possible. So I was like, yeah, like I don't need Windows games. I can just emulate all my favorite classics. And I did, I emulated games. And that's one of the reasons why I know so much about emulation, is because it was the only thing I could do with my Mac for such a long time, was emulate games. There's one of these guys in here as well. All right, so I'll put that on there. We'll do a save. I'm going to hydrate real quick. As long as it doesn't release in May. 007 First Light and Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. Ah, I see. So somebody said one of the Lego games is like a crazy amount of gigabytes. It's a really massive game, even though it's very simple looking. Somebody was like, how is Elden Ring 60 to 80 gigabytes? But Lego Batman is going to be like over 100 gigabytes or something crazy. I was like, yeah, that is kind of crazy. What are your thoughts on the new Fable releasing fall of 26? I've never played a Fable game, but I know they are very interesting in their sort of there's a semi-systems driven game, so what you do in the game actually has an effect on the game world. If you plant trees, they'll grow, and well, that's what they promised in the first one but didn't deliver, and I think maybe over time. But yeah, I haven't actually played one. I've watched a little bit, but I've never played one, so I can't say too much, unfortunately. Already have Wolverine for full 2026 for me. Fair enough. Because Remedy doesn't want to release in October because I think they are scared of GTA 6. This is if GTA 6 actually releases in October. Nearly platinumed it on PS5. But I think I had countermeasures left to get. Countermeasures? But yeah, I probably need to boot it up and double check what I'm missing. Because I don't think I 100%. I played through it and did a bunch of extra content, but I don't think I 100% did it. I don't want a game to rush. I don't want them to rush the game out here, make a great game first. Because the first one was... Yeah, Remedy don't tend to do that very often. They tend to release in a pretty good state, usually. Not really a point to get Control Ultimate Edition for PS other than the better graphics, yeah, because I got the DLC. Yeah. New Lego Batman looks ridiculous. It's basically the Arkham game. Yeah, but apparently I don't know if that's the one they were talking about, but the file size is... One of the Lego games, the file size is massive, even though it's very, very simple polygons. But yeah, I'm not too sure how that works, but yeah. Still have the original Fable game. There's lots of undelivered... there were a lot of undelivered promises. I first just looked it up, and the game is 50 gigs on Steam. Lego Batman. Okay, so maybe it was a different one. One of them... this is the problem. I see so many fucking TikToks and everything a day, and I try and save them all, but there's too many. Oh, fuck off. Oh, God, this is so annoying. I hate doing this. This is why I haven't done it. We just got away with that. Right, okay, excuse me. Right, so we've got an ad break coming up. Isn't there an ad break? Yes, you're right. There is an ad break coming up. So yes, I keep missing them because I'm talking and then diving into the game. But yes, I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Apologies, there might not be any clips. The clip player is doing what it does. Twitch is doing what it does. I don't know why, but they keep fucking around with how clips are delivered and gathered and played. I don't know what's going on. Yes, I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a ref at least. But yes, please feel free to take a quick break yourselves. Get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. It's good to move around a little bit. And then, yes, we'll go shoot these cannon things, and then we'll see where we are. I think all the missing hearts I'm missing and all the bits and pieces I'm missing are going to be these. But yes, I'll be back shortly. Claymores were traps. Yeah, I mean, Claymores count as traps, right? Fuck, so you see what I mean, chat? You see... Stop! I can only get so erect. No, you fucking cunt. What, yeah, it's Dark Souls 2 and this game have both done that, right? When I am running full speed, you can't hit me with an arrow. I'm sorry. You... Excuse me. That was a bit close. Dark Souls 2 healing, everybody. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Not yet. Not yet. Hold tight. Hold tight. There we go. It's fucking so stupid, dudes. It's so fucking stupid. Yeah, see, I was pretty sure there was an enemy there, but the auto aim just snapped on, so I knew he was there. Yeah, it does. Fucking hell, the auto aim is so strong. I thought there was someone there and it fucking snapped on like a good 20 degrees. Fucking hell. Thing is, can I get a tranquilizer dart into all of them and just let them all fall asleep one after the other? That's the fucking challenge. Because if they do that, I might be alright. So, I think... No!
Snake, are you okay?
Oh, fucking hell, Rockstar! You guys can't see, but there's a left and a right T button. For fuck's sake, Rockstar. Fucking hell.
Got the hang of it. Almost got a pail full.
Stop it.
Some Shadow of the Tomb Raider and Control last night to test. Alright, mate. To test. There's a well over here. I'm going to jump in here. Excuse me. Oh, okay. Didn't fall in the water. How did a chicken get down here? Can chickens swim in this game? I guess not. You know. Oh, no, no, no. No, 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 no. 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 Hang on. Hang on. No. No. Jode, what have you done to me? The sabotage. The sabotage. Okay, we're fine. Fucking hell. Do we think it's long enough? The clip player's working again. So, the one time I remember to apologise in advance that the clip player is broken today, it decides to fucking stop working. Oh dear, chat, it's been a fucking difficult one, this stream. I'm really sorry, I'm trying. I promise I'm not just fucking phoning it in. I am trying really hard, but fuck me. Sometimes things just won't get into a rhythm. I start a conversation when the game is too busy, and then when the game is very quiet, I just don't start conversations and I can't get a conversation going, and I don't balance it properly. And yeah, it's a really difficult one to manage. But I promise you, I'm trying. But yeah, my brain is just not in a good place. Both my emotions and my cognitive ability are both just drastically impaired by this long COVID stuff. No. No. Oh, did I not save? Oh. Welcome back, everybody. Lego Skywalker Saga, maybe there's an ad break coming. Yes, I'm not too sure which game it was. Somebody mentioned that one of the Lego games is fucking massive when it shouldn't be. But surely it should. This should give me some barrels somewhere. Oh, they're over there. Oh, I've got to walk all the way around because of the fucking height of the. Fucking hell, man. And I need to make a save state before I break the barrels. Because I have a feeling they're RNG. But I also have a feeling they might be giving me what I need. So it might be smart enough to realise that I need some magic, so it'll drop magic. But yeah, having to walk all the way around is kind of a piss take. I almost feel like if they were feeling evil, they would have put enemies for me to fight on the way there. But enemies would drop items that would make it easier because I wouldn't have to go as far. Oh, I suppose if I shot one of them. Okay. One bomb. So what that means is, is it's scripted. The game is Toys Life, and it has 30 franchises, perhaps Lego Dimensions. Yeah, don't worry about it, dude. Sorry, maybe I shouldn't have mentioned it because, yeah, it just, like, my brain will not fucking remember details right now. It's not your fault. Oh, fuck off. Fuck me, this game knows how to be fucking annoying. Excuse me. Right, let's fucking shoot this thing and see what it drops. Oh, for the love of God, mate. Oh. Oh, yeah, because if I leave and come back, it'll respawn the enemies. Oh, I can't. Every Lego game. Yeah, I can't. Somebody mentioned that one of the Lego games was really, really massive. and compared it to other video games that are like way more detailed with way more complex gameplay. But like I say, it was a TikTok that I saw, and it was a couple of days ago, so I wish I could find it, but I doubt I can. And who knows? Maybe the creator was lying. Maybe they compared, like, I don't know, whatever. Yeah, just forget I said it. Sorry, I don't know. I wish I could rely on my memory, so that when I talk about something, when I mention something, I could then rely on my memory to be able to recall details about it, but I can't. And it's a really horrible situation to be in as a streamer, because mentioning things and talking about them is what you do. But yeah, I mentioned something, and then I need to find some details about it, and I just, like, I couldn't remember Roger Federer's name the other night. I was talking to somebody about Rafa Nadal, Novak Djokovic, Andy Murray, and Roger Federer, but I couldn't get Roger Federer's name into my head. I just could not. It took me an hour and a half, and I texted them. I said, listen, I was mentioning something earlier today. It was Roger Federer that I was talking about. They're like, oh, I know that. I know who that is. They don't know a lot about tennis. And I was like, it's Roger Federer. But my brain just would not let that information out of the memory cortex where it's stored. I could not, no matter how hard I tried, I could not remember. And I've been looking stuff up, but I don't want to look stuff up, you know, because that means it's going to make my memory worse. What I try and do is I try and remember for as long as possible, but it's getting worse. It's happening with more things, and it's taking me longer to remember. And that's terrifying, genuinely horrifying. The things that I've remembered, and that, I mean, there's training I created. I created training at jobs. People call me up to ask me about it. I'm like, I don't know, I can't remember. Like, but you wrote the fucking training for this. I was like, you designed the machine, you designed the process and the machine that does it. I was like, yeah, but sorry, it's been a few years and I can't remember. And I do remember, but I can't recall it. I can't get it out of my head. And it's weird, you know? And at the moment, I'll get a random DM from somebody and I'm like, I don't know who that person is, but they seem to know who I am. And I'm like, fuck. Who is this person? And sometimes it's somebody that doesn't know me. They don't know me. They're a scammer. They've looked at my profiles and they've messaged me about saying, hey, we met at that gig, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, did we? But they've seen that I went to a gig at blah, 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 and they're pretending that they met me when we were drunk, just to get me to open the DM. And then they're like, so I've been reaching out to people, about this financial opportunity. I'm like, oh, fuck off, go away, But I keep falling for it because I'm fucking brain dead at the moment. Not that Roger is important. Bjorn Bjorg is the tennis guy. Yeah, Bjorn Bjorg, and you've got Andre Agassi and Tim Henman and Tsitsipas, and there's a bunch of tennis players that my mum's mentioned before. But yeah, dudes, my brain is just fucking working at like negative capacity right now. It's so annoying. Yeah, so we're not going to be able to fucking get on there, are we, dudes? Because even if I could find Beedle, I don't think Beedle sells anything that replenishes magic, which is fucking bullshit, to be honest. He should sell something that replenishes magic. Right now, I should not have to go elsewhere to get magic to do this. I should not have to do this. This is, yeah, just another thing that is fucking backwards about this game. You need magic to do that, and there's islands where I can't even start a sentence at the moment. There are islands where you fucking cut grass and magic just comes out of the fucking grass, but there's no grass on this one. So yeah. Yeah. How long have you been dealing with brain fog? Probably since 2023, maybe 2022. Sort of end of 2022, beginning of 2023. So yeah, like I don't know if that's 2, 3, or 4 years, but yeah, just had long COVID. It just hasn't gone away. Just haven't been myself for like 2 or 3 years, which is, yeah, it's fucking shit. Since he turned 60.
Stop it.
Couldn't even remember the meme then. But yeah. Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is, dudes. You know, like, you know, it's not going to go away at the moment. I need the GP to authorize the prescription that the ear, nose and throat doctor suggested. And then from there, I can start taking that multiple times a day. And that should hopefully clear up my sinuses and help me breathe properly. If I can breathe properly, hopefully then I can sleep properly. And if I sleep properly, then suddenly my digestive system, my metabolism, my brain fog, my mood, my energy levels, everything should get better. But at the moment, it's been 2.5, 3 years of barely getting any sleep at night. And I'm just fucking running on fumes. And the thing that really stings is my friendships. I can tell when I'm interacting with people that they're sort of like, what the fuck is wrong? You know, and they don't want to say anything, but they're like, cool, okay, man, I'll see you next time. Yeah, see you later. And I'm like, yeah, cool, man, I'll see you later. And I'm just like, fucking hell, man. I was barely able to keep that conversation going. And then I feel like I'm shit on stream because I'm not awake and I'm not, you know, locked in enough. I can't focus enough. And then when I start telling a story or start talking about a gameplay mechanic, I can't string a sentence together properly because I can't fucking think straight. So it's fucking with streaming for me. It's fucking with my friendships. It's fucking with my ability to focus at work. It's just, yeah. I just need to be able to sleep from 11:30 till 8 in the morning for a year every day. And then I'll be back to normal. Stress probably too. And the breathe. Yep. So I can't exercise because of the breathing thing. And because I can't exercise, that just, as me as a person, if I can't exercise, I become incredibly depressed. So that's part of the depression. The other part of it is, like I mentioned, I feel like I'm not myself and it's fucking up my stream, who I am, how I present myself on stream, my ability to play a video game, my ability to read and focus and take things in. It's just, yeah, I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. This is so fucking soul-crushingly heartbreaking to be experiencing as a person. So there's some treasure there. Okay. But yeah, I'm not going to be boohoo or me, I'm going to try and make the best of it. But yeah, I feel like I should do better for you guys. I feel like I should do better for my friends. I feel like I should do better for my work colleagues. I feel like I should do better for my health. I should do better for my mental health, my physical health, my emotional health. I feel like I should do better for my family. I just feel like I should be doing better at everything right now. I haven't really been satisfied with the standard at which I've been doing almost anything for like 2.5 years. And I'm just like, there's a part of me that worries that this is it, like I'm never going to get better and that I'm going to be this fucking oafish simpleton who's not capable of anything of any complexity for the rest of my fucking life. And there's a pretty scary prospect, because I wasn't that fucking smart to begin with, dude. Like before this long COVID shit, I wasn't even that intelligent, So to suddenly have this enormous amount of cognitive decline, and I can't tell you how clumsy I am. Like I fucking drop and bump into everything all the fucking time. I cannot pick things up or put things down properly at the moment. I cannot do it. The tactility of picking up an object and gripping it with the right amount of force is completely fucking eluding me at the moment. And I drop so many things on the floor, I spill things, I try to not do something. When you think, oh, I better be careful, I don't do that, and then immediately do that, immediately bump into the thing, immediately catch your wrist, your sleeve on something. It's just that all the time, and I have to do everything so deliberately. I have to focus really hard to like pour milk into a jug, and I have to focus really hard on stacking things on a shelf so they don't fall over. And I'm just like, holy fuck, I've been converted into like a fucking caveman. Like, I don't understand how anything works. And yeah, it's, yeah, I can't tell you how frustrating, but also just depressing that is. And I dread to think about, you know, if I tried to do anything of any complexity right now, I'd probably fuck it up so bad. So yeah, I mean, Outset Island is right there. So I don't really want to have to sail back to another island to then come back here, because I have a feeling that it will be fucking Southern Fairy Island. So there might be something on that Fairy Island. So if we go to that Fairy Island, there might be some grass we can chop, and it might give us some magic. And I'm just hoping that because we've done this and it's spawned the chest, that flags the computer game to leave that as is. So hopefully I can fix this problem, but yeah. I feel like a shit person when I get a raid and I can't show emotions. Like, I'm okay, basically nothing more emotional dead since 2018. Well, this is it. Like, I make an effort to welcome people in and chat to people and everything, but I know I'm not at my best right now. And that's why, like, you know, I take the time to say thank you to you guys that still hang out here, because yeah, it's been really rough. Like, the decline of like various different things have basically put my whole content on like a downward spiral for a while. And I've been trying to just not beat myself up too much about it, but yeah, like, the biggest thing is I don't feel like I'm that guy that you guys came here in the first place to hang out with. I don't feel like I say, with my friends, because I don't consider you guys my viewers. You guys are my friends, right? And like I say, when I'm talking to my friends, and I feel like I'm just not really locking in with the conversation, and I feel them kind of being a bit withdrawn and being like, oh, okay. Anyway, dude, I'll see you next time. And I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. And I'm like, fuck, like, that just didn't go well at all, did it? And like, you know, I'm not awkward with that person. I'm really good friends with that person, so that shouldn't have been awkward at all. But it was. Fuck off. What happens if I shoot a part of dry leaves with a fire arrow? Why can I not change the arrow type? Why can I not change the type of my arrows? Why? So this button doesn't do anything, right? It defends now. And that's puzzled me the entire playthrough, is that the R button works some of the time, but not all of the time. It's odd. It should show your arrow types. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I don't know, dudes. The thing is, like I said, I'm struggling a lot mentally right now, and I don't know whether it's me being a fucking idiot or whether this game is just fucking stupid. I don't know whether this game is just built in a very fucking stupid way, or whether my brain is just not quick enough to figure this stuff out. I don't know. And I'm trying real fucking hard to not get stressed and just enjoy playing a video game. I chose a childish Nintendo game because they're usually frictionless and fun to play. They're not that deep, they're not that complicated, they're just fun to play. And I really, really needed something that was fun to play. Holy shit, has this game failed to deliver. But yeah. Yeah, so it creates a little whirlwind that I can jump upwards. Yeah, so it does do something. Right, so bear with me a moment. I'm going to consult the settings of the emulator just to check if there's anything amiss. Oh, you need fucking magic for arrows, don't you? Okay, good point, good point. Yeah, that's a good point. It's kind of fucking stupid, but it's a good point. Okay. None of this grass drops any magic. This only restores health, right? So the fairies don't do magic, which is, yeah, again, also a bit fucking crazy to me. But, you know. Yeah, so I'm going to be honest, dudes. Like, Wind Waker, in terms of visuals, yeah, 9 out of 10. Visually, it's incredibly interesting. Mechanics and everything else, almost everything else. I mean, music, story, all that stuff is like 8 out of 10, but it's a Zelda game, yeah, they almost always have like that. But yeah, like the control scheme in this one and just the logic in how a lot of it works has got to be some of the worst in the series. Like, it's like pulling teeth. Everything is so needlessly complicated. And I'm not just saying that because it's an old game that isn't as polished and refined as a new game. This is more complicated than Link to the Past. This is more awkward and stupid than Link to the Past. So what I've got to do now is keep going in and out of the dungeon to respawn the grass, to hit it until I've got enough magic, and then we can go back. But because I've gone down here and gone back up again, I guarantee you it's respawned the enemies and the cannons at that other place. So that whole fucking thing was a waste of time. So yeah, please bear with, chat. Please bear with. That spawns magic, so if I keep doing that, I'll have full magic, and then we can head back over there and I'll create a save state and we'll start again. You're quite good at new raiders. Yeah, well, I mean, I have practice, you know, like fortunately I have the spare time to stream 3 times a week. It's being stingy now. I have the spare time to stream for 3 times a week. Plus, I'm very lucky that I get raided by people. I'm very fortunate, you know, like I know lots of people that don't get raided very often, and I wish I knew why. I don't know why. I don't. But people tend to raid me, and I don't know how or why. But my viewership is, to be honest with you, more about how often I get raided than how often than anything else. And that's why you'll hear me say when somebody raids me, thank you so much for the raid. As a smaller creator right now, raids are basically the only thing that does anything for me. So raiding me is really, 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 you know, appreciated. Because right now, nothing I can do is changing anything. Nothing I'm doing is going to change anything. Not to be defeatist, but yeah, the way the platform is at the moment, yeah, I'm just not able to really manipulate anything to make it better in terms of the stream's growth. And the thing is, I don't really care. I don't really focus on it too much. You know, if I really focused on it, I'm sure I could figure out a trick. But I don't want to trick people. I don't want to trick you guys or anyone else. I don't want to do that. That would make me feel terrible. I'm not here to trick people. I'm here to play video games and build a community of friends, you know? So, but don't get me wrong, you know, when it comes to like, you know, how platforms work and reverse engineering what they do and how to manipulate that, that's something I'm capable of, but I don't want to do it. Because if I was doing that, then I wouldn't be struggling as much. But yeah, like, you know, I try and be the best I can be, because I don't want to copy somebody else. I want to be me, but I want me to be better. Okay, it won't give me more magic than that, so. Okay then, game. Right, so. I'm going to do a proper save. Just in case. Give it one of these. There we go. So long, but it sounds like you're taking action. Yeah, I've been in and out of the doctors for like 2.5 years now, and yeah, they kind of just do a checklist of things. You know, they don't really, you know. So where the fuck was I? Five Eye Reef? No, it was 2 Eye Reef, wasn't it? But yeah, I feel like if I was a bit more energetic and a bit more awake, I think, because I sometimes worry, I get behind with chat and I'm trying to read as quickly as possible, but I just can't read as quickly anymore. And you guys will be able to look at me streaming games from, you know, 2020, 2021, and I'll read through dialogue, no problem. I'll read it aloud, absolutely. But now I can't read aloud. And I'm a 40-year-old man. I've been reading things aloud, doing public speaking, because it's one of the things I can do. I've done it over and over and over. And this is the thing, this cognitive decline from long COVID, it takes away things. It doesn't make it difficult to do new things. It makes you worse at things you've been doing your entire life. That's what's really scary about it. Is that right now, if I start doing something I haven't done for a year or two, I won't remember how to do it, and I don't know how to do it anymore. I have to relearn things from scratch. I have to keep coughing to clear my throat as well. But yeah, it's taken away a number of my qualities and my abilities that allow me to be who I am. And that's the thing that's why I keep talking about it and why I can't move past it. I apologize. I don't want to go on about it and sound like a broken record, but yeah, trying to convey what it's like to have like the person you are and all the things that you're good at and all the things you're bad at and all the things, you know, you do well and don't do well and the things people like you for. Having something come along and make you feel unwell for a week and then go away, but you don't get back to who you were. It's fucking terrifying, dudes. Absolutely terrifying. I feel like there's a better version of me out there somewhere, but I just can't get to it. And the guilt I feel for not bringing the best version of me to you guys on stream is real. It's fucking real. I went past it, I think. I want to be better for you guys, you know. I don't give a fuck about, you know, what the numbers make me look like or my, you know, my fucking rating or higher. I don't give a fuck about any of that. I just feel like I owe you guys better than I'm able to provide at the moment. So yeah, I mean, you know, I started going to the doctors and I said, right, I'm going to go to the doctors and I'm going to make myself better. I'm going to actually use the doctors because right now I'm not streaming at my best. I'm not doing my job at my best. I'm not streaming at my best, and I can't just coast into fucking oblivion. You know, I need to be better. You know, I need to be back to my normal self. I know I'm getting older, so I can't ride BMX anymore. I can't go climbing or fucking kayaking or whatever. I can't hike like I used to. You know, there's limitations now because of my age. I'm getting older. Yeah, it's respawn the enemies. I'm older, and some things aren't going to work as easily anymore. But sitting down, playing video games and chatting with you guys should not be a strain. It shouldn't be difficult for me. It should be something that I'm able to do. And yeah. Oh, do you know what? I don't even need to fuck with these guys, do I? Oh. Oh my god. Come on. Oh, just go. But yeah, I worry that a bunch of the video games that I've played or the films that I've watched over the last 2 years, I didn't appreciate them as much as I could have. And that's the other really fucking depressing thing, right? Is I'm aware that me being depressed means I don't enjoy things as much, right? Now, I know this, so when I watch a film or whatever, I know that, you know, I might just be a little bit bummed out and actually the film wasn't that bad, or, you know. But yeah, at the moment, I'm, at the moment, like I say, everything feels complicated, you know, and like I can't just rely on my brain to do what I ask it to do. Because yeah, at the moment, everything needs to be babysat and have its hand held before it'll work. And as a result, everything's really fucking frustrating and tedious. So, but yeah, it's fucking wild, dudes. Absolutely wild how an illness can create a swelling in the brain that just fucking lowers your IQ in everything by like 25 points and makes you just way dumber. Because I remember saying to somebody, you know what, like I don't want to hold somebody's IQ against them. I think that some people are lazy and don't learn and they refuse to learn from their mistakes, and that's on them, you know. But I think when somebody genuinely has a low IQ, you can't hold that against them. Like, there's nothing they can do about it. Like, some things are just beyond what their IQ will allow them to understand. And once you understand something, actually, once you understand something, sometimes it's not quite as fun. Once you know that, once the trick has been explained, the magic is gone. So actually, sometimes I think, damn, I wish I didn't have to understand how everything worked to be happy, because understanding how everything works kind of spoils it. But yeah, I would never hold it against somebody, right? 5-star. Yeah, so there's one there as well. Did we do this one? I can't remember if we did this one. Anyway, we need the wind to blow in that direction. Yeah, we'll go this way. Right, excuse me one sec. It's the breathing thing, that my cortisol problem making me shake all the time. Yeah, well, this is it. I think that the the mildly obstructive sleep apnea is fucking with my sleep, and because I'm not sleeping properly, I'm in the stress response all the time, and that would explain why my metabolism is fucked, why I'm gaining weight and I'm always hungry even though I'm eating less. I'm still gaining weight and bloated as fuck. But the stress response would also govern why everything's complicated and stressful and annoying, and I just can't get my brain to just fucking keep up. So yeah, that's the one thing I'm looking forward to the most, is that, you know what, I wouldn't mind, you know, not being able to run on the treadmill or not being able to breathe properly. I could get used to it over time. But it's the cognitive decline. The cognitive decline is really what's fucking burning me. It's so annoying how fucking stupid I am. And the thing is, I know after 35, 36 years, I know how capable I am, and I know what my limits are, because I've got to that state. I mean, I'm probably going to make it to 80. I'm probably, you know, like a lot of people, I'll make it to about 75, 80 when you retire, and I'll die pretty soon after that, which is why the retirement age is that far along, because it makes it easier to budget for everyone's pensions, unfortunately. But yeah, I don't know, maybe I've got 80 years in me, you know, and I'm halfway there, right? So I know who I am and what I am, and that's one of the things that makes me confident in who I am as a person. I don't want to come across as arrogant, but I know what I am and I know what I'm not. You know, I know that I'm never going to be some things, and I know that if I work hard, I could be something else. But anyway, even trying to explain this is not making any sense because my brain won't work. But yeah, knowing who you are, and then suddenly this illness making me not who I am is, yeah. It's fucking really, really difficult to process. But they found something that's irregular. They found something that's not right, and there's a medication that you take for that. So I'm hoping. My main fear is that they prescribed my dad some inhaled steroids for his breathing problems, and apparently that made it worse. So, yeah, I need to double check. Because, yeah, he was prescribed, because obviously he has like an attack where he can't breathe properly. He's coughing and he can't breathe properly. And they weren't sure whether it was asthma or something else. But the bottom line is, throughout the 70s and 60s and whatever, my dad was fitting asbestos to everything because that's what he was told to do. And then they realised asbestos was really bad, so they had to get rid of it. But obviously, bless him, he just did what he was told and fitted what he was. But along with all the other things he's done, building and stuff, he's probably inhaled all kinds of chemicals and dusts over the years. Even with a fucking mask, it gets around the outside, unfortunately. But yeah, so he's obviously got pretty serious respiratory issues, but they can't quite figure out what it is. And yeah, so his problem is he can't stop coughing, and my problem is that, you know, I just can't breathe, I can't get air in, so I'm hoping they don't just throw the same drug at me that they threw at him. Because in the end, the side effects from all the steroids he was inhaling, so it's steroids, it's, you know, a nasal spray or something, or a fucking inhaler. But apparently the side effects from that were bad enough as it was. Like I mentioned earlier, you know, you end up with a bunch of side effects. But yeah, there's that ghost ship again. Sorry, I might have missed a message or two. Let me just scroll up and make sure I haven't missed anything. Because staying up with you guys is the most important thing to me at the moment. For anything like my cortisol problem, I'm very clumsy. When I drop something, people don't even ask if I'm okay. They just ask what I drop. Oh no. Quite good at New Raiders. For what it's worth, I just found your stream a few hours I enjoy. I appreciate that, Raras. And if I'm not saying your name right, please correct me. But it looks like Roras, or Roras it could be. But yeah, if I'm saying it wrong, please let me know. How you react and be to New Raiders, for instance. I can't be that. Yeah, well, you can, but you know, you have to find a way of, you know, being comfortable, being, you know, because obviously you're happy to get raided, right? Like the rest of us are. But I'm like, hey, how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. But like some people are like, oh my God, and they throw a chair out the window, set fire to the curtains. It's like, and people like the energy and everything. That's cool, whatever, you know. And some people are very high energy all the time, but I can't do that. I can't be that person. You know, it's not for me. You know, I'm not judging it. I'm not questioning it. It's just not me. But I find a happy medium where I'm like, I demonstrate that I'm thankful for the raid. I try and articulate that I'm very thankful because, yeah, like I say, I'm very lucky as a creator for one reason or another. I wish I could tell you what it was, but I do get raided by people. People choose to raid me, and it's a very, very it's a very humbling experience when somebody wants to share, not only share, but trust you with their community. Right? It's a very, very heartwarming experience. Oh, so 5-star. Yeah, that's not right, is it? That's not one of those. 5 Irish. Oh, it's there. Okay, do you know what we're going to do? That. So you were doing fine on Crumbs on stream? Yeah. I'm trying. I just feel like I could be better. I feel like I could be better. So it should show an arrow types at the top. I believe burning crisis. Have no magic. Fucking boo. Yeah, exactly. I don't remember. Well, this is it. I'm starting to forget who I was, and that's kind of scary as well. They also say IQ doesn't account for street smarts or career. This is it. Is that, you know, when I've never, like, whenever I explain something to somebody, like, you know, when they're like, oh, I'm really sorry, I don't get this. I'm like, no, it's fine. Don't worry, it's fine. It's complicated. You know, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's complicated, right? It is complicated, so don't worry. It's fine. We can get this. You know, because I remember being at school as a kid with dyslexia and short-term memory loss, and they were like, why don't you understand this? What don't you understand? And they framed everything. They were trying to find out why I wasn't learning, but they were framing everything as, why can't you do this? You tell me what's wrong, and then I'll tell you how to. And they didn't really make it possible for me to explain that if you write a bunch of shit on a board and then tell me to remember it, I will not be able to do that. But I tell you what, you give me that fucking pen and I will draw you a picture of it, and I'll be able to remember that picture. That's, you know, and I don't have like an eidetic memory or a photographic memory, but when it comes to like visually representing things and also describing things, I've always been good at that because, for one thing, because of my dyslexia, I struggled a lot with grammar and spelling and overall just, you know, being articulate. I struggled to put my sentences into words, and I found that very frustrating. So to combat that, I made a promise to myself that I was going to find a way to learn more words, and I found crosswords were very difficult, but they were a very good way for me to learn new words. I would do as much as I could of the crossword, and then I would stop and come back and try again. And then at the end of the day, I would then look up what the word was. And if it was a word that I knew, I'd be like, oh, fuck you, you idiot, you should have known that. But if it was a word that I didn't know, I was like, okay, cool, what's the word? And I would go and find the word, look up the etymology and the description and the context and the meaning and the usage and everything. And I just kept doing that, like year on year on year on year, from the age of, like, I don't know, 13 or 14 until I was, like, I don't know, 28, when I slowly stopped doing them. But in the process, I did manage to learn a load of different words. And what I found was that articulating what you're trying to say, trying to put something into words, if you arm yourself with a vocabulary that's broad and developed, you can put things in words in a way that conveys what you're trying to say a lot easier. And not only that, you can do it in a much more optimized and succinct way. You don't have to spend a bunch of words to explain something. You can just say what the word is. So if you need to use a word that basically summarizes a thought or a feeling or a situation, if you have the right word, you can make it one word and then move on with the rest of the sentence. And sometimes, you know, you might have to use a word like recalcitrant or incongruous or something to describe something which is difficult to get out. It won't fucking come out of its little hole, or, you know, it's incorporated in some way. You know, you find a way to describe things that frees you up to just speak from your heart, and you don't have to try and remember a sentence that you read that describes what you feel. You can just say how you feel. And that, for me, as a development as a person, has been probably one of the most liberating things that I have ever experienced, is being able to explain to somebody how something feels, and they're like, I completely get it. I know exactly what you mean. And yeah, I feel that too. Nothing has made me feel like I'm part of the human race and that I belong on this planet and I should be alive than being able to resonate with people because of the way I can describe something that they also feel. Being able to become aware that I'm the same as other people is incredibly important for my mental health and making me feel better about who I am as a person. So yeah, it's a process that I would implore everybody puts themselves through. It's long-winded and everything, but do crossword puzzles and look up words. Every time you're reading something and a word comes up that you don't understand, look it up. It's so important. When you can arm yourself with a vocabulary that allows you to accurately describe things, suddenly you can say what you mean much easier, much quicker, much more often, and that makes just interacting with the world so much better. Because I know what it's like for, you know, young people, because I was, believe it or not, thousands of years ago, I was a young person too once. But I remember what it was like as a young person, having feelings, because I'd gone through puberty and they'd started happening, having feelings about things and not being able to describe them or explain or articulate them at all. I just had this feeling. And it's, you know, that's why young people, they tend to lean into the vibe of things, the aesthetic of things, because they can't quite say exactly how they feel about something, but they know what that feeling is. They know what it is, but they can't explain it. They can't articulate it. And yeah, that becomes quite frustrating. And for me, it was super frustrating because I was at school and I thought, shit, I'm never going to be able to do anything in life because I can't fucking read a book, you know. But eventually I taught myself how to do it, but school didn't. And I think there's a lot of people out there where school didn't. And they're just going through life trying to do their best. And there is a way they could learn. And I think that crosswords, for me, were a huge help. Maybe you want to do and crosswords, Sudoku, and also... and get a job where you work on a till, try and add up the things somebody's about to bring to the till before they hand them over, and then scan and see how close you were. It's crazy how good that works. It's crazy because somebody will come up and they'll buy 3 of something, and suddenly you know what 3 times £4.12 is. You know what 4.12 times 3 is, right? Because if some tills, if you're lucky, some tills will allow you to push the button and then push it again and then push it again, or push a button and then scan something and it'll multiply it for you and it'll give you the end result. And just doing that over and over and over and over and over and over, and you drill those numbers into your head. And after a while, you begin to spot the patterns of 4 times 3 is 12, 12 times 3 is 36, so it's going to be this much, right? And you find a way of doing the maths in your head, because the way they teach you at school may not work for you. But if you work in a shop with a till where it does the maths for you and there's no pressure, you just scan it. But in your head, you're like, okay, I'm going to do this and this and this and this and this. That's going to be that much. That's going to be that much. It's going to be about £17.12. And then you ring it all up and it's £17.36. And you think, oh, okay, I didn't get that right. I've already done this one. The fucking chest is open. It's right there. I've already done this one. Okay. I've already done this one. That's fine. So we can fuck off. Hugs for everyone. Yeah, hugs for everyone, dude. Honestly, you guys, this is the thing. Like, this is why I want to be better for you guys, because playing video games and hanging out with you guys, that is one of the, there are good things in my life, but one of my favorite things to do right now is play video games and hang out with you guys, which is why. Because if this fucking brain fog was making me worse at the gym, and it was making me worse at golf, and making me worse at my job, and making me worse at, other stuff, but I could still play video games and hang out with you guys, I probably never would have gone to the doctor, because whatever. But the fact that it's got so bad, I feel like I can't even fucking stream, and I can't play video games and hang out with you guys. Yeah. East, we're looking for 6 Eye Reef, so there's one just northeast of us, so that should be all right. Expression is fucking worst, even without a long COVID. Perhaps it's worth reminding yourself every now and again that despite all this, still showing up, still streaming, still working. Okay, you're not on at the standards you hold yourself to, but you're still doing it. Yes, I have been able to remain consistent, and I know I haven't started stream bang on the hour like I try to, but like I say, at the moment, anything could happen in the 5 minutes before I start stream, and I'm just like, okay, I've got to do this now, I've got to do this. And I just completely fucking lose track of time because everything is so complicated for my stupid brain to fucking figure out at the moment. But yeah, if you want consistency, at the moment, I have posted a clip a day. Where are we? I've posted a clip a day on Shorts and Instagram and TikTok, obviously, but I've posted a clip a day for almost a year. But every single day of every single month, I've posted a clip on the verticals where the exposure is much better. So that one I shared today. Yeah, no, yesterday. Okay, so I need to share one tonight. But yeah, on all 3 platforms, I've shared a clip a day for almost a year. And although on one hand, I would say that the quality of the clips is not great because I'm making so many, and I don't always make the best clip possible. However, one thing I've noticed is that when I've made a clip of something and thought, yeah, that's pretty funny or that's pretty interesting, I'll share that as a clip, it's never done well. Like it never does well. But then a clip that I'm like, oh man, like this is not a good clip. This is not worth sharing at all, but I need something to share that day. Because some games it's difficult to make clips in. You have to approach the idea of being a clip heavy, like I'm not clip farming because some people go live for 2 hours. Queso, they go live for 2, 3, maybe 4 hours, but they clip farm, like they're trying to make a clip out of every single moment, and then they end stream, edit the clips for verticals, and that's worked incredibly well. So I'm not going to question what they've done. That's worked incredibly well, right? And people know that when they go there, they're going to have 3 to 4 hours of just pure fucking humor. And the guy is really funny, really funny. And they respond incredibly well and banter with people incredibly well. They are very good at and that's why they do what they do, because it works so well. So when you guys see me, I'm not clip farming. I'm not trying the same thing over and over again to get the clip. I'm not, manufacturing or, fabricating a clip out of nothing. I just, every now and again, something funny happens. I just whack my foot pedal and make a clip of it, right? And then I make them vertical, chuck them on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok, and I've been doing that once a day, right? So as long as I get 1 or 2 clips per stream, I stream 3 times a week, which is, so to get 7 clips, I need maybe 2, 3 clips a stream, right? Fuck off. Oh, God, I fucking hate those things. God, I fucking hate those things. Oh, you're gonna keep fucking banging me in this fucking back when I'm trying to do something, aren't you? Oh my God, those things, I fucking hate them. With a fucking passion do I hate those fucking helicopter things. They are so annoying. There's just no trick to it, is there? You just fucking get hit. That's the trick, is you just get hit. And we're all proud of you, friends and family online, and be proud of. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. This is the thing. This is why, I know I say it a lot, and I don't want to diminish the importance and the significance of saying it, but honestly, you guys have made such a difference in my life, and like, one of the main reasons I'm able to continue is because I know that I'm very lucky to have a handful of diehards that are here all the time. As a variety streamer, your consistency comes from how often, from streaming every single time you say you're going to stream, right? My consistency is not my games. My consistency is going live on the days I say I'm going to go live, and trying to, do a few week-long streamathon things in the year, as well as raising money for charity. That's where my because consistency. People say, sorry, let me just start again. Sorry, people say consistency is important in streaming, but again, they're being vague and ambiguous because they don't really know what they're talking about. So consistency can come from many different places, right? So you could be consistent by going live on the same days at the same time every single time over a long period of time, right? Or you could be consistent by playing the same game all the time, right? But those are different kinds of consistency that result in a different kind of community, right? So my consistency comes from the fact that I go live at the same time, roughly the same time, every day that I stream. And I have done for years because it works with my schedule. And like I say, I'm lucky that because I'm able to be live at the hours that I'm live, and because I'm always on at those hours, and because I know people that are very kind that suggest me for raids or are part of the community that raid me, I catch raids. And I wish I could give that to other people, but I can't. I can't make it so that you're part of loads of communities that other streamers that then choose to raid you. I can't do that. I can't make that happen, unfortunately. But yeah, that's where my consistency is. There's different kinds of consistency, like with the gym. You could be consistent with the gym, you can go down there, but if you're inconsistent with what you do when you're in there, or you could not go, you could not be consistent with how often you go, but when you go, you could always get a lot done. So you could go on different days of the week, but you could always get the same amount of stuff done, right? And you could set yourself, the target of doing a decent workout once a week rather than going twice a week or 3 times a week. You could just do one big workout and then recover from that if your body's up to it, right? So consistency can take many shapes and forms. But it's important to remember that consistency can be different things to different people. One thing that is consistent is the ad breaks. So I've got another ad break coming up, and I am going to stream for a bit longer today because I feel like I didn't really get an awful lot done with the first few hours of stream. But yes, I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. You guys know the drill. I'll be right back. The clip player might work. I don't know. Maybe it's working again, but yes, I'll be back shortly. But yeah, not a bad view to wake up to, right? As there is my fave. He seems like a pretty cool dude, yeah. Yes, I am appreciating the surroundings. I agree. It is nice when you get a game that's, you know, firmly planted in some sense of reality, but then it completely fucking pulls the wool over your eyes. It's not even responding when I push buttons. Just gonna unplug it, plug it back in, because as we all know, almost everything in this world can be fixed just by unplugging it and plugging it back in again. So the Stream Deck app is closed, so now I'm going to open it. Should give me all my buttons. I can close the front end.
Stop it.
I can do that. I can do that. Just a random bit of me shoving a fucking fistful of crisps into my mouth. Tell me something, right? The shower cubicle, right? Where you have a shower in your flat. Right now, you literally drench this thing in soap and water every single day, right? Your shower, you literally drench it in soap and water every day. So why the fuck does it need cleaning? Why the fuck do I have to get a different kind of soap and scrub the fucking shower down when I literally cover it in soap and water every day? But it's not the right kind of soap. I have to get a special little spray-on thing and a fucking little brush to fucking clean between the tiles and behind the taps and everything. And like, because I live in the south, the fucking water's really scaly, so I have to get descaler as well. It's such a scam. It's such a scam, dudes. I think if we're a little bit less greedy, we can get this. I think. Mate, what are you doing? He's just opened up Prime Video. I can't see. Mate, the sabotage. Really, the sabotage. The sabotage because you want attention, is that it? He just pushed the Amazon Prime button on the TV remote and suddenly Bob's Burgers was on the screen and I was like, the fuck is this? What kind of movie is this? Right.
Do you do that? I wonder, as a substitute for having anything interesting to say?
Probably, Miss McFarland.
Oh, call me Bonnie, you fool. Call me Bonnie.
Miss McFarland, I'm married. I have a son. I had a daughter, but she died.
She literally just said,
Years
call her
before that,
Bonnie.
I rode in a gang.
Oh my god. Boom. Fucking you can't.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. When I went on the BRB screen, the fucking space where the clip player was empty. I was like, oh yeah, it fucking kicks in when we go. So anyway, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Excuse me. Right, so every now and again, despite all this, you've still showing up, still streaming, still working, and we're all proud of you, friends, family online. I'll be proud of you. Thank you, dude. Hope I make it past 35. You will. As love is a threat. If my heart doesn't end myself, I will. If my daughter passes off the cancer that won't leave. Yeah, again, I hope everything's going okay for you, dude. I know you're going through a lot, so all my love, dude. All my love. It's fucking rough out there, unfortunately. Which is why I try not to complain about what I'm going through, because I know it's rough for other people as well, and I feel a bit, I don't want to be, I don't want to come across as insensitive, Don't post anywhere near as consistently, but I have had that same experience with posting poetry, submitting stuff I didn't care about for an international competition, got me into the final. The last two I posted for me, which I poured a lot into, bombed hard. Yeah, this is it. This is it, dude. Is the stuff that you almost don't even bother posting hits, and the stuff that you think, oh man, there's no fucking way. There's no way. There's no way people are going to look past this. This is a really funny little clip. It's really funny that the game did something really funny, and you know. They'll love this one, and then nothing. Cool. Treasure, treasure, treasure.
Yep.
Okay. So that one. Is that one. So Overlook Island. Just outside. Okay, cool. So over there. No idea Lisa yesterday, and no idea how old Lisa yesterday, and she was puking blood, and it's saying it's not dangerous but not good either. Or 2 days. It was yeah. And the poor little thing, bless her. You know, like you've both already been through a lot, dude. Yeah, my heart's with you, dude. Right. Yes, my thoughts and prayers are with you, dude. Not that I have. Well, yeah, this is it. I feel as if both of you have already been through enough. You know, I don't know why the world keeps doing this, dude. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Other than, you know, you have my, you have all my thoughts and all my appreciation, dude. Just keep going, one day at a time. Just keep going, dude. And I hope that as sooner rather than later things clear up and you guys can just have a life together, you know, because you both deserve it. Chappie, welcome in. How's it going? Not much. I've been getting stressed with this game because it's fucking awkward and obtuse. But other than that, I'm pretty good. How are you? How's your weekend so far? Right, so where is this going to be? It's going to be... So it is just off of that notch there. Head ahead. There it is. Yeah, we've just been cruising about, collecting treasure, living the dream. Thanks, and you will notice if something bad happens, because then I will be totally silent. Yes, of course. Yeah, I mean, obviously, take as much time as you need, but please don't isolate yourself and, you know, completely cut yourself off. If you need to talk, if you want to talk to somebody, then obviously you know where we are. I'm not going to force you to, obviously. You know, process it how you need to process it. But yeah, please don't take it on alone if you don't want to. Valid, doing well. I had this weekend off, which is perfect for this massive storm. Like, I mean, a few friends over in America are saying how there's crazy storms. It's getting super, super cold. Like, really, 2 to 8 inches, not bad, but still, yeah. It depends on where. Secret cave. Ooh, that's massive. Okay, that is massive. Right, so you can get the fuck out of here. Head back down. Right, so we opened up another treasure chart as well, and that is probably that one. Cyclops Reef. No suffering silence from it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Done it before, works pretty well. Yes. Yeah. Well, yeah. Obviously, I mean, you know, taking time to be by yourself so you can process things is perfectly valid. But yeah, it's also kind of worrying sometimes. So, like I say, we're always here if you need to chat, dude. You know, process things in your own way, but please, you know, please don't feel like you shouldn't come to stream or you shouldn't say anything because you're feeling bad. We want to hear from you. We want to make sure you're okay. Average snow day in Sweden. Yeah, well, this is it. You see that video? Did you see that video I sent you, Krill, those podcasts, the kids on a podcast? They were talking about America wants to, like, you know, fight with Greenland and stuff, and they're like, they don't understand these people. They've got whiteout camo and a sniper rifle in every home in case somebody invades. So, like, if they invade there, they'll be fucking hiding in snowdrifts, sniping all the Americans. Fair amount. Yeah, you'll notice. Yeah, for sure. We'll keep on sailing. Keep on sailing. Just drone, but we have to no right to Orange Man. Stupid. Yeah. This is the problem. Even America is turning its back on Trump. Like, yeah, I'm sure they still have supporters, but like for a long time now, the rest of the world is like, okay, cool, whatever. But you know, I think even the majority of America is like, we're fucking done with this. School even you guys have done it before, Trump. No shit, yeah. I'm near the beaches here in northeast. The storm is unusual for this area. Yeah, like 150 invasion. Oh, fuck off. Last 20 years of presidents are just... Yeah, well, I mean, you know, the UK prime ministers haven't been great, you know. It's crazy. You know, leadership of countries has been kind of deplorable for a while. Light ring chart. Now you know where to find the rings of light that mystically appear on the sea under the full moon. Ah, okay. Oh, fuck off. Oh, there's another one shooting me in the back, of course. Oh, chat, we almost had that. Oh, fuck off. Nobody likes you, bomb boat. Fuck off. Oh, of course the explosion gets me, doesn't it? Yeah, of course, of course. Couldn't just put in one nicety to make it a bit more manageable, could you, Nintendo? Just a nice quality of life upgrade. Nah, not at all. Just make it awkward as fuck, yeah. Players love awkward as fuck video games, especially fucking 7-year-olds. Excuse me. Okay, public fear, but was a warmer. Was he that bad? But yeah, lots of world leaders, you know, Trump's managed to piss off, like in the last 2 or 3 years, Trump's managed to say something that's pissed off like entire countries. And yeah, their approval ratings weren't great to begin with, but now, like even Americans are like, this is fucking stupid. But yeah, you know, Keir Starmer has improved things for renters, which is great, but then also tried to create a digital ID that will allow them to control the public. So it's like, you know, they give with one hand, they take away with the other. That's just politicians, isn't it? You know. Oh, what a shot. It's just politicians, isn't it? Right. Is that not all of them? Or is there one guy floating around? Yeah, there's one guy floating around outside, isn't there? Please tell me we don't have to kill all of those. I'm really not in the mood. I am really not in the mood for that nonsense. How many followers of Trump and the regime there are in the state? Yeah, well, this is the thing: is that, you know, when you inherit a country that is, you know, beset with problems, what they tend to do is blame it on the immigrants and blame it on this person and that person. Because dividing the populace of a country so that you can then manipulate them is classic, you know, political tactics, right? Divide and conquer, right? If you convince everyone that, you know, the country can't work because blah, 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 rather than with the right leadership and the right fucking delivery and people being accountable. Things, oh, that's why, because I've already fucking had this one. There needs to be some way of fucking checking off the ones you've done. Because, yeah, so 6 eye reef I think we've done. So... that's got to be 5, right? No. No, that's... how is that not 6? Is that 4? Yeah, it's got to be 4, is it? So 4-eyed reef is that one there. Oh. Not even that far. Oh no, it's gonna fucking fuck. Oh my god. Sorry. And I can't leave here, can I? So excuse me. Courtney Nixon wasn't that nice either. Well, yeah, it just seems like hi Unc Bava Hector. Hang on, pause the game. Bava, welcome in. I appreciate it. Please let me know if that's the correct way to pronounce your name. I apologise if it's not. JFK, well, I put it in the brain. Yeah, we don't talk about that. Listener chose to be born here. Yeah, I know. You know I am right. There's still decent politicians back. Yeah, the trouble is, you know, politics became more of a popularity contest than a policy contest, you know? Rather than designing good policy, everyone's just trying to be the most popular person in the room. And unfortunately, popularity and governance don't always go hand in hand, so... Ooh, excuse me. Juan Carter was better after being a president. Oh, excuse me, he was a war president. Obama has some of the highest drone strike bombing numbers of all... Really? Fucking hell, that Iron Bruce fucked me up. I always bring up that everyone forgets. He was better after the presidency than being president. He was a good human being, though. So crazy how many followers of the Trump regime there are in the States. Giving up Panama Canal was a mistake. Yeah, and renaming the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America just feels a bit petty, you know? It just seems a bit sort of like, okay, bruv, okay, dude, you know? Okay, boomer. The Red Scare was still a massive driving force of certain American economy back then, so for us to know a major part of it. It's all modern American history that has led to America being one of the worst global superpowers. Yeah, I feel like first world countries are starting to fall apart because the UK is falling apart as well. It happened in the 60s and 90s, literally an OK bomber moment, killing the King of Hawaii to take their land. Yeah, I mean, both the UK and the US have, you know, done things that are not great. All right, yeah, we want to go this way. But yeah, like the expression that America is a third world country in a Gucci belt seemed apt because, and the thing is, I know I've got American friends and I don't like to say that, but I feel like the UK is the same. You know, the UK is a third world country in a fucking another brand, you know, a Louis Vuitton, but or whatever. I think a lot of first worlds are actually just third worlds in a Gucci belt. And I think that you've got a working class who are all struggling to make ends meet, and then a wealthy elite that's just benefiting from that. And that's basically where they always end up. And unfortunately, that's what capitalism achieves, right? Capitalism is designed to slowly siphon all of the money to the top. And it's gone on too long. It's gone too far for too long. And now the governments can't rein it in because, you know, the people with all the money and the power, they fucking own everything. So the people with all the money and the power that own all the fucking corporations and everything, they control all the infrastructure. If they don't get what they want, they could literally tear this country apart. Like, if they start making things difficult for the public and then blaming the government, they could tear the country to pieces. You know, all the water, all the electricity, all the gas, all the trains, all of the, you know, all kinds of everything. It's all slowly but surely being bought up by the same 25 people on the planet, right? And yeah, because they fucking own everything, the government can't really regulate them anymore. They've kind of superseded any sort of regulation because, you know, the government puts a regulation in and they just massively destabilize what they're in control of and then jack prices up and then blame the government, you know? So everyone hates the government rather than saying, well, that corporation's corrupt, we should fucking oust them and, you know, repossess what they have, and find someone that's better to run it, you know? The government can run it until we elect somebody who's the best person to run it, and then prices go down to what they should be, and then we start again. But unfortunately, we can't do that. Because a bunch of the people that are now politicians own so many properties and so many other things. They have so many financial investments that could be compromised by the infrastructure that these rich, wealthy elite own. That, yeah, all they got to do is say to the government, well, you know that fucking, you know, condo or that fucking block of flats that you bought for 117 million, that we're gonna put in new transmission lines so you can get better internet and better gas and better everything else. How about we just don't do that? And then, you know, those flats become basically worthless because they're going to be outdated and won't meet regulations. Yeah, so do what I say, you know? And it's like, okay, you know, that's it, isn't it, you know? Too many evil people in control of too many things that the British public kind of needs to survive. Because the government sold it all off. It's the government's fault. They sold everything off, you know? Rather than a government that slowly managed to buy up and take ownership of all the things that are important for how the country runs, they did the opposite. They sold everything off. Fucking hell, man. You waste so many bombs doing this shit, dudes. It's fucking crazy. I'm gonna have to go to fucking Beadle and buy some more. Wherever the fuck he is. Right, excuse me. They just destroy infrastructure and they're full of shit. Yep, that's the difference between capitalism and national corporatocracy. Fuck, I can't say that fucking word, sorry. IQ is a bias test for people who places of privilege. This is kind of it, because I've mentioned this before, and I am starting to get conscious that I'm repeating the same things, and I don't want to do that. But at the same time, yeah, this is still relevant. was that, you know, the notion that the cure for cancer or the cure for AIDS or whatever is trapped inside the mind of somebody who can't afford an education. That is truly terrifying, which is why scholarships are so fucking important. Fucking hell, okay. Scholarships are so important. We've got to find all of the smartest people and get them into education so they can learn to do the things that are going to help us fix the problems the planet has. Yeah, we need to buy some more fucking bombs, dude. Right, hopefully. If the game is working correctly, hopefully these barrels should be full of bombs. Okay, one's a bit stingy. Magic, which I do kind of need. Okay. Oh yeah, there's that fucking treasure over there as well, isn't there? Let's just creep up on it, it's fine. No, Chappie, not at all. This is the thing, is that I know that America is a very, 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 very big place with lots and lots and lots of people. And I would argue that these days, by ratio, there's probably as many fucking idiots in the UK as there are in America right now. I don't think there's any superiority to it at all. I think there's just as many fucking idiots in the UK that are going to vote for the fucking Reform Party as there are people in America that are fucking it. There's just by ratio, there's more Americans, right? This is the thing, is when you've got a country with that many people, the percentage could be the same, but there's just more of them, right? Have no gold. Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is, the price of gold and silver is going up, which means lots of people are moving their investments into gold and silver, which means they're moving their investments out of everything else. Which, yeah, is a worrying thing because people tend to do that right before economic crashes. So, yeah. Please excuse me for a moment. My cat has just started to lick the bowl that he eats from, and I'm trying to train him that is the signal for him getting some dry food, because it means he's finished his wet food. So what I'm going to do, we've got an ad break coming up in half an hour. Damn. Okay, that's strange. I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be another raffle, and you get some clips as well. There'll be a bonus raffle, so you guys can do that. I'm just going to quickly put some dry food down for my cat, because I'll forget otherwise, and it is quite late in the day. I want to give him time to actually eat it. So yes, I'll be right back in just a moment. Just R1. Oh, look at that. We did a fucking Dark Souls roll. Fucking check it out, boys. Lyrics switched. There's all sorts of scary Cronenberg monsters and jump scares and everything, but we all know the scariest thing about this game is first-person platforming. And fucking grabbing with a mouse. It's so strange. A two-hander. Okay. Ooh, we're up here where they can't get us. Ha ha! Ah! What are you gonna do now? Huh? Huh? Bozos? What are you gonna do now? Oh, I can't aim low enough. Ah, fuck this game. Can I, oh, no, that was not... Probably not a good idea, that. Now I'm... Yeah, now I am actually fucked.
Can I slide down there without dying?
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Let me just scroll up and make sure I haven't missed anything. I apologise. But yes, if anything is for me, please feel free to at me. It's perfectly fine. I don't mind. I want to make sure I don't miss any messages. If there's anything you guys want me to be involved in, then at me. It's perfectly fine. It's taking down anything uncomfortable. I'd say slavery history. Yeah, well, yeah, this is, yeah, you know, when fucking governments start trying to whitewash history, it's like, come on, dude. You know, it didn't work before. It's not going to work now. You know, black history is American history. You know, they're a part of it as well. They fucking built everything and worked in the factories. So. Yeah, there's debatable. And you've got Trump making comments about the involvement of the British troops. No, this is the thing, chat. This game can be so fucking annoying with it. How the fuck do you make it onto there then, game? It's basically the same fucking level. How the fuck am I supposed to make it to there? Okay, I think it wants us to run all the way around. Oh, pick up the barrel. Keeps doing that, dudes. He keeps like rolling past things when I try and interact with him. It's so annoying. The problem with contextual controls with a slow old game, they ain't quick enough. I don't even think this is going to be any better, to be honest. Okay, so this is where a bunch of the treasure chart, because I was like, damn, I feel like we've done the majority of the dungeons and we just haven't found that much treasure and we're missing heart pieces and stuff. So yeah, hopefully this is all the missing hearts that we need to get. Yeah, it's crazy that we're like 20 minutes away from the hour for each ad. That's crazy. And in the past, I've thought, cool, I'll just run an ad now and reset it to be on the hour. But no, it's just going to add an hour and then 20 minutes. So I'd have to keep doing that like an hour early. Oh, but yeah, I can't be bothered to work it out, so I won't. So, so that needs to be that. That needs to be that. We're might need the bombs later. So we need beetle. Oh, we got 72 bombs. Okay, so we found some. We must have found some bombs to top ourselves back up. I'm going to get a save down because we're making a bit of progress here. So, where have we not been and looked at some treasure? I know where that is. Light control platform just off of there. So we are on that rank and I think we're able to sail that direction. I think. Cool. Wasn't Russia, you'll be speaking German. Well, 60% of us. Yeah, exactly. Someone did call that out. They said that Trump said if it wasn't for us, he'd be speaking German. It's like, well, we do speak German. Eastern European, Germanic. Eastern German. Oh, for goodness sake. I can't even fucking just read the chat, can I? Hello, Bubba. Are you a happy boy now? Happy boy because you've had some dry food. You're a happy boy because you had some dry food. You coming over here to say thank you? Hmm? I got him more in everything he says makes me say that though. European countries thought a based American understanding of... Yeah, and the thing is, like, you know, like when Americans don't really know much about when Americans don't know much about geography and stuff, I'm like, but American culture, because America is so massive, a lot of them never really leave. They never really have a desire to leave or go anywhere else, and therefore they don't really travel like, yeah, well, we used to be considered Europeans, right? So yeah, because I mean, I wouldn't be able to name all of the states, so I don't see why Americans should be expected to name all of the countries. I mean, yeah, you know where Africa is, you know where Russia is, you know, blah blah. But yeah, if I was to try and name all the American states, I don't think I'd do very well, because you've got Alabama, Arkansas, you've got Baltimore, but I think Baltimore might be part of a state, not a state itself. You've got Boston, but I think Boston might be a part of a state, not a state itself. You've got Connecticut. You've got, starting with C, you've got Connecticut. You've got, can't think of any more. D, you've got Dallas, but Dallas is part of Texas, and Texas is the state, so not Dallas. Detroit is part of Chicago, so that's not a state. Delaware is part of Massachusetts. Is it Massachusetts? So yeah, that's not one. E, you've got Baltimore and Boston City. Yeah, Detroit, Michigan. Chicago is Illinois. Illinois and Michigan. Yeah, Delaware is the first state. Yeah. So Delaware is a state. Okay, so Delaware is a state. E, I'm not sure if any of them start with E. F, you've got Florida. And G, you've got G, are there any that start with G? H, you've got, no, Houston is Texas. R, you've got Indianapolis. Is Indianapolis a state? Don't tell me them. I want to try and guess them. Denmark is in the Netherlands. I don't know. I don't know why, but you need to take it up with the. You need to take it up with the UK education system, dude, because they just didn't teach us, like, barely taught us any of that. Beetle, no, fucking hell. Why is fuck off? Let me climb a fucking boat. Excuse me. Indianapolis is the city. Ah, okay. Oh, you don't sell bombs here. That's fucking handy, isn't it? Oh, this game, dudes. Oh, this game. He knows the capital. Yeah, I know the capital city, but not the state. So you've then got Nevada. You've got Nevada. You've got, so we were up to G. So you've got. Oh my God, Beadle, you are such a prick. Fuck off. So Indianapolis is the city. Indiana is the state. Okay, my bad. What else? Yeah, H-I-J. J, and he's starting with J. Don't think so. K. Connecticut is spelled with a C. Kansas. Kansas is a K, and I think Kansas might be a state. L. L, and you start with L. Los Angeles. Is Los Angeles a state, or is that just part of California? That's part of California, isn't it? California is the state. L M N O P. So M, you've got Minnesota. N, you've got Nevada. O, you've got P, you've got Pennsylvania. But I think Pennsylvania is a city, not a state. There is an L state. Okay. Think longer, Lewis. It's a state name. So L. Oh, Louisiana. Is Louisiana a state, or is that part of Pennsylvania? That's a state. Yeah. Louisiana. Okay, so Louisiana, Pennsylvania. So LMP, QRS. So Q. Ooh, I think there is one that's Q, but I can't remember it. R. QRS, S. Oh, M, you've got Mississippi. Is Mississippi a state, or is that a county or a province? Pain for M. Still comes from Pennsylvania. Is it Pennsylvania? Louisiana, Mississippi is a state. Yep, so Mississippi. MISSISSIPPI. So Mississippi is LMNOPMN. So Nevada. Oh, not New Hampshire. New York. New York is a state, but it's also a city as well. So New York is a state. More M states. Okay, Memphis. No, Memphis is part of Arizona, isn't it? And Memphis is part of Arizona. New York City is the city. New York State is the essence. So New York. So you've got Missouri. Memphis is a state you haven't named. Memphis is in a state you haven't named. Yeah. So Memphis, Missouri, is a state. You live in Missouri? Okay, cool. So LMNOP. So N, you've got Nevada, you've got New York. O. I'm not sure. S, T. So T, you've got Texas. There are more N states. Oregon. Well, tune in. You're talking about my home state. What's happening with Quizzing the Brit on American Geography. Nimbus, welcome in. How's it going? Well, yes, I was just saying that culturally, Americans don't they don't tend to leave America because they have so much of America to explore. It's just easier to explore America, right? Almost everything's going to be the same, but you get a change of scenery. It's, it kind of works, right? So it's just off there. So yeah, they don't travel as much. So I don't think it's fair that they don't know what the capital of Germany is, or the capital of France, or where this is or that is, or whatever, because they're much less likely to have traveled, whereas I've traveled, so I know a little bit about the geography of Europe. Obviously not very much about where Sweden and Switzerland and the Netherlands and Dutch, where Daneland, where fuck, I can't even remember it. My brain won't fucking remember things at the moment. More end states. So you got North Dakota and South Dakota. You've got North. Which ones are split up again? Because yes, as you say, some of them are split into North and South. But I do my best, to learn all you guys' history. Well, yeah, it was because our history was basically going around fucking invading everywhere else. everyone knows who the British is because we went and fucking invaded everyone. But yeah, you've got North Dakota and South Dakota. You've got what other ones are fucking split? I can't remember. Cool. Germany on a map. I haven't travelled. I don't know the map. We wanted to learn US history. I have been out of the USA only 4 or 5 as an American, but it's because I'm lucky. Friends or family that came into money from legal stuff. I see. You never took our countries. No, didn't need to, mate. You have no value to it. No, I'm just kidding. Live on the East Coast. It's pretty easy to visit another state. Manageable drive. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, you've got California. You've got so yeah, because Albuquerque, I don't know if Albuquerque is one, but I know that so you've got Albuquerque, Arkansas. These are just places. I don't know if they're cities or states, but no Albuquerque. So Albuquerque is a part of New Mexico. Is it part of New Mexico? Because you've got New Mexico as well. New Mexico as well as New York, New Jersey as well as Jersey. Well, Jersey's over here. We have a York over here, but there's a New York and a New Jersey. And New Hampshire. Is New Hampshire one? Albuquerque and New Mexico. Okay. And North Dakota and South Dakota. Yeah, we mentioned them earlier. So Albuquerque is part of New Mexico, I think, but I'm not sure. Yeah. What else? New England. Is New England a state? Okay. I mean, what's wrong with the current England, you know? Maine, that's it, yeah, Maine. Oh, it's a region. Okay, that makes sense. Maine. Living in the Midwest of the US is a pain because it's forever to go anywhere. Cooler to drive. Yes, well, yeah, because somebody landed in an airport on a layover, and it was kind of very sort of inspired by Indian heritage, and there were just mountains in the background. It may have been Albuquerque, I'm not sure. But they were like, I landed in this airport, and it's exactly how you would imagine. It's like a log cabin that's an airport, and then there's a bunch of mountains in the background, and there's a big flat space where they take Vermont. Vermont is a city, not a state, right? That's part of, so Vermont is Canada. What? That's not even America. Is Vermont Canada, or am I fucking insane? It's perfectly possible that I'm insane. Oh shit, okay. So that tells us where all the fairies are. And there's 2 that we haven't found yet because they've got little sparkles on their wands. Okay. Sneaky Turtle, welcome. Vermont is next to New York. Oh, okay. Not New England, is a northeast region of the States. Okay. You like fields and nothingness? Cool. Go to the Midwest. Oh, this tells us where all the hearts are. Okay. Oh, this tells us where all the secret caves are. Okay, chat. We got a bunch. Okay, so that tells us where the moon will be at certain... Okay. So, I think we should go to the Great Fairy back there, which is there. So... Mother and child are. So there's a Great Fairy there that we haven't been to. Okay. You want a cool spot to bleed out? Now like a million. Yeah, this is it. Bleed out spots. Because it's crazy that like a bleed out spot has been mentioned before, but I think Red Dead Redemption 2 really fucking popularized, it kind of put it on trend, right? It's like people are like, holy shit, this would be a good bleed out spot. And I remember like some female content creators were like, they're like, what the fuck is a bleed out spot? And then the stitched videos afterwards were like guys talking about how, like, you know what, every man dreams of dying in battle and being mortally wounded in battle and then finding a quiet spot to bleed out in peace. That's what every man dreams of. And loads of female content creators were like, what is wrong with men? What is wrong with you guys? Like, you're romanticizing a place to die. I was like, yep, pretty much. They're complicated creatures underneath, I promise you. Rhode Island. We found it, says a Swede, you found America, decides, and now it's a state. Honestly, all these states are pretty similar to one another, so yeah, one big state, yeah, to bleed out like all of the USA. I thought you guys meant shootings. No, not shootings, no. I mean, when Arthur Morgan crawls to that spot to watch the sunset or the sunrise, I can't remember which one it was, as they bleed out, they know they're going to die. They've got tuberculosis, they've been shot, they know they're going to die, so they're going to bleed out. So they decide to just sort of, you know, go somewhere peaceful. And yeah, that resonates with men so strongly. You know, it's just sort of like, when it's all said and done and the battle is over, but you're mortally wounded, where would you crawl to and just watch the fucking sunset for the last time? And I know a few places around here where, yeah, that's where I'd go. I live near St. Louis, Missouri. Yeah, and RSY is from somewhere on the southeast, I think. But I'm not sure. I need to double check. But we have a few Americans in the community. But yes, please know that when I say things that are derogatory about America, I also say them about England as well. I think that first world countries have fucking mutated into something that is far beyond any sort of, you know, usefulness to the people that live in them. I think that, you know, charging everyone a fortune for rent and food whilst not really offering them anything as a way of, you know, recompense. And I've started to see the propaganda. The propaganda started to pop up on my feed. There was a woman being interviewed and she was like, I moved here from part of like somewhere near Russia. And she was like, I wanted to cry because I've never used a shower before. And I went to the supermarket and there's so much choice, you know, and they're basically just saying how amazing the first world is, right? And I was like, yeah, that's propaganda. That's fucking propaganda, you know? Like, they have showers and they have supermarkets in Russia. Like, this is propaganda, my dudes. Detroit going through a renaissance, happy for them. That's it, yeah, because Detroit was obviously huge in the car manufacturing world. But then the oil crisis, the first oil crisis, drove the cost of petrol through the fucking roof, and then suddenly nobody wanted big cars anymore. And all of their factories were designed to build big cars. And yeah, like, Americans never learned how to get an engine to be optimized. American engines make a good noise, but they don't make good power. Japanese engines make really good power for a really small engine. The game is starting to stutter, which is making me very worried, chat. I'm very worried about this. I'm just going to save that. I'm going to save there. And I'm also going to do one of these saves as well. So we have another ad break coming up, chat. I do apologise. I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. Hopefully there'll be some clips, but there should be a raffle. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows over on the BRB screen. So if you're lurking and you want to follow without being called out, once we're over there, please feel free. There's no alerts, we won't get called out. I completely appreciate it. Perfectly fine. Detroit is becoming a tech city. Also, yeah, let's fucking go, Brad. Also, Detroit took in all the most dangerous criminals back in the days and then letting them out. They go to Detroit. Well, I think that, again, American, like, because of the size of America, lots of people will abandon a town and just go to a town that's better than making the town they're in work. So there are lots of abandoned, and then Detroit was kind of massively manufacturing and industry kind of city. And then nobody was buying the cars, a bunch of factories, and everyone just left. And what you have is loads of empty buildings that people, you know, vagrants live in. So yeah, I don't think that they sent the criminals or the criminals went there. I just think criminality became common because of the economic downturn of that sector and that particular kind of manufacturing industry. And it happens everywhere. When you have a bunch of people that are struggling to earn enough money, they turn to crime. Like I said earlier, if you don't make it possible for people to live, they just turn to crime. And they always have done, they always will do. Governments and corporations try and force people to pay through the nose to exist, and people just turn to crime. And it's never been any different. But anyway, the Outbreak is playing. I'll be right back, and then we'll see if we can find a few more treasure chests. Yes. Excuse me. I'll be right back. Fucking hell, what's going on here? What are you doing?
Okay.
Can we open this yet? No. So I've kind of just backtracked a shit ton. Probably didn't need to. Because we got to... Oh, no. Excuse me. Oh look, it's going to spawn me back in. Ow! I'm going to die anyway. Anyway, well, at least it gets me back to an idle, and then I can just go from there. Excuse me. By going on the ladder? Or is he going to jump down off the ladder? Anyway. Come on. Come on. So now I can't get back up the ladder. I can punch on the ladder. Right, now. Oh wow, okay, yeah, this is not going to go well. Field trip indeed. Literally just got the Brawn Intimate ad. Did you get it, Alex? Having a little trim down there, are you? Make sure you don't cut your fucking dick off. Oh dear.
Well, a cad mummy. Very unusual for where it was found.
It's called a cornetto?
And the thief left behind his Vatican calling card.
Vatican robber in Connecticut. That seems a bit far.
Look at this chat, we got a fucking croissant. Let's fucking go.
Get fucked. Get fucked. Awful fight, man. Awful fight, dudes. Awful, awful fight. Fuck, that is annoying. Thank you for the GGs. Trophy level up. You're 0% to 310. Okay. Thank you for the Doomslayer. Fucking what a shit fight. What a shit fight.
Can I link something that'll help you out? Yes, because you're a VIP, it shouldn't time you out. If it does, I'll just remove the timeout, so don't worry. It's an alright game, but forcing the player to meticulously kill every single enemy in each run through is rather tedious. Yes, it is incredibly tedious. Yeah, incredibly tedious. What's this?
Stop it.
Okay.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Didn't mean friendly. New York. New York was the murder capital of the world in the 70s. Well, yeah, any major city like that is going to become a murder capital at some point. It's, yeah, like I say, when conditions start to degrade, people, people get desperate, and they do desperate things. And whilst I think there is, I can set that on fire now. Oh, I haven't done that. Let's do that. Whilst I think there is definitely some morality involved, or a lack of morality involved some of the time, I think it's important to remember there's a lot of people out there that, you know, see crime as the only way out of poverty. And whether they're deluded or not, I see that there are, you know, people out there that genuinely have been failed by the education system and the employment sector, and find that doing crime is a way to get paid, and they're career criminals. You know, they're not in it for the glory or the fame. They just want to earn a living, you know, and that's why they never really push it too far, and they never really go too far down into like criminality, but they just do enough to how do I put this? They earn a living, and that's all they're happy with, right? They don't need to be rich and famous. They just sell drugs as a way of making a living, right? And a lot of them would probably say, you know, I'm not gonna. Urchin, I thought you were the postman. Yeah, they just sell enough drugs to earn basically a salary that is in line with their living expenses. You know, they're not running around in expensive cars or shoes, but they have a couple of phones because they need one. They need a trap phone, obviously. And yeah, they have an arrangement where they pick up a certain amount of gear, they sell a certain amount of gear to a certain amount of people, and then they pay their rent, you know? And yeah, drugs are bad, you know, but if they didn't sell it, somebody else would. And if they could find a job that wasn't fucking massively exploitive, then they would do that, but they can't. So, you know, anytime you make it expensive to live and you don't regulate how many human beings people need to hire, you have a bad employment sector and you have a bad housing sector, yeah, crime is going to happen. It's happened in so many major cities. And it's just, I don't know when we're going to start really sort of admitting that the way things work eventually falls apart and leaves huge chunks of society to just either wither away and die or turn to crime. You know, and yeah, it's fucked, but it just keeps happening and people refuse to acknowledge it, and it pisses me off, to be honest. Bad too, can't blame everything on capitalism, which you guys have had for 300 years at least. Yeah, politicians and policy, but lots of it is because of money and greed. It basically always comes back to money and greed, and capitalism enables it. Becomes a murder capital, and you take away 90% of the budget of the police too. Yeah, if you underfund the police, crime gets worse, you know. No one being held accountable at every level of government, causing insane levels of corruption and massive leakage. Yeah, exactly. The multimillionaires is Ben Penn store had for 60 years. Same evil politicians who let Amazon buy, being able to hire people like slaves. Well, yeah, the lack of regulation is fucking crazy. People are exploited into doing labour that's fucking backbreaking and soul destroying for like no money whatsoever. And the government's just like, well, what can you do? We needed to create more jobs. Properly closed down about 10 years ago due to the rent prices being stupid high because of the housing crash. As I'm saying, like I said, I don't tip restaurant worker. She can have a salary here. But yeah, the whole tipping culture is kind of fucking crazy as well, because, I mean, I don't have a problem with tipping people, but when restaurants then don't pay staff because they know they're going to get tips, that's like, fuck me, man, that's terrible. I'd be thankful, because if I were the postman, I'd shoot you out. Rather familiar street urchin, perhaps we've met before someplace. I don't like you. I think I would survive my ordeal and return to this town. And to think I would ever be able to live in such a beautiful opulent house, it's like a dream come true. But no, it's a nightmare. Without him by my side, it's like a rainstorm rages in my heart. He was so kind to me in Forsaken Fortress, that sweet boy who gave me all those expensive necklaces when I fled from that cursed island. Just hearing his name lifts my spirits, Mo, the wonderful moblin of the Forsaken Fortress. I'm always writing heartfelt letters filled with my overflowing emotions, but why don't you answer me, Mo? This is bad, terribly bad. I've been drifted off. I've already drifted off into my own dream world. Oh, by the way, I have a request for you. Would you take this letter? I just finished it, inking and deliver it to the post box for me. Yeah, sure. You've made Maggie very happy. Okay. I'm going to throw this in the ocean. Keeping a delivery bag until the post box drop. Yeah, cool. Post box, don't you dare forget. But you must promise not to read it. Secrets of a girl's heart are to be shared only with who she desires. Yeah, you say that, but yeah. They should be able to come to open. Yeah, yeah, a lot of them. You know, the fact is, you know, all the smartest people found out that they could exploit others to make a lot of money, and that left a bunch of people that aren't quite as smart to try and run for government, and now they can't keep up and keep tabs on all these people that are exploiting the public. But the fact that they get away with this is the problem, is that the exploitation continues and continues and continues. And yeah, it's fucking crazy. Like the fact that there isn't just a framework. Like if you open a business, right, you need to hire a certain amount of people. You need to pay those people a percentage of the profits of the business, and that's how it works. You know, if you want to pay minimum wage, you're going to pay blah 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 tax. You know, or you can pay your staff more. But one way or another, you're going to pay the money, right? Suddenly, I imagine everybody's going to pay their staff a lot more because it's better than paying tax. No, fuck off. What? Okay, dudes, I don't know why that isn't fucking setting that on fire. I really don't. Wielder of the flaming arrow, when you appear, the lighthouse signal shall return to light the seas at night. A minimum wage is not sustainable. Yeah, I mean, the UK minimum wage has been unsustainable for years, and we've finally agreed to put it up, but I dread to think about how much the cost of everything is going to get jacked up because of minimum wage. Because this is the problem, is that, you know, when they own everything and they can charge what they want, they can charge the price that they want for things. If you make it more expensive for them, they make it more expensive for us. So nothing ever improves. How so? Can I rotate this in some way? Regulations on salary is bad. Even in summer, worker earns more than a you champion Sweden. That's fucked up. Yeah, it's It's quite simple. Like, there needs to be a framework where people go out and get jobs, and those jobs can cover rent, bills, and food. You know. I don't know why it seems like an alien concept, but yeah, it's just sort of like so many people are out there working for minimum wage, and minimum wage just doesn't, you know, because arguably, like, if everyone's working for minimum wage, all the things that are cheap should be like should be offered, you know, companies should be fucking making millions because everyone's choosing their product, right? And every company should be trying to make their product as cheap as possible, but they're not. You know, everything's fucking expensive. And everyone complains that nothing works. You know, nobody's got any money to spend, so they don't spend any money. If you don't spend any money, what happens to the economy? It grinds to a halt. It doesn't fucking work. But this is it. As you find where the labour is cheapest, just exploit it. So yeah, this switch doesn't do anything. So yeah, if the fire arrow from that opening doesn't do it, I don't know what will. But I feel like I'm supposed to rotate it somehow. I feel like... Oh, fuck off, Nick, come on. I feel as if we're supposed to rotate so that it's facing where the Ferris wheel is going to take us past. But yeah, I don't see how we rotate it. Because I'm fairly certain from here, as we go past, if it was facing us, we could shoot. Yeah, easy. I just need to find a way to rotate the damn thing. So $160 US to you until she's 18. So how the fuck are we going to get this thing to rotate? Oh,
Huh?
that's the rhythm I've been trying to recall. I can feel it, my guy.
Yeah! Yeah!
Oh,
Yeah! Yeah! Woo! Huh? Yeah! Yeah! Woo! Yeah! Yeah! Woo!
passing. That's it. That's it. Perfect. Thanks.
Yeah!
Oh no.
Yeah! Woo!
Somehow nothing's happening. They can tell why. Ah, okay. Oh. How the fuck are we gonna get a clean enough shot get this fucking thing to set on fire? So I'm gonna go up there and try a bomb just out of interest. Yeah, I think it might be. I think the game is not very happy at the moment. Oh, the auto jump, dudes. No. Okay, so Jacqueline, welcome in. How's it going? Good to see you. I saw you earlier lurking. Oh shit. I appreciate the lurk. Thank you very much. I see a purple tick next to your name, which I'm very happy to see. because you've been on this platform for a fucking long ass time. Congratulations, Jacqueline. Very well deserved. How the fuck am I going to set that fucking thing on fire, dudes? This is what I don't fucking get. This is what I can't work out. Fuck off. Oh, my spine. So you see, young sir, I've been studying picture boxes since I was but a lad. My lifelong dream of creating a box with incredible pictography capabilities is at long last nearing fruition. Young sir, I hesitate to ask, but could you perchance become a research assistant? Sure. Really, and truly, my heart leaps at your enthusiasm, but I feel I must tell you the path that the system must follow is not a simple one. Demand whosoever takes on the role of my assistant be an individual who can take whatever command I may issue. Probably. Yeah, sure. Share my love of pictograph was your name, young sir. This is it. Very well, I shall issue 3 commands to you. One on the dawn of the day. You complete all 3 tasks. You shall be a number 1 assistant. And now then, for my first command, a love letter. Do you know what that is, young sir? A collection of words and love, long unspoken, but put into written form. Somewhere in this town, there is one who, despite constant rejection, never learns a cold lesson of unrequited passion and continues to write letters to a doomed love. Certainly, object of sadly one-sided affection is quite a quandary over the matter. I'm of the mind that I must have a word, unwanted suitor. However, I must have physical evidence, and thus the first task is to snap a pictograph of this individual in the act of sending unwanted letters. That sound rightly, so I hope your sister. Yeah, I could do that. It's fine. I know who that is. At least he was having a hard time. Yes, see you in a bit, dude. Okay, I need to adjust some settings real quickly. One moment, please, chat. Right, let's see if this does the trick. No, this isn't it. Excuse me. Right. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we've got to wait for them to be doing some specific animation. Anyway, I am going to raid out their chat. This game has been very, very stressful. Everything is just so, and it's awkwardly programmed, and it doesn't control very well. It's, oof, yeah. But this is a puzzle, right? I know who I need to take a picture of. But anyway, so let me jump you guys over here, and we'll call it there because, yeah, we're almost at 9 hours, and that's enough. That's enough. I've tried really hard. We have progressed, but yeah, progress in this game is very, very difficult. It's very awkward with how it works, and yeah, I could go on for another few hours, but I think I should probably call it there because it's worn me out today. I apologise. I've not slept properly for ages, and I don't want to make excuses, but I just need the game to just be a video game. I don't want to be fucking arguing with how a photograph works because we need a picture of them. I mean, they've given us a letter. I've got a love letter, you know. Anyway, doesn't matter. Right, let me grab a tab over here. And in fact, I've got the game saved like that, which means I can get rid of the emulator, and that means I can then use that screen to raid out from. So there we go, excuse me. Let me grab a tab over here and see who's on. And we'll see who we can raid. Let's have a look. Where are we on here? Quick actions, raid channel. Yes. Following, please. Right. Who have we got? We've got Always On. Got Path of Exile, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Silk Song. Ah, why didn't that show up before? So this person is streaming sort of intermittently, but I'm sure we'll have a good time over there. I'm just going to have a quick scroll and see who else is here real quick. See if there's somebody we haven't raided for a while. You know what? Because of the way everything works, we don't get a chance to raid this person very often. So, we'll raid this person. You got your raid message there. First one is for subs. The second one is for non-subs. Please feel free to copy and paste the raid message that pertains to you. Thank you all for hanging out today, chat. I'm really sorry. I haven't really been the best me because, yeah, I'm just worn out, and I need a video game that's just a simple, easy, fun video game that's got some fun challenges and fun puzzles just to fucking play. I don't need a game to be awkward or difficult right now. I'm very, very low on everything, so I apologise, dudes. But yes, we're going to go say hello to Kate. Kate's one of my all-time favourite people, not even streamer, just one of my all-time favourite peoples. They're playing Spider-Man, they're having loads of fun with it, they're a really great creator, and their community is fucking brilliant, so I'm sure we'll have a great time over there. But yes, thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you guys. The next stream will be Monday, 5 PM UK time. YouTube, I'll end the stream there because we can't raid out on YouTube. So YouTube, thanks to everyone that hangs out on the YouTube. I appreciate you guys a lot. Don't forget to like and subscribe so you get notified when I go live again next. But the next stream will be on Monday, 5 PM UK time. Thank you for hanging out, YouTube.